Welcome to this course where we are going to learn about SQL. Now, in today's modern web application, databases are really common. So if you are a developer building some sort of full-fledged production grade application, working with databases is pretty common, wherein you would be having databases in the backend to save and persist your data. Now, this is where SQL comes into picture because you are going to need to interact with your database to fetch some data and run some queries. Now, knowledge of SQL is very important for that. And this is where this course comes into picture. So this course is designed in a very unique way. So I have structured this course into a day-wise pattern where every day is focused on a particular topic where we learn and master that topic. Now, this is not a theoretical course, but it's a very hands-on and a practical course. So every day we would face a scenario. So we would imagine that we are working at a hypothetical company and every day we are facing a particular scenario at work. And we are going to use the concepts that we learn in this course to solve those business problems. This is how this course is designed. So this course is going to be really fun, wherein every day sets out some new challenge for you and you learn that particular concept and solve that business problem. So you are actually not only learning, but you are also applying your knowledge to solve a business problem at that hypothetical company, which could also be your own company or a problem that you face in your own work environment. Now, the link to this full course is in the description. So be sure to check that out. So if you are watching this video and if you have not liked yet or subscribed yet, I would highly encourage you all to do so. So you should like the video, subscribe and share this video to show your support. Also, I would love to see your comment. I would love to see who you are, where you're joining in from, and what sort of videos do you want to see on this channel. All right. Without a further ado, let's jump right in and let's begin this course. Hey there, welcome to the introductory lecture for day 1. So we are going to understand what our day 1 is going to look like. So let's begin. So to make our learning experience engaging and real world oriented, we will be using a mock database for a hypothetical e-commerce platform, which will be known as Planetary Goods. And imagine that you have joined this particular company. This is an e-commerce platform, Planetary Goods, and you have joined them. And this particular company specializes in astronomy related products. So if you are a person who is a seasoned astronomer, or if you are someone with general interest in cosmos, then Planetary Goods will have a product for you. Okay. And we are going to use their database to learn SQL. And the database is going to have the data around a lot of things like the customers, the suppliers, products, orders, and the detail of the orders that the users have done through the platform. Now, since you have joined the company and it's day 1, it's important that you set some goals for that particular day. So what are our goals for today? So the number 1 goal is to set up the workplace. Okay. So our journey begins by setting up the workspace, and we are going to set up all the tools, install everything. Now these tools will be crucial for us to learn querying data and extract the insights. Alright, so that is what we are going to begin with. Then the next goal would be around database familiarity. So we are going to get familiar with data. Okay, and we are going to use an SQL query to determine how many tables we have in our e-commerce platform's database. Then we are even going to do a product overview. So let's say on our first day, the inventory department, which is one of the departments in our company, needs a snapshot of the product. And this is to do an internal review within themselves. Okay, so they need a snapshot of all our products that are listed on the platform. So we need to fetch all the records from the product table and hand it over to them. So this is something that we are going to learn how to do. Then we also need to get the specific product information. So let's say we have a premium product which is called Space Adventure Puzzle. So this is a product that is listed on our platform. And this particular product has been receiving a lot of attention lately from our users. So we need to fetch its details for a review. So these details are being requested by our hypothetical inventory management team, and they have asked us to get all these details and send it over to them. So these are our goal for today. And if you take a look at a very high level goal, so our goal is actually to get a solid understanding of planetary goods database and be prepared to tackle more complex tasks in the upcoming days. All right. So are you excited? I'm super excited to teach this and take it ahead. So let's get started. Hey there. Welcome to this class where we are going to talk about data and databases. So think about this. Imagine you have tons of files and documents in your room and you want to keep track of all of them. Well, one way is you dump all of them into a pile on your desk. And if you wish to find any data about a specific piece of information, you will have to scan through each and every file and each and every folder. Well, this is not realistic and also not efficient. So what's the solution? Solution is to use something called as database. So you can think of database that can organize information and data for you. So what is data? So data is anything that you need to store that can be referenced later on. And database can help you organize a large amount of information. Now let us assume that we are building an application wherein we are populating the list of jobs and displaying it to our users. But how do we manage the list of jobs that are being displayed to the users? So one way is we can hardcode all the jobs in our source code, which is not at all scalable, or you could use something called as a database. So database here stores all the job information that your application needs. And whenever anyone from a computer or a mobile phone tries to access your application will fetch the data from the database and share it with the user, whoever is accessing. Now, whenever a new job is added to your application, the job is saved into the database and it is not stored in the application. So you can think of database as something that exists behind the scenes and it stores all the data that your application needs and it also organizes it. Now, any modern website you visit has persistent and dynamic information that is being shown. For example, if you visit Amazon and let's say if seller adds a new product or if seller changes the price, so users searching will see the new product or the new price immediately. If you post a review on a product, other users will start seeing that review posted by you. And this is because the information is persistent and completely dynamic. Now this happens because the information is being stored in the database like we are seeing here on the screen with our job application. So database is a place where data related to your users or product is stored. And databases are typically used to store and maintain the state of your application. Now, if you're using Facebook, you upload your profile picture, right? And then you log out. Now, if you come back to Facebook after a couple of days, you are going to see your photo is still there on your profile. Now here, Facebook stores the photo into the database so that it can show it to your friends. And this information is persistent, which means that it does not go away if you go away. It is being stored in the application forever unless and until you delete it. So that's databases for you. Now, if we have to define the database, so database is a place where data related to your users and products is stored. Now, what are the types of databases? So there are two types. One is relational and then you have non-relational database. So what is a relational database? So relational databases have a structure similar to that of an Excel spreadsheet. So here I have an Excel which is showing me the data around car rentals. So you can see over here I have rental ID, car make, model, period and price. Now this information is structured and you can see over here we have rows as well as we have columns. So these are columns, and then we have rows as well. And this information is called as being stored in the form of tables. So here the data is structured, and the structure of the database is known as schema. So this is about relational database. Now there is something called as non-relational databases as well. Okay. So what does non-relational database mean? So non-relational database is completely opposite of relational database. So relational database have a structure, but non-relational database does not have a structure. And they are often called as NoSQL databases. Okay. So they don't have a tabular structure, but they store data in a different format, which is known as a JSON format, wherein you have key value pairs where the information is stored in them. So that's about the introduction to data, databases, and the types of databases that exist in the market today. Hey there. So welcome back. Let us get started by talking about DBMS. Now DBMS stands for Database Management System. So we have a database wherein our data is being stored. Now we need someone to create, maintain, and control the access to the database. And that is where DBMS, which is a software known as Database Management System, comes into picture. So what is DBMS? So you can think of DBMS as an interface between the user and the database. It makes it easier for us to interact with the database. So it's just an interface that sits between us, the user, and the database. Now, DBMS serves a lot of critical purposes like data abstraction, efficiency. It provides a way to add security and even enable us to do backup and recovery of our databases. So DBMS provides with all these functions. Now, there are different DBMS softwares that are available in market. The number one is MySQL. So this is an open source DBMS, which is Database Management System. And this is easy to use and great for many applications out there. Then we have Oracle database, which is again a relational database, and it is being used in large systems and high demand environments. Typically, it is being used by enterprise customers or enterprise companies. Then we have SQL Server, and the company behind SQL Server is Microsoft. So company behind Oracle database is Oracle, and SQL Server, it's Microsoft. So it's a relational database management solution that is also being used by many enterprise customers out there. And these enterprise companies use SQL Server to store and manage their data. Then you have MongoDB. So MongoDB is not a relational database management system, but instead it's a NoSQL database management system. So it works with NoSQL databases, and it is great for handling large amounts of unstructured data if you have in your company. So this is MongoDB, and then you have Cassandra. Now this is again a NoSQL database that is designed for handling the large amounts of data, and it is known to provide high availability with no single point of failure. So these are the different database management systems that exist in the market, and they are categorized into relational as well as non-relational databases, and they have different companies behind them. Now let us talk about the types of database management system. So the number one type is Relational Database Management System, which is also known as RDBMS. And then you have NoSQL Database Management System. So Relational Database Management System will work with the relational databases, wherein the data is stored in a structured format like rows and columns, and data is also organized into tables. And there will be relationships between different tables based on the common fields and so on. And common examples of this type of DBMS is MySQL, Oracle, and SQL Server. Then we have a NoSQL database management system which works with NoSQL databases, which means that here the data in the database is not stored in the structured format. So there's literally no structure, and the data is typically being stored in a JSON-like format. Okay, and you will have data being represented as key value pairs over there. Okay, so the popular database management system that work with NoSQL database are Cassandra and MongoDB. So these are widely used, and they are typically used in environments where you are not sure of the kind of structure that your data is going to have. Okay, so these are the different types of DBMS that exist in market. So that's about DBMS, and I shall see you all soon. Hey there, welcome to this class, and let us start talking about the relational database concepts. So there are few terminologies that exist when we talk about relational databases, and they are table, column, and a row. So let us start talking about what each one means. So what is a table? So a table in a database management system or a database is used to store a data in the same way as a kitchen table is used to keep food and drinks, right? So that's a good analogy over here. And a database table is a structure that organizes data in a structured and an organized way. And it will consist of rows and columns, much like a spreadsheet. So this is a table, and you can see over here we have column 1, column 2, column 3, and column 4. And along with columns, we also have rows, wherein we have row 1, then we have row 2. And here we will have all the data that will be stored. Now this is structured over here, and this is known as a row, tuple, or a record. So there are multiple terminologies to refer to a row. So it may also be referred as tuple or a record. And then you have columns like this. Okay. So let us take a look at this example over here, wherein we are storing the car rental information. Okay. So you can see over here, we have the rental ID, car make, model, period, and the price. So here you will see you have columns which is used to store a particular information about a particular rental. For example, this particular column here is being used to store car make. This is being used to store car model. So column is representing a property of a rental. And these columns may have different data types. So for example, this will be a number, this will be a string of characters, this will be again characters, and rental period can even be date or it can be an integer. And rental price over here is also a number because it is representing a currency. So there will be situations wherein you might also want to store dates in the databases. For example, order date, or when was the last order date of a user. So all of that could be stored in the form of the dates. And here then you have a row, tuple, or a record over here, which represents a specific rental information. So for example, this highlight over here is for the rental 3, as you can see, and this entire record over here or the entire row is representing a single rental information. So to summarize, row represents a single rental information and column will represent a specific characteristic of any given rental. Now let us take a look at this column over here, which is rental ID. So this rental ID is a key or a unique identifier for every rental that exists in this particular table. Now the question is, why do we need a unique identifier? So like its name says, unique identifier is used to uniquely identify any given rental at any given point of time. Now there might be several operations that you might want to do. So you might want to fetch the rental, or you might want to fetch this particular rental over here, let's say. So the rental with ID 2. Now how are you uniquely going to identify this rental given that rental ID does not exist? Okay, so let's say rental ID does not exist and you wish to get this particular rental over here. So one way is you could filter the table or the database with the car make as Jaguar. But there is possibility like this car make could be duplicate and it could be spread across different rentals. So you might not be able to uniquely find out this rental information. And hence to identify every record, you need a unique identifier. For example, let's take an example of an e-commerce store and you have an customer information. So you have a table wherein the customer information is being stored. And let's say you have a customer named John and John wants to update his city. Now to update his city, you will have to first find a record of John in the database and then update the corresponding city to that particular record. Now the question here is, how are you uniquely going to identify that this particular record represents John in the database? And for that, you might want to use the name, okay? But John is a very common name and there is a possibility that you might have multiple people with the same name as that of John. And you might even end up updating city of a wrong person out there, okay, or a wrong customer. And this is where primary keys are helpful. So with the help of primary key, you can uniquely identify a record in the database. So this unique identifier in the world of databases is known as a primary key. Now every table in the RDBMS should have a primary key. So these are the different terminologies in database management system and I hope you all enjoyed it. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about SQL. So you have all the data that is being stored now in the database. Now the question is, how would you actually access or retrieve the data from the database? And this is where SQL comes into picture. So SQL is used to query the database and retrieve the data that you have already stored. So SQL is a language that is used to talk to the database. So you can define SQL as structured query language, which is used to manage, update, and retrieve the data from the database. Now, SQL is a programming language that is specifically designed for managing, updating, and manipulating relational databases. And it was developed in early 1970s at IBM. And it is being used by data analysts and even programmers to access the data that have been stored in database. Now, SQL in relational databases is used to perform a wide array of tasks which can be categorized into a few major types. Now, like I said, data from the database is retrieved with the help of SQL queries. So, whenever you write a SQL command, it is known as a query. So with the help of a SQL query, you talk to the database to help it understand what you want and the database will revert to you with the relevant data. So that is what an SQL query is. Now there are different types of SQL queries and there are a few broad categories that we should be aware of. The number one category or the number one type is DQL or data query language. And this is probably what you think of when you hear SQL, like fetching data from the database. So data query language is used to query the database to retrieve the relevant information. So it is used for retrieval purpose and it consists of select statement, which is one of the types of statements that exist in the SQL language. Then you have DML. Now DML stands for data manipulation language and this allows you to modify the data in your underlying tables and you can make use of different statements within DML. Then you have DDL, which stands for data definition language, and as its name suggests, it is used for defining the structure of your database. Then you have DCL, which is data control language, which is used to control the access of data and the database. So it is used to essentially grant and revoke permissions. So TCL stands for Transaction Control Language, which is used to maintain the consistency of the database and manage transactions. So these are the different types of SQL queries that exist. And like I said, queries are nothing but the command that you write to retrieve the relevant information that you want from the database. So that's about SQL and everything you need to know. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us begin installing MySQL on our Windows machine. So I'm going to head over to my browser and I'm going to head over to google.com. And here I'm going to search for MySQL. And you will see this first website appear over here, which is mysql.com. So this is the official website for this particular software. So I'm going to click on this particular website and you will be taken to this website over here. So this is a logo that you should see. So you can go through the official website and the details over here. You can read more about who are the customers that are using MySQL and so on. But since we are here to download, I'm going to click on downloads over here. And if you scroll down here, you will see different download options over here. So I'm going to say MySQL Community GPL Downloads. And I'm going to select this. Now once you select this, you will be again presented with multiple options over here. So I'll just select MySQL Installer for Windows. So I'll click on this. And you should see this page over here, which talks about the installer version. It talks about the version here, like the drop down, and the operating system. So I'll just keep these selections over here. Now, if you scroll down over here, you will see these two options. So this is Windows x86 32-bit, and this is also a similar one. But the difference is over here. So this says MySQL Web Community and this says MySQL Installer Community. Now what is the difference over here? So Web Community version is the online installer and you need to download to connect to the online server over here with this version. But this is an offline installer. Okay, so I'll go ahead and I'll download this version over here. Now, when you click on download, you will be shown this particular page over here, which is asking you to log in or sign up for a free account. So I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to say no thanks, just start my download. You can alternatively create an account or sign up over here. Now I just said no thanks, just start my download and I have downloaded the installer over here. It is saved on my desktop. Now to begin the installation, I'm going to double click on this. So this is going to show you such window over here and it is going to say please wait. And you might see this pop up over here, which is asking you if you want this app to make changes onto your device. So I trust this app. So I'll say yes. And this is going to ask again. So I'll say yes over here. So here now you are going to be presented with the choose a setup type screen wherein you are being asked to choose the setup type. So you can either install the server only. So this is just going to install the MySQL server, or you can have the client only. So you can have the client only version wherein you can install these three components like MySQL shell, router, and the workbench. So shell is nothing but the interactive command line interface using which you can query the database. You can have a router, like this is like a router daemon for your database, or you can have MySQL workbench. So this is like a graphical user interface using which you can connect to the database. So with this setup, you install these three components, and with full, you install quite a few components like MySQL Server, MySQL Shell, MySQL Router, Workbench, and so on. Okay, but what we are going to do is we are going to say custom and we are going to go next. And now here we will be asked to choose the products over here. So I'm going to click on MySQL Server here. Okay, and I'm going to get the MySQL server. I'm going to install MySQL Workbench over here. So let me expand this a bit. And I'll install MySQL shell over here. So MySQL server is nothing but the SQL database that we are installing. So this is the MySQL database server that will be installed on our system. MySQL shell is nothing but the command line interface using which you can connect to the database and write SQL queries right from within the command line. Okay. And MySQL Workbench is the graphical user interface using which you can connect to the database. So I'll say next over here. You'll see these three components. Okay, they are ready to install. Okay, if you just don't want these three components and if you want everything to be installed, you can just choose full option on the choose setup type screen. So that is also perfectly fine. Okay, but I have chosen only these three components because this is what we are going to need. And I'll say execute. Now the moment you say execute, you will see the progress happening over here. Okay, and you will see the status like complete. It's saying installing and this is ready to install. So we will wait for a while until this process completes. So the installation for these three components have been successful and complete, as you can see over here. Now we'll click next and you will see that we now need to do the product configuration. And you can see over here, MySQL server is ready to configure. So I'll say next over here and you will see this configuration screen appear over here. So here we are going to select the config type as development computer. You can click on this and see the different options that you have over here along with their descriptions. But we will have the development computer selected over here. TCP/IP is the protocol that we will have checked. So this is by default checked and we have the default port number as well on which our server will be running. So we'll keep this as it is and we'll say next. Now on the next screen, you are going to be asked to select the authentication method over here. So we'll just select the first option over here and I'll say next. Now here you will be asked to mention the MySQL root password. Okay, now root is like an admin account that you have in the database. So you need to choose a strong password over here. So I'll enter the password of my choice. So I'll say, so you can enter the passwords of your choice and just make sure that they match with each other and they are strong. Okay, so you will see this password strength indicator appear over here. Okay, so my passwords are strong and they match with each other. Then I'll say next over here. Now on the next screen, it will ask you to configure the Windows service to start the server. So I'll keep the default setup over here. And what this means is that MySQL server is being configured on my system as a service. And the service name is MySQL 80. And it will start the MySQL server at system startup. So if you're unchecking this, just make sure you go to services and start the service manually. Okay, and I'll say standard system account over here. So I'm just keeping the default selected over here and I'll say next. Now over here, it is asking for some permission files over here. So I'll say next and it will ask me to apply the configuration on the next steps. So if you are okay with everything, you can say execute over here. And once you say execute, it will start executing these steps. So these are the steps that you are seeing on the screen. So it will start writing the configuration file, update the Windows firewall rules and so on. Okay, it will initialize the database, start the server and so on. Okay. Now, if for any reason on this particular screen, you said start the MySQL server at the system startup. And if you unchecked this, so if you uncheck this, you need to start the service manually. And for that, you need to go to start and you need to search for services. And here in the Windows services, you need to search for SQL, like MySQL over here. So right now it's not coming over here because I have not yet installed the service. But once you install it, it will appear over here. Okay, and you need to right click and say start. Okay, so I'll just close this. I'll go next, and I'll say execute over here. So this will take some time depending on your system performance. So we'll wait for a while, and the configuration operation has been completed. So you can see everything is ticked in green and it's all done. Okay, now I can say finish over here, and you can see the product configuration. We will now walk through a configuration wizard for each of the following products. So I'll say next again over here. Okay, so on this particular screen, it's telling you installation complete. Okay, and it's showing you two options here, which are by default checked. Okay, so I'll say finish over here, and you will see this shell prompt open over here. And also this application opens up, which is MySQL Workbench. So this thing over here, this command line is the shell prompt using which you can write SQL queries. And this is something that we have installed. So you can see the path over here is C, program files, MySQL, MySQL shell 8.0, bin, and MySQL sh. So this is a path where this particular file resides. Okay, so I'll just say quit over here, like close it. And you can see this particular interface that opens up, and this is MySQL Workbench. So we have installed MySQL database onto our system along with MySQL Workbench. So MySQL database is a database server, and to connect to the database server, so it does not have a interface. So we need a separate software which is also provided by MySQL, and it is known as MySQL Workbench. So we will be making use of this particular software, and you can read the description here. Okay, so we'll be making use of this software to connect and work with our database. Now MySQL is installed on our system as a service, and to confirm that, you can go to services. In start, you can search for services. You can go to M over here, the letter M, and here you will see MySQL 80, and this is running, and this is automatic. So startup type over here is automatic. So during installation, if you have specified that you don't want MySQL to start automatically on system start, you will have to come over here and right click and say start over here. So right now it's started for me, so I don't have the start option, but you will have to come over here and do the start. So I'll close this. Okay, and this is MySQL Workbench. So I'll go full screen with this. Okay, and you will have this software installed, so you can search for MySQL. So you will see MySQL Workbench, MySQL Shell. Okay, so there are different MySQL related tools that we have installed. So we will be making use of MySQL Workbench going forward to connect, work with the database, and also to write the SQL queries. Okay, so now you can see over here, you have an option here which says MySQL connections, is showing you like all the connections that exist onto this particular software. So here you are seeing one default connection, okay, which already exists. You can click on this and it will ask you for the password. And you can see over here, it is connecting to the service, which is localhost:3306, which is where we have installed the database. It says user is root, and password, it is asking to enter the password over here. Okay, so if you close this and if you right click on this and say edit connection, you can see all the information about this connection over here. So the connection name is local instance MySQL 80, which is what you see over here, and the connection method, host name, port, username, and the password that you are entering over here. Okay, so I'll say close over here. You can even add new connections by clicking on this plus icon over here, and it will open like setup new connection wizard. All right, so this is about connections. So I'll just click on this default one and I'll log in using the root user. So here we need to enter the password that you had set when installing the MySQL database. So I'll enter the password. So the password is entered and I'll say OK. So the moment you say OK, you're going to be connected to the system over here. Okay. And you can see over here, like this is the screen that you get after logging in. So with this, we have successfully configured MySQL Server, MySQL Workbench, and MySQL Shell onto our system, and we are ready to write database queries. All right. So that's about the installation process, and I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Hey there, welcome back. So let us take a look at how you can install MySQL on your Mac machine. So here I am in the browser on Google, and you need to search for MySQL over here. The moment you search, you are going to be presented with a list of options with this first website over here, which is mysql.com. Now this is the link to the official website, and you can go over to this website. You will see this official logo of MySQL coming in over here. Okay. So you can go through this website. You can read more about MySQL database here. You can also take a look at like who are the customers who use MySQL today. Okay, you will have all the information appear over here. Okay, but since we are here for installation, I'm just going to head over to downloads, and I'm going to just scroll down a bit. Now here, if you scroll down, you're going to see this option here, MySQL Community GPL Downloads. So I'll just click on this link over here, and you will again see a lot of download options over here. So these are the different tools that MySQL has to offer. Okay, you have Workbench, Shell, Router, Community Server. So what we'll do is we'll click on MySQL Community Server, and you will be shown this particular page where you will see macOS is by default selected under operating system. Okay, so if it's not selected, you can just click on this and select the operating system macOS, and you can have the latest version selected over here. Okay, so now here you can select the different OS version over here. So you have options like macOS 13 ARM or macOS 13 x86. So ARM is for Apple based chips. So if you have your Mac machine which makes use of Apple based chips like M1, M2 and so on, you can select this option. Or if you're using a Mac that is making use of Intel based chips, you can select this x86 option over here. Okay, so based on that, the filter will change. Okay, you can see, and you can also select all, and you can see the different versions that are available over here. So you have ARM version, x86, and then for these two architecture, you have different types of installers. Like you have DMG archive, you have compressed tar archive, and tar files. Okay, so since I'm on x86, I'm just going to download the DMG version by clicking on download over here. Now, the moment you click on download, you will be asked to log in or sign up over here. Okay, so I don't want to do that. You can optionally create an account and stay updated with all the information that MySQL has for you. But I would just say no thanks, start my download, and it will begin the download. And I have already downloaded this particular software here, so I'm not going to download again. I'm just going to go to my downloads, and you can see this download happen over here. Okay, so in order to begin the installation now, you need to double click on the installer, and it will begin the installation process. So installing MySQL is pretty simple, like it's just like any other software, but there are some options that you need to select, which we'll take a look now. So once you click on the DMG download, you will see this page open, which will have .package files. And if you click on that, you will see the installer open up, and it will ask for permission. This package will run a program to determine if software can be installed. So you can say allow, because we've downloaded this from a trusted source on our system. Okay, so you can say allow, and you will have a series of steps that you can go through that you can see here on the left hand side, like the introduction, license, destination, and so on. So I'll go ahead. Okay, you have the license agreement, which you can go through if you wish to. I'll just scroll down and I'll say continue. You can optionally read this, and here again we are getting an agree pop-up, which I'll say yes. Now it will show you the installation type over here. So it is doing a standard install on my computer, and it is taking this much of space, and I can click install and go ahead. Okay, I can even change the install location by clicking on this button. So you can see different options over here, like install for all users on this computer, install for me only, or install on a specific disk. Okay, so I'll keep this selected here and I'll say continue. You can even customize the installation by clicking on the customize button over here. Okay, so you can see we have MySQL Server, preference pane, and launch HD support by default added over here, like checked. Okay, now I'll say go back. Okay, we'll have standard installation only. Okay, so I'll say install. Now it will start preparing for installation and it will ask for your system password. So you can enter the system password over here, and you can say install the software and give this a little bit of time. It will start writing the files onto your system. Now in the next step, it is going to ask you to configure MySQL Server. Okay, so you can use a strong password encryption, or you can use a legacy password encryption. So out of these two options, I'll keep this default selection over here, use the strong password encryption, and I'll go ahead next. Now here it will ask you to enter the password for the root user. Now root user is like an admin user in MySQL, and I'll give this a password. So I'll enter the password of my choice over here, and just be sure to have at least 8 characters and follow the rules that they have mentioned over here. I'll say finish, and it will perform some initial setup, and again it will ask for my system password. So I'll just enter that over here. Okay, and I'll say okay. So you will see some progress happening over here for a while, and it will perform the initial database setup. So we'll wait for a while until this is complete. So the installation is successful now. As you can see, I have the thank you message up here. So I'll just say close, and this will simply close and move the installer to the bin. Okay, and we are done with the installation for MySQL. Now, once we are done with the installation of MySQL, we need to install a user interface to connect to MySQL Server. So right now what we have done is we have installed MySQL Server. It does not have an interface, and we need a tool to connect to our database. So we'll get back to the browser. I'll go back over here, and this is our downloads page, and I'll go back again. So here on the downloads page, like MySQL Community Downloads, we have an option here, MySQL Workbench. So we'll click on this, and we'll have my macOS selected, and I'll select the OS version. So ARM again is for macOS chips, and x86 is for Intel. So depending on what you have, you can choose. Now I am on Intel chip, so I'll just select x86 and I'll just download this. Now to save time, I have already downloaded this installer. So you can see the installer here in my downloads, and what I would do is I would just double click on this one and I would open this DMG file. Now this installation for MySQL Workbench is pretty straightforward, like any other Mac software. We need to just drag drop this into the applications folder. And once we do that, we will have MySQL Workbench app into our macOS. So I believe it has been copied. Let me go to application and sort by date modified. Okay, it's not yet copied. So how the copy worked is I had to select this MySQL Workbench, drag it to the application folder. And if you drag over here, the application folder will open up, and then you can leave it over here. Okay, So this is how I was able to do it. And I'll just stop this one, okay, because I'm already copying this. So it's about 5 seconds remaining now, and I believe it's copied. Okay, so you can see MySQL Workbench appear over here. So I'll just double click on this software and I have it in my application, and let us take a look at the interface of MySQL Workbench. So it'll prompt you whether you wish to open it since you have downloaded this from the internet. So I'll say open and I'll wait for it to open. So you will see this interface, something like this, and you can read the description here. So MySQL Workbench is an official graphic user interface tool for MySQL. Okay, so this is provided to us by MySQL itself, and it allows you to design, create, and browse our database. And you'll see one connection already created over here. So how it works is, since this is a client which you can use to connect to the server, we have to create connections. So you have a connection here already created. If you click on this, you will be prompted for the password. I'll say cancel, and you can even right click and edit the connection. So the moment you edit, you will see different information like host name, the port number, the username, and the default schema here. Okay, and you can even test the connection. So I can say test and it will prompt for the password, and I can just enter the password that I have entered when I had installed MySQL. So that is something you need to remember. I'll say OK, and you will see a connection warning. I'll say continue anyway, and you should see successfully made an SQL connection, which means that the password was correct and all the other details are correct. Okay, so I can either connect this way or I can even create a new connection. So you can say, you can enter the connection name, you can enter the IP over here, the port, the username with which you are connecting, and connect. Okay, so this is about the interface, and if you click on this, since I have already entered my password, it is asking me whether you wish to continue anyway. I'll say continue, and you will be prompted for password which you have to enter, and then you will be taken to this page, which is the main page of MySQL editor. Okay, so this is the MySQL home page, or the main page I should say, where you will start writing queries. All right, so that's about how you can install and set up MySQL and MySQL Workbench on your Mac machine. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us understand how you can install MySQL onto your Ubuntu or Linux operating system. So what we are going to do is, we are going to have two components installed. So the number one component is MySQL Server, and then we have MySQL Workbench. So you can head over to Firefox and you can search for MySQL over here on Google. So I'll say MySQL, and you will be taken to this official website. Now here is where you can read more about MySQL if you wish to. You can see different companies that are using MySQL over here. Now there are multiple products that this particular company has. So you can see we have the Enterprise Edition, Standard Edition, but we are going to use MySQL Community Edition. So if you go to download, from here you can download the files that you need over here. Okay, so you can select the MySQL Community Server and you can download the files for Linux. But we are not going to follow this approach. We are going to head over to our terminal and install it via command line. So we are going to have MySQL Server. So this is the server which has the database up and running, and this is where our data is going to be stored. And then we need a graphical user interface to connect to the database and do the queries. So yes, MySQL Community Server comes with a shell, which is nothing but a terminal using which you can query the database. But using shell is not that interactive. So we will be making use of a graphical user interface called MySQL Workbench. Now MySQL Workbench is an interface that allows you to define connections and connect to your databases. We are going to see this shortly, and let us begin with the installation process. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to minimize this and I'm going to head over to my terminal. Now in terminal, I'm going to run this command sudo apt update. So first I'm going to update the packages that I have, and I'm going to be prompted for the password which I will enter, and I'll press enter over here. So this will do the updates or anything that is pending on your system. So it will update the packages. So we'll wait for a while until this updates. So the update process is completed, and there will be a possibility that there will be no updates for your system, which is perfectly fine. I had few updates and the updates were implemented. So I'm going to clear the screen and I'm going to write the command now to install the MySQL server. So I'm going to say sudo apt install. I'm going to say MySQL -server, like so. And I'll press enter. Now it will ask you whether you want to continue. So I'll say yes, and I'll press enter again. Now depending on your internet connectivity and your system performance, it will take some time to process, okay? And we'll wait until it installs everything. So the installation process was completed and you won't see any errors usually, okay? So now we need to check the status of MySQL. Now MySQL is installed as a service and we need to say sudo systemctl, and you need to say status MySQL.service. So this will give you the status of MySQL, and if you run this, you will see some stuff being printed and you will see this active status, which is mentioning that it's active and running, okay? And you can see this is the process, and you'll see different information like the memory and CPU information over here, okay? So I'll just press Ctrl C and I'll exit this. So MySQL is running, but for some reason, if it's not running for you, then you can go to the previous command and instead of status, you can say start. So you should say sudo systemctl start MySQL.service, and this command will start the MySQL service that has been installed on your system. Now after getting our service to start, it's time to log in to MySQL shell. Now what is MySQL shell? So MySQL shell is an interactive terminal from where you can connect and query the database. So I'm going to say clear over here. So to access the shell, you're going to say sudo MySQL over here and press enter. Now once you do that, you will see some information being printed. So it talks about the connection ID, the server information, and it is giving you the server version over here. And it talks about some registered trademarks. And then you have some information as to how you can get the help. Okay, so this means that you have successfully logged in and you are able to access MySQL shell. Now after connecting to the database, your database might have different databases inside it. Okay, so you can just say show databases and it will give you the list of all the databases that exist in MySQL. So you can see over here, these are the default ones like information schema, MySQL, performance schema, and sys. All right. Now, after we are done with this, we need to exit the shell. So we can say exit over here and we have exited and returned to the normal prompt. So I'll clear this. Now, after installing and accessing MySQL shell, we need to do some security related configuration. So we need to say sudo MySQL_secure_installation, like so. And I'll press enter. So it will print some messages over here. So it will say securing the MySQL server deployment, connecting to MySQL using a blank password, and it's talking about validate password component. And it says that this component can be used to test passwords and improve the security. It checks for the strength of password and allows users to set only those passwords which are secure enough. Okay. So it is telling you whether you would want to validate the password using this particular component. So ideally in production mode, you should say yes. But since I'm doing a local installation and this is for development and learning purpose, and we are not going to store any secure information over here, like any sensitive information. So I'm just going to say no over here. Now it is asking me, like by default, MySQL installation has an anonymous users, allowing anyone to log into MySQL without having to have a user account created for them. And this is intended only for testing and to make the installation a bit smoother. So you should remove them before moving to production. Okay. So do you want to have anonymous user into your account and allow anyone to connect to the database? Again, if you're using production environment or doing a production setup, you should say yes. But since I'm okay, I'll say no over here. Now it's asking you to set the password for root user. Now root user is like the admin user, and root user will be allowed to connect from the local host. So it's asking you whether you want to disable login remotely. I'll say no. And it's asking you whether you want to remove test database. So I'll say no again. Okay. And it is asking me to reload privileged tables now. I'll say no for everything. And we are all done. Okay. So we went through a series of steps over here. So we have completed the security related configuration. But one thing it did not ask us is to set the password for the root user. So we need to set the password for the root user. So if you scroll up over here, okay, we said no over here. We do not want to validate password, but it did not ask to set the password over here. So it says skipping password set for root as authentication with auth socket is used by default. If you would like to use password authentication instead, you can set the password by using alter user command. So we'll go by this approach. So I'll clear the screen here and I'll log in to MySQL shell over here. Okay. So I'm logged in to MySQL. Now I'm going to type in a command over here, which is a alter user command, and that is going to modify the password for my root user. So this is the alter user command that we should be using. So we are saying alter user. This is the user, that is root at localhost, and we'll say identified with MySQL native password by, you need to enter your password that you wish to set over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this part and I can enter any simple password over here. So I'll just set root over here. Okay. But if it's a production environment, you need to make sure you have complex passwords. So I'll just press enter. So it went to the new line because I have not added the semicolon. So I'll add semicolon and hit enter. Okay. So it says query okay. So we are done setting the password for the root user. Okay. Now what we need to do is I'll say exit and I'll clear all of this. So now since the password setup for the root user is done, what we can do is we can try connecting to the database with the help of root user. So earlier we just said sudo MySQL and we logged in as anonymous user. But to log in as a specific user, you can say -u root and -p like so. And I'll press enter. So I'll be prompted for the password that I have set. I'll enter that password here and you will see that I have logged in to MySQL instance. Okay. And I can run queries over here. So I'll just exit and I'll say clear. So now since we are done with the MySQL server installation, which is the database, and it's a free database, like we have installed the community edition. Now we need an interface for that database. Like we don't want to use shell. So having an interface or a graphical user interface is really convenient. So for that, we are going to head over to Google, and in the browser, I'm going to go to google.com here. And here I'm going to search for something. So I'm going to say snap MySQL workbench community. So I just search for this. So we are going to make use of Snap Package Manager over here to install MySQL Workbench Community Edition. Okay, and that is what I have searched on Google. So Snap is also a package manager by Ubuntu, and you can happily use this. So you will see this first link of Snapcraft. So I'll head over to this link over here and I'll say accept cookies. And this is what the interface of MySQL Workbench will look like. So I can click on install over here and you will get this command which you can copy. So I'll copy this command and I'll head over back to my terminal and I'll paste this particular command here and I'll press enter. Now the moment you press enter, you will see all the processing that will happen and it will download all the dependencies, prerequisites and even the MySQL Workbench for us to use. So the process will take some time depending on your network connectivity and the system performance. But for me, after a while, it was successfully installed. And after the installation is done, you can just go to your application list and you can search for MySQL and you can open the Workbench software this way. So this will open up the MySQL Workbench. I'll go full screen on this. So you can see this is the software and here you have the list of all the connections. So from here, this is a client and it allows you to interact with the database. And from here, you are allowed to create multiple connections. So you might have different databases, like you might have a database on your local system. You might have a database that is of production and it's hosted somewhere on a cloud. And you might want to connect to different databases. So this way you can create connections from here. You can click on plus arrow, like plus icon, and this pop-up opens up, which enables you to set up and test your connection. And once you say OK, it saves the information over here. So we have a default connection created over here. You can right click and say edit connection, and you can take a look at the different parameters that have been set by default. So we did not create this, it is created by default. And you can see over here, this is pointing to the local instance of MySQL server. You have the host name as localhost and the default port at which MySQL runs is 3306 and the username is root user. Okay, so I'll just say test connection and it will ask for the password. So I can enter the password that I had set and I'll say OK. And you will see like a successful connection was made. So the connection is successful. Now what I can do is I can just double click on this and it will open up the query editor. Okay. So this is the query editor and this is the first look of MySQL Workbench. Alright, so with this, we have successfully set up MySQL Server Community Edition onto our Ubuntu Linux system. We have also installed MySQL Workbench onto our system and we have successfully created a connection from MySQL Workbench to MySQL database. And we are now able to access the database objects from here. Alright, so that's about the installation of MySQL on Ubuntu. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us do a quick overview of MySQL Workbench interface. Okay, so you're going to see this particular interface when you open MySQL Workbench for the first time. And there are different panes over here. Okay, so on the left hand side, you can see the administration tool over here. Okay, and you can see administration written over here. And you can see different tasks that can be done over here. So you can like get performance reports and you can check the server logs, startup, shutdown. So all the admin related tasks can happen from here. Now in the same window here, in the same pane, you have this tab called schemas. Now schema is nothing but the databases. So you can see over here, SYS. So it's a collection of database objects. So you have one schema already present over here, which is sys. And you can see the tables inside. So here you can see different database objects like tables, views, stored procedures, and functions. Okay, and this is something that we got by default. All right, and within tables, you can see you have columns, indexes, and so on. Okay, so you can view all that information from here. This is about the 2 tabs that you see over here. So whatever schemas you create will appear on this side. Now here you have at the bottom, you have the sidebar panel. This is like the information about the object, as you can see, object info at the bottom left. And then you have the information about the session over here. So this is a session, and this is the information about this particular session that I'm having with the MySQL server. Then here, this bottom bar, which we can expand also, and we can reduce the size. This is the output panel, and this is where you will see all the output. So you can see over here, text output, history output, action output, and so on. So you will see time, action, message, and duration. So on the right hand side over here, there is a pane called SQL Additions, and this is the help panel. So you can click on this drop down and you can select any SQL command and you will get the documentation for the same. So any command you can select and you can know more about that particular command. So I'll collapse this a bit. And here in the center, you have the main query panel where we are going to write our queries. Okay, so whatever queries you write in, you will be writing over here. And at the top, you have different buttons over here. So you can see here, this is the open script file in this editor. So if you have any script file that has been saved on your system, you can like go to that particular folder and open that script over here. You have the save option, which means that whatever you type in over here, you can get that saved as a script to a file. Then here you have execute button. So these are 2 execute buttons you see. So one is execute the selected portion of the script. And here you have execute the statement under the keyboard cursor. All right. So you can see over here, if I type in, let's say show databases, I'll say show databases, and I'll end this with the semicolon and I'll say execute. So you will see the list of all the databases that exist in our system. So you can see these are some of the default databases that we have got. And here you can see the output. So we ran this particular query, we got 4 rows returned and the duration was 0.00 seconds. All right. Now what the difference between these two is, so this will actually run everything. So it will run either the selected portion, or if you have not selected anything, it will run the entire script. But if you want only one statement to run, so let's say if you have multiple statements, so the script file can have multiple statements. Okay. And if you want only this one part to run, you need to take your cursor on that statement and you need to execute this. Okay, you need to say this, you need to press this button. So this will execute the statement under the cursor, and how it categorizes a statement is with the end of the semicolon. So it will execute till this semicolon ends. Okay. Now if by chance, if I press this button, you will see like it was executed multiple times. So since we have written show databases 3 times, it was executed 3 times. So if I right click over here and if I say clear, and if I press this lightning symbol again, you will see it got executed thrice. And if I select this particular thing over here, and if I click this, so it will get executed only once. Okay. So there's a difference between these 2 buttons. So the first button will execute the selected portion of the script or everything if there is no selection. And the next button will execute the statement under the keyboard cursor. All right. Then you have different buttons over here, like you have this drop down. So whenever you are selecting data from a particular table, and if that data is in thousands, so here you have this drop down wherein you say limit to 1000 rows, so that you don't end up loading everything into this particular tool here. Okay. So this is for efficiency purposes. If you want to modify this, you can modify this as per your choice, but we'll stick to defaults over here. Okay. Then you have multiple options over here. So you can see create a new SQL tab for executing scripts. So this will give you a new tab or a new script file. And here you have a button which says open a SQL script file. Okay. And using this, you can create a new schema on the connected server. And using this, you can create a new table. So there are different options that you can explore over here. Okay. New stored procedure, new functions. So this is just for creating different kinds of database objects like tables, stored procedures, views, and so on, and even functions. Okay. So this is about the interface. At the top, you have different menu options like every software has. Okay. And if you are looking for anything specific, you can just explore these options at the top. So now I can even customize the appearance over here. So you can go to the menu bar over here in edit. You can go to preferences. And here you can see different settings about workbench. So I'll go to font and colors, and here you can see different font options and different scheme depending on your system. Okay. So I'm having font options for SQL editor, result set grid, scripting shell, and script editor. So I'll increase the font for everything. So I'll increase this to 30, this one to 20, and this one to 20. Okay. So I'm purposely increasing this because since I'm teaching, the font size is pretty less and I want my students to see clearly. Now, you don't see any changes, but if you open a new editor file, you will see the font size has increased. So I can say show databases, and this is like pretty neat. Okay, and I can run this. You'll see this is much more bigger than the earlier one, and this gives a clear view. So this is perfectly as per your preference and choice. If you wish to customize the appearance, you can happily go to edit and preferences and change it. If you don't wish to, that's completely fine. It's absolutely your preference and your choice. So this is about the MySQL Workbench interface. All right. So that's about this class, and I shall see you all soon. Hey there. Welcome back. So now it's time to create the data set to work with on this course. So I'm going to load some data and create few tables into our database, and we'll see that happening. So you can see over here, I have this notepad file over here, and this is the file that consists of some queries. Okay, so you don't need to understand these queries for now, but by the end of the course, you will have an understanding of what each statement in this particular file means. So don't stress on that. So I would request you all to just copy this, Control A, Control C, and this file you will find in the resource section of this particular lecture. So download it and open it in any native text editor. So here, since I'm on Windows, I'm opening this in Notepad. So I'll just copy this entire file. Just head over to MySQL Workbench and just paste it in the query editor. So you can create a new query editor by clicking on this icon here. So create a new SQL tab for executing queries. All right. So the moment you paste, you will see a lot of statements appear like so over here. So this script will load all the data that we need to work with throughout this course. All right. So what I will do is, with everything pasted over here, I'll just click on this thunder icon over here. So not this one, but the first one, because I want the entire script to execute. And I'll press this. So you will see over here that you'll see some green check marks at the bottom, which means everything is successfully executed. Now, what we need to do is, once we have everything executed, you need to click over here on schemas. And you will see sys over here. So planetary goods is created, but it's not appearing over here. So to get planetary goods over here, you need to hit this small refresh icon over here. And this will bring in planetary goods over here. Now you can see all the information over here like tables. So here you have different tables like customers, order details, orders, products, suppliers, and so on. And if you select any table, you can also like expand the table and see the information inside the table. So you can see the list of all the columns here. So you can just make some room for this. So all the columns will appear over here. Okay. and you can even click on this info object, like info icon, not the object. So on the info icon, and you will see the information about this particular like table. And here you have one more icon, like the last one. So if you click on this, it will bring in a select query over here, and you will get all the like information about the data over here. Okay, so I accidentally clicked close, but you can click again and you will get all the data over here. Okay, so you can see these are all the columns that we have within the table. So you can also right click on the table and check out different options over here. Okay, so this way, just go through the entire schema. Now, what I mean by schema over here is you can see schemas over here. So planetary goods is the schema, which is nothing but like a database, and it's a group or the collection of all the database objects like tables, views, stored procedures, functions, columns, and so on. Alright, so everything exists under planetary goods. So we are just going to collapse sys over here, and we are just going to work with planetary goods because that is what our company database is. So just make sure you have everything set up correctly, and you can just play around with all the tables and some data here. Welcome to this class. So let us start talking about the use database command. So whenever you're working with MySQL, you're going to have instances wherein you will have multiple databases in your system. Now, databases is like a room. So if you're writing any query over here in the query editor, MySQL or MySQL Workbench needs to know which database are you running this query against. Because if you are querying a customer table, and if there are multiple databases that exist, then MySQL won't know which customer table you are referring to. Okay, because every database has a customer table. So that is why you need to mention which room or which database you're planning to use. And that is where the use database command comes into picture. So you can say use, and you can specify the database name over here. So for example, if I'm planning to use planetary goods, I can say planetary goods over here, like so. And I can end this with a semicolon. Okay. And I can run this like this. And you can see over here, use planetary goods, which means that MySQL now knows that it has to use planetary goods as the database for whatever queries you write after this statement over here. So you can even get the current database that you are on. So you can say select and database, and you can end this with a semicolon. And now if you run this, you will get the current database that you're working on, which is planetary goods. Now let us say I open a new query editor and I write in the same query over there. So let me write in this query here. And let's say if I run this. So you will see we are still in planetary goods over here. Now, if for example, if we have not used the use planetary goods statement, then you won't get this as the response. So this is used to query as to which database you are currently working with. Now, there are a few things that you are supposed to keep in mind when working with databases. So you need to always ensure that you are in the right database or you're working with right database before starting your operations, because then it helps avoid confusion and potential mishaps later on. And another point is, if you try to use a database that does not exist or the one that you don't have permission to access, MySQL will tell you. So for example, if I copy this statement and if I paste it over here and if I say planetary goods 1 and if I run this, so you can see over here unknown database planetary goods 1. So this is the error code that MySQL is giving me. So MySQL is telling that, hey, you are not entering the right database over here. So that is about use database name command. So use followed by database name is used to select the database that you want to work with. So that's about this class, and I shall see you all soon. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about the select statement in SQL. So the SQL select statement is used to retrieve the data from the tables that exist within the databases. The results are returned by the select statement in the form of a table in the output, which is called a result set. So you can think of it as a command that allows you to select a specific set of data from your database. And this is often most used command in SQL as it allows you to query your data, which is the primary purpose of most of the databases. So here on the screen, you are seeing a basic syntax of the select statement in SQL. So you can see over here, I'm saying select. So this is a keyword. Now, what do you mean by keyword? So keyword is a word that has an inbuilt meaning. And within SQL, select has an inbuilt meaning, which means that you want to select something from the database. So you are using this keyword select, then you are saying star from table name. So here you need to specify the table name. Now here we are saying select star. So here we are saying we want to select everything. And from is the keyword that talks about from where you want to select this particular thing. And then table name specifies the name of the table. Now this is a basic select statement, and this statement forms the backbone of many SQL queries. Now here table name can be any valid table name that exists within your database. So it can be customer, or you can have orders table, whatever it is, you need to replace table name with the name of the actual table. And here star is known as a wildcard symbol or a wildcard character. So star stands for all. Now when you are saying star, it means that this query will give you all the columns with all the data that exist in this particular table. So let us try an example. So we have a table called customers. So I'm going to copy this query. I'm going to paste it over here and I'm going to say customer. Like so. You can see you also get a nice auto suggest here. So you can also select from here if you wish to. And you can select the second lighting button over here to execute the statement under the keyboard cursor. So this is going to give me all the data that exists in the customers table, and you can just scroll and go through it. Okay. And here you can see over here, time, the action, the message, and the message will frequently or always tell you how many rows were returned by this particular query. And this will give you the duration or the fetch time of this particular query. Now, I also want to mention that star, like I said, is a wildcard character and it represents all or everything. And when it is used in select statement, it means that you want to select all the columns in that table. Now, wildcard or this particular wildcard is a useful tool when you want to explore all the data in any given table, or when you need to select all the columns and don't want to list them out one by one. However, just make sure that it should be used carefully in the production code. So selecting all columns with star can lead to unnecessary data that is being retrieved and can slow down your query, especially when you are dealing with large sets of data. So it is generally more efficient to select only the columns you need. But this is the most basic form of select statement. And if you go over here, if you go to any table, if you hover on any table name, you will see this button over here at the side. Now, if you click on this, you will see that button opens up the new query editor or new tab of query editor, and it runs the same select statement. But here it is also specifying the database name. So it says planetary goods dot order details. Now this tells SQL that I want to access order details from within the planetary goods database or schema. So this is also an auto-generated select statement that is being generated when you click on this icon over here. And it is executed and it gives you the entire table over here. So this is about select star. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us talk a bit more about the select statement. So this is syntax of select statement wherein we are saying we want to select all the columns from this particular table name or from this particular table. Now, in place of star over here, you are allowed to add column names. So you can say over here column name 1, and you can even add one more name. So I can say column name 2. So you can add multiple columns names, as many as you like. So let's say if a table has 30 columns and you just want to see 10 columns out of those, because fetching those 30 columns can be overwhelming and that's just unnecessary processing of data. So in that scenario, you can mention the columns that you wish to see as the result of the output. So select statement can have a list of columns that specifies the list of columns that you wish to retrieve or see as the output. You have a table name over here, and then you also have one more option where you can specify where keyword, and you can specify the filter here that you wish to apply to the output. So let us say a table has 5,000 records or 5,000 rows, and you wish to only see people that match a particular criteria. So in that particular case, you can add that criteria as filter, and what SQL will do is it will filter rows that you're getting in the output based on this condition. So if I have to talk about anatomy of an select SQL query, it will consist of select, which specifies what columns you wish to see. So if you wish to see all, you can say star over here. If you wish to see some specific columns that you are aware of, you can mention them separated by commas. Then you have from clause, which specifies the name of the table that you wish to query against. And then you have the where keyword that specifies the filter against which the rows are filtered. So this is the anatomy of a basic SQL select clause. Now let us try out some examples. So we have customer table. Okay, so I can go over here. I can say select star from customers. Okay, and this is going to give me like all the records in the customer table. So you can see I get 24 rows returned. Okay, and you can see everything is being returned. Now I can copy this and I can add over here that I just want to see the first name. So I can say first and name like so. And I can run this query. So you will see only first name appear in the output. Okay. Just make sure that the column names that you are specifying are correct and there are no mistakes here. You can specify one more column by adding comma and specifying the column name. So you will see first name and last name over here as I'm seeing in the output. So here the difference between these two queries is here we are using a wildcard and here we are listing the column names. So you can also get all the columns from within the table by specifying the column names followed by one other. Okay, so you can have comma separated list of column names and you can fetch all the columns. Alternatively, you can use this shortcut, which is a wildcard star or asterisk. Now let's talk about where clause. So you can copy this and let us say I wish to see customers who live in United States. So if you scroll towards right, we have a column called country, which specifies the country where user is residing. So I can go over here in the last query, I can say where country is equal to. Now within single quotes, I need to specify the name of the country. So I mention USA and I can run this. So you will see here now you are getting only the users that reside in USA. So you can see the count over here, it's 22. And you just to be sure, you can add country as the part of the output. So if I run this now, you will see users who are in USA are coming as the part of the output. You can even modify this. So let us say if I wish to get the people who reside in Mexico. So I can change this to Mexico. And now you should only see one record as the result. So you can see over here, Mexico customer, Mexico last name, and Mexico is the country. So these are just dummy names because this is just a hypothetical data set. So you are having names like Mexico customer, Mexico last name, and so on. But in real database, you will have real names come in. Now over here, we are using single quotes because country is being stored as a string. Okay, a string meaning it's a sequence of characters. So you can't have without quotes, you'll get an error. Okay, if you try to do so. So I'll just make sure I have single quotes, and within that I have SQL specified. So this is how you can make use of select statement, and these are different forms of select clause or select statement. So just to summarize, you have select where you specify the list of columns that you wish to see. Then you have from that talks about the table you wish to query against. And then you have where, which talks about the filter that gets applied to the rows that are being presented in the output. So that's select statement for you. Hey there, welcome back. So it's challenge time, and I have a challenge that I'll present to you. What I would request you all is to understand the challenge, then pause the video, try this challenge yourself, and then come back, play the video, and watch me solve the challenge. So this will help you understand the concepts better and get you hands-on with writing SQL queries. So let's start talking about the challenge. So challenge is the inventory department in your company needs a snapshot of our products that we have. And like we are working for planetary goods, inventory department needs to have these snapshots of the products that we have in our e-commerce platform. And this is to begin their review. And our job is to fetch all the records from the product table and share it with them. So what I would recommend is you all pause the video, write the query to get all the records from the product table, come back and watch me solve this. Welcome back. So I hope you all had a chance to attempt this challenge yourself. So let us try writing the query for this. So we need to query the products table. And if you see over here, we have this product table over here. So I'm going to go to editor and I'm going to say select star from products. Now just make sure that the table name is correct over here. Now I'm mentioning star over here because they need a snapshot of all our products that exist in the table. Okay, and it's okay if you fetch all the products because they need all the details. They have not mentioned what details they need. So we better give all the details, and the products are being stored in the products table. So we will just write this query, which will say select star from products. Now if I run this, this is the output that you should see over here. So you can see you have all the columns like product ID, name, category, subcategory, and so on, which talk about different products that exist in the table. So that's about this challenge and the solution. I hope you were able to solve this particular challenge. If you were not able to, that is perfectly fine. The goal of this challenge is not to get the right answer, but it should be to get you hands-on with writing SQL queries. Because you need to start somewhere, and by writing queries, you build up enough confidence to do well at your work. So that's about this class, and I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us do a challenge in this particular lecture. So here's the challenge that we have. So our inventory department is looking for the details of one of our premium products, which is called Space Adventure Puzzle. So this is a product name that we have got from our inventory management department. And this product has been receiving a lot of attention lately. So we need to fetch its details and we need to share it with them for a review. So your goal is to write the query to solve this particular challenge. So what I would recommend is pause this video right now and come back and watch the solution. So I hope you all had a chance to attempt this challenge. So let us begin writing the query that we need to solve this. So here we need a specific product detail. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say select star from products. So since it's the detail of a particular product, we need to get the details from the products table. And here I'm going to say where, and this is the product name that they have specified. So I can go to products table, expand it a bit, go to columns and check out what columns it has. So it has a column called product name. So I can say product name over here is equal to, and I'll have this exact name added as the filter clause or where clause. So you can see over here. Now let me run this query and let us see what the output looks like. So you can see over here, we have got exactly one record whose name matches that of Space Adventure Puzzle. And we have all the details of this particular product over here. Now, if you take a look at the query here, we have mentioned select star because we wanted all the details of this particular product for a review. And since products are stored in products table, we use that in the from clause. And then we wish to filter or we wish to get a specific product detail and we had the name of the product. So we have added that in the where clause. So that's the solution to this particular challenge. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about comments in SQL. So before talking about comments, I want you to imagine that you are reading a book and while going through it, you sometimes stick a small note to a page to remember something important or to jot down your thoughts. Now, these notes are only for you and they don't change the story in the book. Similarly, in the world of MySQL and in the world of most programming languages, in fact, we have something called as comments. Now, comments are notes for the programmers and they don't affect how our code runs. These are like your sticky notes in the book. So let me show you how comments are written. So here in the editor, if you say this is a comment, you will see some red marks over here and there, and it will say this is not a valid position and something like that. So what it's doing is it's assuming that this is a SQL query that you are trying to write. Okay. So in order to have something like this written, which is not a query, you need to write it in the comments form. So if I type in anything else, like if I say this is a single line comment, this is again going to land error. So you can see over here some red marks. Now the question is, how can you write comments or how can you convert this to comment? So it's simple. To convert this or to tell SQL that this is a comment, you can add 2 dash over here in the beginning followed by a space. So space is important. If you add space, you will see the color changes for this particular line. It switches to light blue, which indicates that this is a single line comment. And if you try to execute this, it won't execute because these statements that are written in the form of comments are non-executable. Okay. So this is a single line comment, which means that we have written a comment that exists in a single line. Now there is one more way of writing a single line comment. So this way is by using 2 dashes over here. The other way is with the help of another symbol, which is hash. So if you add hash to any line in the SQL editor or SQL script, that line will become or will be seen as a comment over here. So these are single line comments, and these are the two ways in which you can write single line comments. So now we have single line comments and we also have multi-line comments. So single line comments are comments that take only one line, but multi-line comments exist for multiple lines. So for example, if I press enter twice and if I paste this statement over here, this is a multi-line comment. It spans multiple lines. So one way to write multi-line comment is to add hash over here. Sorry, not hash, dash twice and dash twice over here. So this becomes multi-line comment. Or if this is not convenient, there is one more way to write a multi-line comment, which is / star. So in the beginning, you should have / and star. And in the end, you should have star and / again. Okay. And here, if you type in any queries, that will be executed. Okay. So within this block over here, you can have multiple lines. So I can just expand this comment into more lines, and you can have as many lines as you wish to have. Okay. So this is a beauty. So if you have something that only needs single line, then you can go with these two formats over here. You can pick either of them. Or if you want something that spans over multiple lines, then it's better to go with this particular syntax over here. And this is a syntax specifically designed for multi-line comments. You can even have comments that are after a particular query. So let me show you an example. So let's say if I say select star from products. So I have this query over here. Now let's say I wish to add some details about this query. So I can add space over here. I can add to dash and I can say fetching details of product like so. So this way, this query is not impacted and we are writing comments and the query on the same line. You can also take this to a single line if you want to. And if you execute this, you will see it's being executed in a very normal way. Okay. And if you press enter as well, it will be executed normally without any hassles. So here you can execute this. Okay. And if you move this to a next line, that is also perfectly fine and it would work as expected. So these are multiple forms that comments take, and this is how you can make use of comments. Now the question is, why do you need comments? So the number one reason that I would want to mention is clarity. So if you are writing SQL scripts and you are writing SQL queries and you are sharing across the team, then you might want to write comments to explain the complex parts of your script. So this is one use case of why you should have comments. Another use case is to use them like reminders. So if you are writing a query and you wish to leave some notes for future reference, so you can possibly have comments like check this later and you need to go through these things for this particular query below. Something like this. So this serves as a reminder in future, and whenever you touch that code later on, you can refer to that comment. And the third use case that I can see is temporary ignoring. So let's say you have multiple queries written over here and I wish to ignore this query for a while. Okay, so I can add this query within the comment. Okay, so I can just say like this comment. So I can just define a block of comment and this query won't be executed now. Okay, so what I'm doing over here is I am temporarily ignoring this particular query for a while. And you might want to do this for different reasons or different use cases, but these are different scenarios in which you might want to use comments. So there are few things that you should take care of when working with comments. Even though they are just like notes, be careful because if they are not used correctly, they can cause errors. Okay. And make sure if you're using multi-line comments, be sure to close the multi-line comment. So if I just leave it open here, everything that comes after this particular block over here like / and star, will be counted as non-executable code, or it will be counted as comment. So just be sure about that. So you need to close the multi-line comment, and always remember to do this. Okay. Also use comments wisely. So too many comments can clutter your code, just as too many sticky notes in a book can make it hard to read. So just be sure to use comments wisely and use it only when necessary. So to summarize, in SQL, comments are like sticky notes in a book. They let you leave little or big messages for yourself or others without changing the main story or the code. And they are helpful for understanding, clarifying, or temporarily ignoring the parts of the code. But like with sticky notes, you should use them thoughtfully so that they can help you later on rather than hinder in your work. So that's comment for you. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us do a quick review of our day 1. So before beginning day 1, we had set some goals for ourselves, and it's time that we review where are we on those goals. So the number 1 goal was to set up the workspace, and this was important before we begin querying and extracting data. So right now we have set up MySQL Workbench and MySQL Server onto our local system, and we have gone through different steps of installations for different operating systems. Okay, so MySQL Server is the database that we have installed, and we are using this tool MySQL Workbench, which is an graphical user interface using which we can connect to our database in the backend and query. So this is about the workspace setup that we have done. Next comes the familiarity with the database. So before diving deep, we wanted to understand the breadth of our data, and we wish to use an SQL query to determine how many tables are there in our database. So yes, we have an interface here on the left hand side from where we can get the list of tables, but there will be scenarios wherein you are just working via a command line, or it's best to know like how to get the list of tables from a particular database, and you can absolutely get that with the help of a simple query. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to head over here just below the comments, and I'm going to write a query over here. So I'm going to say show tables from, I'm going to say planetary goods, like so, and I can run this. Now the moment you run this, you're going to see all the tables that exist in this particular database. And as you can see over here, 5 rows were returned. And these were the 5 table names like customers, order details, orders, products, and suppliers. Alternatively, if you don't want to use the query, it's fine. You can get the table names from the interface here on the left hand side of the sidebar. Okay. But this query is good to know and it helps. So instead of this database name, you can have any database that you are querying against. So if you scroll down, we had a next goal where we wish to get the overview of the product. And there was a scenario where an inventory department wanted a snapshot of our products to begin their review. And it was our responsibility to get all the data from the database, and we wrote an SQL query to fetch the data from the products table, and this gave us the comprehensive look at our product range. And this is a query that we triggered, which helped us get all the products from the products table. The next goal we had was to fetch specific product information. So our premium product called Space Adventure Puzzle has been receiving a lot of attention lately, and we wish to fetch its specific details from the database to review the current specs and pricing. So we wrote this SQL query where we have used 3 components of SQL: select, from, and where. We have used a wildcard. We have said select star because we are selecting all the columns from this particular table. We have used from clause where we have specified the table name. And then finally, we have used the where clause where we have mentioned the filter that we wish to apply in the output. And if you run this, you will get a single record that matches this particular condition that we have specified. And the condition is the product name. All right. So this is the review of day 1. So now we have got this solid understanding of the data that we are working with, like the planetary goods database. We are aware of different tables that exist and we have the entire setup done. We also know how to write basic SQL queries. So now we are prepared to tackle more complex tasks. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us do an introduction to what our day 2 looks like. So we are here on the second day at Planetary Goods, and as a rapidly growing e-commerce platform, your expertise in SQL querying will be crucial for the marketing team. So marketing team needs some data insights for an upcoming promotional campaign, and you are going to play an important role in helping them with some data and insights for this particular campaign. And this insights and data will be used to shape the campaign strategy, and they need your help. So you have some problem statements to work with, and by the end of today, you are going to gain the ability to solve those problem statements by yourself. So what are the problem statements? The number one problem statement is product diversity. So marketing team wants to grasp the variety of our product portfolio, and they want to get all the unique product categories and subcategories that we have in the database. And we need to ensure that each combination is listed only once to prevent any duplications. So this way, marketing team will be able to make better decisions and understand the variety of our product portfolio. The next problem statement we have is around customer report. So marketing team needs some data for the campaign's customer segmentation strategy, and they need a detailed report about the customers. So we need to give them information like customer names, email addresses, their demographic information, and so on. We need to differentiate customers with the same name using the email and present the data using descriptive column names. The next problem statement we have is incomplete customer information. So we have observed that some customers do not provide their address details when registering into the application. And for the future communication and shipping purposes, the team plans to have a separate campaign to request the updated information. So to run this campaign, it's crucial that they know who these customers are. And hence, we need to identify how many customers have not provided an address. Then the next problem statement we have is around pricing review. So as a part of an internal review that is ongoing, you need to analyze the pricing of all the products at our e-commerce store, Planetary Goods. And for this purpose, we need a list of all the products sorted by price from highest to lowest. The next problem statement we have is around premium products. So our marketing team is preparing a list of premium products for the next marketing campaign, and the team wants to feature the top 5 most expensive items in the store. So you will be responsible for helping them with this data. So this is what our day 2 looks like. We have quite a few problem statements. So by the end of this day, you will be able to solve these problem statements on your own and provide the solution. So that's about day 2 introduction. I hope you are excited to begin this day as I'm excited to teach you all. So let's get started. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about and do a quick recap of select statement in SQL. So here I have the syntax for a general select statement. You have the select keyword followed by the list of columns that you wish to select, from keyword followed by the table name from where you wish to select the data, where keyword followed by the filter condition, which determines the condition that you wish to filter the results with. You can specify the column names or alternatively use a wildcard character like star over here, which tells that you want to select all the columns from this particular table. Now I wanted to talk about the column names over here. So let us say I have this query over here which says select first name, last name from customers. Okay. So this query is telling like give me first name and last name from this particular table. Now let me run this. So if you run this for the first time on D2, you will get an error that no database is selected. So database is not yet specified. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll up and I'm going to run this command, use planet records. Okay, so I have a spelling mistake over here. So the name has to be exact and I executed this and it has selected the database. And now if I run this, you will see you get the first name as well as the last name of the user or the customer. Now if you take a look at the table, you will see first name appear before last name. Now you can even switch this particular like order over here. So you can make last name first here. Okay. And this should be fine too. But what this will give you is this will give you last name first and then it will give you the first name. So if I run this, you will see that you're getting last name first now and first name last. So what I'm trying to tell you over here is the order in which the result appear in the result set. If you are specifying the column names, depends on the order in which you have specified it in the query. So order in the table does not matter. Okay. Order in the query is what matters. So this is something you should make a note of. Also remember, SQL column names are case insensitive. So if I even mention last name over here in caps, and if I say this is first name, it is going to work. It won't give any error. Okay, you can see it's working perfectly fine. So this is an overview and recap of the select statement. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about data types in SQL. So when it comes to storing your data, it's important that your database should be able to store different kinds of data in the column. Now you might want to store a numeric value or a string value, which is somebody's name. You might want to store date. So there could be different types of data that you might want to store. And this is where data types come into picture. So with the help of data types, you define what kind of value a particular column will store. Now there are different kinds of data types and we are going to discuss three broad categories. And within these three broad categories, we will discuss the most commonly used ones. So let us begin with the categorization of data types in SQL. So data types can be broadly categorized into three major groups, which is numeric types, date-time types, and string types. Let us talk about numeric types first. So in numeric types, you have int, which is nothing but a whole number or an integer. Now this can be a positive integer as well as the negative integer. Then you have float type, which is nothing but a floating point number with single precision. Then you have double data type, which is nothing but a floating point number with double precision. And then you have decimal type, which is nothing but a real number that allows for exact numeric decimal numbers. So M over here is the maximum number of digits the column is going to hold, and D is the number of digits to the right of the decimal point. So these are the three broad types of numeric data type. Now, if you want to learn more in depth about this, we can switch over to our browser. Now here, This is the link of the MySQL documentation, and here I am on chapter 11 in documentation, which talks about data types. You can see over here there are different types of like data types like numeric, then you have date time, string, spatial, JSON, and so on. But we are discussing the broad ones. So if you click on numeric, you will be taken to this particular page here, which talks about different numeric data types. So you can see over here we have float. So if you click on float, you are going to be shown like what float is and like what all it has. So you can see over here, this is a precision for float. And if you like scroll down here to the right hand side, you can see it also talks about double over here. So you can like go through this if you wish to learn about these in detail. Okay. But if you go to numeric data types, you'll see like there are quite a few. Like you have bit type as well. Okay. And then you have like decimal and numeric. So if you click on this, you'll see decimal and there is numeric type as well. Okay. So this is about the documentation for in-depth learning. But if you at least understand these data types, we are good to go. So this is about numeric types. Then you have date time types. Now in the date time types, you have date, which is responsible for storing a date value. Then you have time, which is responsible for storing the time value. Then you have date time, which is the date and time combination. So if you wish to store time along with date, you can use date time. And then you have timestamp. So timestamp is similar to date time, but it has a range. And then you have year, which is used to store only the year value. So if we head over to our browser now, and if we go to data types, and if I go to date and time data types, so you will see over here, like there are even more data types for date and time. And if you go to, let's say, date and time data type, so you will see over here, if you scroll down, so date time values are stored like this. So you have YY, which is year, DD, and time is stored this way. So it is hour, minute, and seconds. And as you can see over here, the date format is like this. So if you are defining a column with a date as the data type, you will be storing data in this format. And then you have timestamp over here. Okay. So timestamp has a range, like I said, and this is the range as you can see over here. Okay. So it starts from 1st Jan 1970, and this is like the time, and this is in UTC, and then it goes all the way till 2038. So it's 19 Jan 2038, and this is the time. So this is a range for timestamp. Okay. And we have time data type as well, okay, which stores time in this format. So hours, minute, and second format. Okay. But if you want to combine date and time, you will store it as date time. All right. And then you have year as well. So if you click on this, you have year here, and you can see over here, it is 1 byte type used to represent year values. Okay. So you can have year values being stored over here. And this could be like, you could have 4 characters or you could even have 2 characters. But you can see over here, there are some version notes where MySQL 8.0 does not support 2-year data type. Okay. So yeah, this is something that you are supposed to keep in mind, but you can store year this way. All right. So this is about the date time types. So you can like go over here and you can like know more about these types. But if you know what is being stored where, I think you should be good to go. So this is about date time types, and then you have string types. So what are string types? So string types are used to store string information, and there are different data types under this category. So you have character. So this is a fixed length string that is always right padded with spaces. okay, to the specified length which stores, and M represents the maximum column length in characters over here. Then you have varchar, which is a variable length string. Now M over here represents the maximum column length in characters. Then you have text. Now text is a large character string with a maximum length of around 65,535 characters. Okay. And then you have blob, which stands for large binary string, and it also has the same maximum length of 65,535 bytes. So if we head over to the documentation, if you go to data types, and if you click on the string data types, you will see these different data types over here. Okay, now if you go to char and varchar, you will know more about them. Okay, so this is like for more in-depth information, but yeah, you can make use of this documentation to know more. So now here I am on Notepad and I have opened this file which we had used. So this is a script file that we had used to create the sample data set via MySQL Workbench. So if you go through this script again, you will notice that there are various statements that are creating tables into our database. And these statements have data types in them. So you have integer, varchar, and then you have date being used as well. And we are specifying the size over here within these round parentheses, you can see. Okay, so here what we are doing is we are creating customer ID as integer data type, and this is defined as the primary key with auto increment property. Okay, then you have first name over here. So first name is defined as varchar because we want to store first name as string or a sequence of character. Okay, now if you come to customer ID over here, we are storing it as integer because ID will be in numeric. Okay, it's a numeric value. We are saying primary key because we want it to be unique identifier, and we are saying auto increment. It means that the value for this particular column is auto generated by the database. So we don't need to make sure that the customer ID is assigned in auto incremental fashion. It is taken care by the database if you mention auto increment there. All right. Then you have contact number, last name, which are all stored as varchar. You can see over here, and they all have different sizes. So address has the highest size because address is usually longer. And then you have registration date. Now registration date is the date when user registered into our application, and that is being stored in the date format. Okay, so this is a customer table, and we can see we have made use of quite a few data types over here. Now if you scroll down, you can go through different tables over here and you can learn more about different data types that are being used. Okay, so that's about data types in SQL. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about how can you eliminate duplicate rows. Now when working with data, not only in SQL but also in Excel or any other kinds of data that you're working with, it is important to know how you can remove the duplicates. And that is what we are going to learn. So at Planetary Goods, let's say we have a scenario wherein we need a clear picture of the demographic information and the diversity of our customer base. And it's important that we understand this because it would help us send better promotional emails, updates, or even for just general demographic analysis. So let us say we have a customer table over here. Okay, now let me trigger a select query here. So I'm going to say select star from, and I'm going to say customer here, like so. And I'll run this. So I get an error. Okay, so I missed a S over here. So I'll run this and now you will get the data. Now you can see we have like one column which is country. So this column gives us the countries from where the users are coming into our application. Now let us say our marketing department wants to know how many unique cities our customers are coming from. Okay, so we have city information as well. So we have city, state and country. So how are we going to get it? So we can say select city from customers. So this will give us just the city over here. Okay, so if I expand this, it is giving us all the cities listed. Now these cities have a lot of duplicate values. Okay, so you can see Los Angeles here, multiple times. And as you can see over here, 24 rows have been returned. So to filter out duplicate and only to have unique values, you can make use of a keyword called distinct. So you can say distinct space followed by the column name over here like so. And you can run this. Now when you run this, you will see you get only 20 rows, which means that all the duplicates have been filtered. And if you scroll through this, you will notice that there are no repeat values. So this query is actually fetching all the unique cities from where our customers reside or from where our customers come from. So distinct is indeed a helpful keyword which helps us filter out duplicate values. Now let us say we wish to get unique combinations of country and state as well. So let me copy this query here. I'll go over here. Okay. So we want unique combinations of country and state. So let me say country over here. So this will give us the unique countries. So there are 3 countries from where our users are coming into our platform: USA, Canada and Mexico. Now how do I get the unique combination of country and states? So for that you can add state over here. And if you run this, you will get unique combination of country and state. So this distinct is being applied to both these fields and it is giving us the unique combination as you can see over here. Okay. So some values are not visible. You can even expand this like this. So distinct keyword, when used with a single column, it will give you the unique values from that column. Now when distinct keyword is being used with 2 columns, it will give you a unique combination of those 2 columns. So this is how distinct keyword can be used. Now I would like to mention one important thing about distinct keyword is that it's worth noting that the usage of distinct can slow down queries on very large data sets. So if you're dealing with large data sets, then using distinct can slow down your queries. And the reason is the database will go through each row to ensure its uniqueness in the result set. And that is why it's the best practice to use distinct carefully and only when it's very necessary. So that's about distinct keyword. So I hope you all have a clear understanding now of how distinct works and the significance of distinct keyword in the world of SQL. Hey there, welcome to this class. So in this lecture, let us do a challenge. So let us say we have a problem statement here in front of us. And the problem statement is about product diversity. So let's say the marketing team in our company wants to grasp the variety of product portfolio that we have on our platform. And they're relying on you to get the right insights. So you need to write an SQL query to retrieve all the unique product categories and subcategories from the product table. And you need to also ensure that each combination is listed only once to prevent the duplicates. All right. So here, if I have to give you a hint, you will be making use of distinct keyword and you will be making use of these columns. All right. So what I would recommend you all is to pause the video right now, attempt this challenge yourself, come back and watch the solution. It's really important that you attempt the challenge yourself so that you go hands-on with the SQL queries. All right, so welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to attempt this challenge. So let us start writing the query for this one. So here, if you see in tables, we have this particular table here, which is product table. And here we have under columns, we have the category and the subcategory. So if I say select star from products, and if I run this particular query, I'm going to get the list of all the products that exist in the table. And it will return somewhere around 30 rows to me. So how do I get a unique combination of category and subcategory? So I can say distinct category like so, and I can run this. So this will give me just the unique list of the categories that exist in our platform. To get the unique combinations, I'll have to add subcategory also. So I'll say subcategory like so. And the moment I run this, you will see we have now the unique combinations of the category as well as the subcategory. Okay, so none of the combinations are being repeated right now in this particular result set. Okay, so this way you can solve the challenge with the help of distinct keyword if applied on both these columns, so category and subcategory. So that's about this class, and I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Hey there. So welcome back. Let us start talking about column aliases and let us understand why they are needed and how to use them in SQL queries. So what is an alias? So alias in SQL is a temporary or an alternate name for a column in a SQL statement. Now aliases exist because they help you make column names more readable, and alias will only last for the duration of the query. So let us understand what I mean over here. So here you can see over here, this is the syntax for writing an alias. So you have select column name and you have as keyword, and then you say alias name over here. And from statement is as usual. So let me give you an example. So let us say I have select statement over here. So I'll say select, I'll say first name from customers like so. Now if I run this query, you will see there is a column header that we have in the result set, and that is first name. Okay, so if I put star over here instead of first name, and if I run this, first name is nothing but the name of the column here. Okay, and that is what is being shown. Now let us say I wish to customize this header that I get in the output. So I can say as, and I can say name like so. Now if you execute this, you will see that the header over here, the column header, has been modified to the name that you have given over here. And this can be any string that you wish to show over here. And this is what is the alias or another name of this particular column. And as you can see over here, this is not modifying the column name in the database, but this is actually giving the result set header much more readable name. Okay, and hence this only exists or lasts for the duration of the query. So as soon as I discard this result set, the alias is gone. All right. Now column aliasing is handy when the original column name is not as descriptive or perhaps too long. And let's say you wish to have more descriptive names in your result set or have better names so that you could generate data with proper headers. So for example, let's say you have a customer table and let us say you wish to generate full name of the customer. Okay, so you have over here, if you go, you have first name and last name. So how would you get full name of the customer? So you can say select, and you can make use of something called as concat function. And here you can say first name, comma, you can have empty string here, and you can have last name like so. Okay, and you can say from customers. All right, now if I run this, you will have first name and the last name concatenated, which means they have been put together. But I have put them together with the help of a formula. Like this is a formula. So I'm making use of concat function. I'm saying the first string value is first name. So concat function will concatenate whatever string values you give as an input. So here we are giving 3 string values, like the first name. Then we are saying we need a space and then the last name. So if I remove the space and if I run this, you will see there is no space between the names. So I need to have space there. Okay. So this is what concat does. So since we are passing 3 string values, it is concatenating all 3 and giving you the output over here, which is nothing but the customer's full name. Now, the problem here is, since I'm using a formula, I'm seeing formula as the output here in the header. Okay. Now I wish to have this as descriptive. So how would you have that? So you can say as full name. And this is a temporary name or an alias that you're giving to this column in the result set. Okay. So keep in mind, this column does not exist in the database or table. You are creating this column on the fly with some calculations and operations. And as a result, you need to give it a pretty name. And that is where alias comes handy. Now, let us say if I add a space over here in alias. So if I add a space and if I run this, so let me run this. So you will get an error over here. Okay. So why are we getting this error? The error is because we have added a space. Now, what if I want space in my alias? So I can add like quotes like this. Okay. And I can run this. So you can see like now we are not getting any error. Okay. So instead of double quotes, you can even have like single quote over here. Okay. Like so. And you can run this again. All right. So it will work perfectly fine. So remember one thing, this is like a sort of rule. So if you are using alias, don't use space. If you are using space, make sure that you are putting the alias name within single or double inverted commas. Okay. So single inverted commas is also fine and double is also fine. But if you don't want to use the inverted commas, just use a single word and it should work fine. So to summarize, aliases can help to make your SQL output more readable and efficient, especially when dealing with more complex queries or working with tables that have long or complicated names. So that's about this class and aliases. Hey there, welcome to this class. So in this particular lecture, we are going to do a challenge wherein we are going to be presented with a problem statement and we will use our SQL knowledge to get the solution. So the problem statement is about customer report. So our marketing team needs some customer report for its customers segmentation strategy, and the team needs a detailed report about our customers. So you need to write the SQL query or you need to retrieve the customer information along with their demographic information. And we need to present this data to them with the help of descriptive column names. So what I would recommend you all is you should attempt this challenge yourself first. So pause the video right now, attempt this challenge, come back and watch me do the solution. So welcome back. I hope you got a chance to attempt this challenge. So I'll go ahead with the solution. So I'll say select star. And since we are talking about customer information, so we will be making use of the customers table over here. Now I'll run this query. So we have all these fields in the customer table. So we need to get the customer's name. So I'm going to say concat and I'm going to say first name over here. and I'm going to add a space in between, and then I'm going to say last name over here. So this gives me the customer name and it gives the full name. So I'm going to say customer name. Okay. Then the next part is the email. So I need email as customer email, like so. So if there are multiple words like in the query, what you can do is you can say underscore here. You can add underscore like so. Okay. And we have email also added. So I'll add a comma here. I missed the comma. And then we need to add city. So I'll say city. So before city comes the address. So I'll say address as customer address. And then we need to add city. So city as customer city. And then we need to make use of state. So I'll say state as customer state. And then country. So I'll say country as customer country, like so. So we have all the information like the name, customer address. We are getting name, email, address, city, state, and country. And now let me run this query. So if you run this, you will get like all the customer information along with the demographic information. So this has the demographic information like address, city, state, and the customer country as well. Okay. And you have the name as well. And the name here is the full name of the customer. So this is how you can solve this particular challenge. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about expressions, and let us also understand how we can make use of expressions within select statement. So first of all, what is a mathematical expression? So mathematical expressions are combinations of numbers, symbols, and operators that represent a mathematical calculation. For example, I have this expression as 12 minus 4. So this is a mathematical expression that is going to give me the result of 8. So 12 minus 4 is 8. And this is an expression where we are making use of number and symbol, which is nothing but operator. Now you can also make use of this in the select statement. So you can say select 12 minus 4 and you can end the query here. Okay. Now if I run this, you will see 8 being printed as the output. And you can see 12 minus 4 is the heading over here. So this is nothing but a mathematical expression. Now there are quite a few examples of mathematical expressions. So I'll just paste some commented code over here and I'll just drag this to the bottom. So you can see over here, these are different forms of mathematical expressions. Like we have addition, we have subtraction, we have multiplication, we have division as well. And also you can combine operations. Okay, so you can make use of these expressions in the select statement. So this expression will give you the result of 8. This will give you the result of 6 and so on. So you can like work with these expressions and you can use them in select statement. Now this is about mathematical expression, but what about expression in SQL statements? So SQL expressions is a combination of one or more values, operators, and even SQL functions that evaluate to a single value. And these expressions are used to manipulate data in the database and to use in our select, update, delete, or insert statements. So if you are not aware of what are update, delete, and insert statements, don't worry, we'll learn them all. But the point I'm making over here is you can use SQL expression in all those kind of statements. Now let us talk about how you can use them in select and why would you want to use them. So I'll add some operators over here that you can use. So you can make use of plus, minus, and you can make use of multiplication. You can even make use of division and percentage, which is also known as modulo. So these are the operators that you can make use of in the select statement. Now let us assume a scenario. So let us say we have a product table. So I'll say select star from products, like so. And let me run this. So you will see the entire product table appear over here. And here we are getting product ID, name, category, and so on. We also have something called as price and in stock quantity along with the supplier ID. So let us say we have a scenario wherein we wish to get the total worth of stock for each product. Now, how would you get that? So we can get that with the help of select statement, and we can combine some operations or arithmetic operators in the select statement. So we can say select, I'll say product ID, I'll say product name, like so, and I'll just indent this, and then I'll say category, subcategory, description. So I'll type in all the column names here, price as well, and I'll add in stock quantity. Now I'll add the from statement. So I'll say from products. So this is just going to give me what is there in the table. But we need to add a calculated column over here in the output. And we need to say price into in stock quantity as total worth. So this is something that we need to add over here. Okay, and I'll run this. So if I run this, you will see that I now have product ID, product name, category, subcategory, everything. And I also have total worth, which is the multiplication of these two fields. So if I wish to get the total worth of stock that exists in my company, I can just do this calculation. And within the select statement, I am getting this as the result. Now keep in mind, total worth is a calculated column and it is being calculated in the query itself on the fly, and it is being shown as the result set. This column does not exist in the database or the table. Okay, it is being calculated just for the sake of viewing. So this way you can make use of arithmetic operators in select statement. Now what are arithmetic operators? So these are the arithmetic operators like plus, minus, multiply, division, and modulo. Now what is modulo? So modulo, if you're not aware, so it gives you the remainder. So if I say select 10 divided by 5, and if I run this, so this is going to give me 2 because 10 divided by 5 is 2. But if I replace this with modulo, and if I run this, it will give me 0 because 10 divided by 5, the division remainder is 0. Now if I change this to 4, it should give me 2 as the result because the remainder is 2 now. So you can see the remainder is 2 because 8 is divisible by 4, and then since we are doing a modulo of 10, the remainder will be 2 because 8 is divisible by 4, and that is what is being returned. So you can make use of modulo operator this way. So this is how you can make use of expressions in SQL statements. So SQL expressions are indeed really helpful whenever you want to perform any calculations and get some calculated output in the result set. So this is all about expressions and how you can make use of expressions to get relevant data and manipulate data on the fly, and even to perform the right computations as per your requirements. So indeed, expressions in SQL are really helpful when we make use of them with select statement, and they greatly enhance and give us a lot of power and flexibility to the queries. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about nulls in MySQL. So what are null values? So a null refers to the absence of a value or an unknown value. It is a special marker that is being used in relational databases to indicate the lack of a value. So whenever you are storing information in the tables within the databases, there will be scenarios wherein you might not have the value for a particular field. And in that case, you use null. Now, null is nothing but a special marker that indicates that this particular value is missing or unknown. Now, why do we have or why do we need something called as null? So, of course, the number one reason would be unknown information. So, sometimes we don't have all the information we require. For instance, a customer might sign up on our website and give us their name and email, but not their address. An address field for that customer would be like a clear puzzle piece. It exists, but there is no known value for it. And hence, it's better to store null instead of address for that particular customer, since it's not provided by the customer. So null in this case acts as an indicator that the value for this particular field is unknown or missing. Null also acts as placeholder for future information. So we might expect to get the information later on. So we are storing some information now, and let's say we might expect to get that info later on. So in the previous example of customer, where the customer address is null, the customer has the ability to provide the address in future when they make a purchase. So at that time, you can update the address where you had stored null in the first place. So in this particular case, it acts as a placeholder for future information. Differentiating from the empty. So null is not same as an empty space or zero. An empty space might mean someone specifically entered nothing. And zero is a value in itself, but null means there is no value at all. Now let us head over to MySQL Workbench. Now here in MySQL Workbench, let us take an example of where all we are storing null in our database. So I'll select customer table and I'll click on this icon here. So this is going to load all the records that exist in the customer table. Now if you see over here, if you scroll down, you can see this user has null in the address. So he has not provided his address over here. Okay. And here null is being used. You can see this null marker over here to represent that the information for this particular user is missing. So we have one example of null being used in our database. Now let us get back to presentation and let us talk about some of the characteristics of null. So what are the characteristics of null? So null is not equal to any value, not even equal to another null value. So this is something that you are supposed to keep in mind. Null is not equivalent to 0 or an empty string. They are completely different. Null represents an unknown value and it is different from a 0 or an empty string, which represents specific values. Null values can appear in any data type, including numbers, dates, and strings. So this is important. Null is universal and can appear in any data type. Null values can be inserted into a table or a view, and they are automatically created when the column is defined as nullable. Null values cannot be compared using comparison operators. So you have operators such as equal to, less than, greater than. So we cannot make any comparisons with null values. Instead, you have separate way of handling called is null or is not null operators to check for the presence or absence of null values. Null values can be used in arithmetic expression resulting in null result. So these are some of the characteristics. Now, if you are not aware of what is null operator or is not null operator is, don't worry. We have all of this covered slowly by slowly in a step-by-step way. Okay, so don't stress about anything right now. You just need to know these things. And when we talk about dealing with null values, I'll absolutely give you a demo as to how you can work with null values and how you can make use of is null and is not null operators. So that's about null values. So in our database world, null values are like clear jigsaw puzzle pieces. They represent a place where information should be, but it isn't yet. It's not empty or zero, it's just an absence of known information. And just like you handle those special puzzle pieces with care, in databases, we have special ways to work with null values. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about how can you handle null values in a select statement. So handling null values in database is an essential skill because null values can lead to unexpected results if they are not handled properly. So let us say we have a scenario here and we are generating a list of all the customers, and there is a possibility that some customers might not have the address provided. And if the address is not provided, we might want to display address not provided instead of leaving it empty. So how are we going to solve this? So we are going to say select, I can say first name, I'll say last name as well, and then I'll say address over here. And I'll say from customers, like so. Now let me run this query and let us see the result. So if you scroll down here, you have one customer with null address over here. Now, how do I handle this? So to handle this, you have functions that you can make use of. So first function that I'm going to talk about is if null. So this particular function, you can give the column name as the parameter, and this particular function is used to substitute a value when the value or when a data in that particular column is null. So here I can say comma, and I can add the substituted value over here. So I'll say address not provided, like so. And I can run this. So you can see over here, if you scroll down, you can see here address not provided. But the header looks really weird. Okay, the entire formula has come out. So I can say as address, like so. And let me run this. So this is pretty neat now. And if you scroll down here, you can see address not provided, like so. Okay. So what is happening is with the help of if null, it checks like if the value for every record of this particular column is null or it has a value. So if it has a value, it will just give that particular value. But if there is no value, like if it's null, so if null, then we return this particular thing. And then instead of null, this string is substituted. So this is how null can be handled with the help of if null. Now let me copy this and let me paste this exact same query below. Now this is one way of handling null values in select statement. We have one more function called coalesce. So I can say COALESCE. So you get this auto suggest. And if you run this, this is also going to give you the exact same result. Okay, so you can make use of any of these two functions that exist. So this is how you handle null values in select statement. Now let's talk about how can you combine fields with potential null values. So let us say you want to create a complete address field for your customers, but some of your customers might have missing address components. So how would you address that? So you can say select, or just for the sake of typing, I'm just going to copy this particular query here and I'm going to paste it over here. So I'll say first name, last name, and instead of coalesce, let's say I'll say concat. Okay, and I'll just remove this and I'll concat different fields here. So I'll say like so, and I'll say city, I'll say state. Okay, and we need to add space everywhere. So after city, I'll say let us add a space, and then in the end we have country. So I'll say country. Okay, so this way we are concatenating. Now let me run this. So if you run this, you can see you are getting complete address. So instead of space, you can add a comma as well. So this will look better. So adding comma here as well. Now if you run this, you will see we are getting like a better address over here, which is comma separated. Now take a look at this customer here. Okay, because address is null for this particular customer, the entire field is null. So let us check our records over here. So I'll say select star from customer. So it's customers, and I'll run this. So if you run this, if you scroll down over here, only the address is null for this customer. But if you see the result over here, the entire address now, because we are concatenating city, state and country with null value, which is address, we have got null for that particular user. So how do you handle this? I want to handle it in a way where if the address is null, it's fine. City, state and country at least are concatenated and shown. So in this particular case, you can make use of coalesce. So here, I'll press enter. I'll say over here coalesce. So I'll say coalesce. And here I'll substitute these with, I'll add a space over here. So you can see. And let me collapse this so that you get a better view. So you can see over here, you have first name, last name selected. Then you're concatenating, and within concatenation around address, you have a coalesce function being used. And you're saying if address is null, then return space or return an empty string, you can say. And then you are concatenating this with city, state and everything. So let me run this and let us see what the output looks like. So now if you scroll down, you can see you at least have the city name, state name and the country name over here. Okay. So you can see how coalesce works. You can use coalesce across multiple columns here. So I can just copy this and paste it over here like so. I can even use it with state and country, and I'll copy the function here like so. Okay. So I'll just press enter and move everything to new lines so that we get a better visibility. Okay, so this is how we are making use of coalesce across every column, and you can run this and you should get the same result. Okay, but what we are doing is we are handling null for all the columns now, and instead of null, if there is a null value, we return an empty string. And we saw this in action with the address field for one of our users. Okay, so this way we can have more readable output, and we can avoid the problem where the entire address becomes null because only one value was null. So this way, these functions are really helpful and they make your life so much easy. So to wrap up, null values can be tricky, but MySQL provides multiple functions and techniques to handle them efficiently. And always remember, null represents the absence of a value, and special care need to be taken when working with it to avoid unexpected results in your query. So that's handling null for you. Hey there, welcome to this class. So in this lecture, we will be talking about how can you sort results. So whenever you select any data from the table, you see the result set, and the result set is not ordered. And there will be scenarios wherein you might want to get the results in a specific order or sorted by a particular column or a value. So how would you do that? So in order to do that, you can make use of order by clause. So order by clause is a clause that exists in SQL that allows you to sort the results of the query in an ascending or descending order. And you can even use sorting to sort the results by one or more columns. So let us take a look as to how you can make use of this. So let us say you have the information of the orders. So let's say I'll say select star from orders and I'll run this query. Now here you have all the order information where you are having order ID, customer ID, order date, and some payment related information and shipping related information. Now let us say I wish to get the list of orders sorted by order date. So I can just write over here, I can say order by. You can see this auto suggest. So after from, you write order by and you can say order date over here. And you can run this. So now if you run, you will see the date is sorted. So you will see this is 1st Feb 2023, 3rd Feb, 5th Feb and so on. So starting from the lowest date, it goes on till the highest date over here, which is like 10th May 2023. Okay. And if you try to execute this without order by clause, so let me also run this like we executed it earlier, you won't get results in the sorted order. So you can see this is not sorted now. Okay. So this way you can make use of order by clause. So one thing I want to highlight over here is you have to make use of order by after from. So you can even have where clause over here, but it should come after from and where. If you try to change the order, you get an error. Now let us try one more example. So over here in this particular result, we had the orders sorted by order date in the ascending order. Now we have not specified ascending order over here. We have not specified ascending anywhere. So ascending order is the order in which results are sorted by default. So let me run this again, but this time let us consider a different scenario. Now let's say we want the results sorted by total paid amount, but this time we want it in the descending order. Okay. So I'll say total paid, and if I run this, you will get total paid sorted in ascending order, but that's not what I want. So by default, it is giving us in ascending order, but if I wish to go reverse and get it in descending, I can say descending over here like so. So you can make use of this keyword to tell SQL that I want results in the descending order. And now if I run this, you will see the results are sorted by total paid amount in the descending order. So this way you can sort in ascending as well as descending. Now there is also a keyword to explicitly mention ascending over here. So you can say ASC, and if you run this, you will see you are getting this in the ascending order. Okay. So you can either specify this keyword or you can just do away with this. So by default, it is anyways ascending. But if you want to be a bit more explicit for people who read this query later on, you can add that keyword. It's a good practice or a good thing to do. Now this is about sorting in ascending and descending. Now let us talk about how you can sort using multiple columns. So there will be need or scenarios wherein you might wish to sort data by multiple columns. For example, you might want to sort data by shipping status first, and within each shipping status, you want to sort orders by order date. How would you do that? So in order to do that, you can say select star from orders and you can say order by. So first I'll say shipping status, since I want the results to be sorted by shipping status first, and just make sure that there are no spelling mistakes in the column names, otherwise you'll get an error. And then you can have order date over here like so, and I can end this with a semicolon. So let me run this. So you can see you have shipping status as pending first, okay, and then you have shipped, and then if you scroll down, we don't have the third status, otherwise that would have also appeared. Now the question is, how are string values being sorted? So string values are being sorted in the alphabetical order. So alphabetical order is the ascending order for string values. And if you want to go reverse, you need to start with Z. Okay. So here P comes first before S, and that is how it is being sorted. Now within pending, you have order date that is being sorted in the ascending order. But let's say if I wish to get the order date in descending order. So I want the latest order to come first. How would I do that? So I can just say descending over here. And if I run this now, you will see shipping status pending first, and then the latest order appear first, and followed by the older orders. Okay. And this can be useful in getting data using various sorting combinations. So now let us do a practice. So let us say for our given database, we wish to get the products that are supplied by a particular supplier, and they are sorted by category first and then by the product name. Okay. So I repeat, we need to find the list of products that are supplied by any particular supplier. So if you go to products table here, you have multiple suppliers, and different suppliers are identified by supplier ID. So we need to filter the results by any supplier ID, and then we need to sort the data by category first and then by product name. So give this a try, and I would request you all to pause the video and take this up as a challenge and come back and watch the solution. So welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to pause the video and attempt this. But let me give this a try. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say select star from products. Okay, so I'm just going to type in this select star from products. Okay, now here I need to order the data. So I will use order by clause, and I also need to use the filter. So I will use where clause. Yes, you can use where clause with order by. Okay, and I need to filter by supplier ID, and let's say I mention the supplier ID as 1. And here we need to order by category first and then by subcategory. Sorry, not subcategory. So the question was product name, like so. And let me run this and let us see what is the output that we get. So you can see over here, the result is filtered by supplier ID 1. So first the filter was applied. So first we got all the records, and then filter was applied, and then it was sorted by category. So we have sorting done by category. So you can see A appearing first, and then we have sorting by product name. So in product name also, you can see the products with name starting with alphabet A are appearing first. So this way, this sorting can be done. You can also mention descending over here. So product name within category will be sorted in descending order, like so. You can see P is first now and A went later on within accessories. Or you can even give descending sorting for category. So if you run this, you see you have optics first and accessories later now. Alright, so these are different combinations that you can play with. So keep in mind, whenever you are sorting data with multiple columns, the order is really important. So order by will be applied to the column that is mentioned first, and then the column that is mentioned second. Okay, and depending on that, you will see the result. So I would request you all to try a few combinations in the schema that you have access to and get hold of this concept. Hey there, welcome to this class. So it's challenge time, and we have a scenario or a problem statement over here which we are going to attempt to solve. So the problem statement is about pricing review. And as a part of the internal review in our company, Planetary Goods, you need to analyze the pricing for all the products at Planetary Goods. Now for this purpose, you require a list of all the products sorted by price, and you need to sort it from highest to lowest price. So you need to write this query and you need to get the data that is needed. So what I would recommend is you should pause the video right now, attempt this challenge, come back and watch the solution. Alright, welcome back. So I hope you all had a chance to attempt the challenge. So let us try solving this particular problem over here. So I need to get the products. So of course, I'll be writing the query for the products table. So I'll say select star from products. And I'm going to sort it by price. So I'm going to say order by price over here. Now this is going to give me results in the ascending order. So you can see over here, it's sorted in ascending order. But I need to get the price from highest to lowest. So by default, order by is sorting the data by ascending order. And in order to get the reverse, which is descending order, I can say descending over here. And I can run this, and there I have the result. So this is a solution to this challenge wherein I have the list of products and I have sorted it by price from highest to lowest. So that's the solution. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about limiting results. So there will be scenarios when you're working with large datasets in databases, and you might not always want to fetch every row, especially when you are just testing a query or want a preview of subset of data. So in that particular scenario, limit clause comes in handy. So limit clause allows you to limit the number of rows that are being returned by your query. And this can be incredibly helpful for features such as pagination or simply working with your sample data. So let me show you how limit clause works. So I can say select star from orders. Now this is going to give me all the records by default. So you can see I'm getting around 50 records. Now I can say over here limit, and I'll say 10. And if I run this, it is going to limit the result set to the first 10 records. So this way you can make use of limit clause to fetch first 10 rows. However, let's say you are interested in the most recent orders. So what you can do is you can take this query here and I'll paste it over here and I'll combine limit with order by. So just before limit, I'll say order by and I'll say order date over here, which will be sorted in descending order. So this way we are limiting the results to 10 and we are getting the 10 recent orders from the table, right? Now, this is really helpful when you are building applications that need pagination. Now, what is pagination? So if you are not aware of this concept, let me take you to Amazon, and here on Amazon, I have searched for yoga mat. Now, this is a search page with all the products that you can see. Now, if you scroll down to the bottom, you will have the pages. So this is the first page, then this is the second page. Now, first page will show you, let's say 20 results, and second page will show you the next 20 results. So this is the magic of limit clause. Okay, so you can say limit 10 on the first page and you just get the first 10 results on the first page. Okay, now coming back to our editor, there is something more you need to know with limit clause, and that is offset. So limit can be combined with offset to skip a certain number of rows before returning a result set. And this is useful especially in pagination. So in pagination, if you go to second page, you're getting the results that are the next 10 results. So here you're limiting the results to 10, but you are also skipping the 10 results that were available on the first page, right? because on the second page, you don't need to see the results that you had shown on the first page again. Am I making sense? Right? So how would you achieve the skipping functionality? Limiting functionality you can do with limit. So skipping functionality is where offset comes into picture. So here you can copy this. I'll copy this clause. I'll copy this query and I'll paste it over here. And here I can add offset. So I can say offset, and let's say I say 4 or 5 over here. Okay. And I'll run this. So this will skip the first 5 results and give me the next 10. Okay. So if I just run this query over here, let me just run the query without limit and offset. So you will see I have order number 16 first, and until 22 is being skipped in the limit result, limit and offset. So if I run this, you will see you have the order ID starting from 4. But if you run this without limit and offset, you will see it starts from 16 and 4 is the 6th result over here. So which means that the results are being limited to 10 and the first 5 records are being skipped. Now how can this be used in pagination? So on the first page, you will limit the results to 20 if you're showing 20 products. Okay, I'm just giving you an example of 20 products. Amazon is showing much more products over here. Now if I go to page number 2, I need to exclude those first 20 products that had appeared on first page. And I again need to limit the results to the next 20 products. So this way I'll say limit 20 and offset 20. On the third page, I need to limit the products again to 20 results, and I need to skip 20 from first page and 20 from second page. So in total 40. So I'll say limit 20, offset 40. And that way limit value will remain constant because I'm showing 20 results always, but the offset value will keep on increasing as deep we go inside pages. Okay. So this is how you can make use of this query to build a pagination functionality in your application. Now let us do a practice and let us do an exercise. So what we need to do is we need to fetch the top 5 orders based on the total amount paid. So what I would recommend now is pause the video right now and attempt this as a challenge. So welcome back. I hope you all got a chance to attempt this as a challenge. So the question was, we need to get the first 5 orders or top 5 orders based on the total amount paid. Okay. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to order this by total paid here, and I'll get the results first. So I get all the orders sorted by total paid. Now I don't want all the orders. I just need top 5. So I can say over here, limit 5. And if I run this, you will see I have the top 5 orders based on the total amount paid. So if you have an application and you have some internal dashboard where you wish to show top orders in recent time, you can make use of this query to get the results. So this way you can make use of limit and offset to limit the data and also to skip results. Now one thing I wanted to mention over here, by default you have this button here in MySQL Workbench which does the job of limiting results to you. Okay, so you can change this values, but by default it is set to 1000. So this button does the same job of limit in the SQL clause. Okay, so here this button is provided so that the software application does not get hanged when you try to fetch huge data sets. So by default it's limited to certain number of rows. Okay, so that's about limit with SQL. So it's challenge time now, and we have a problem statement in front of us. So we need to get the list of premium products from our database. So the problem statement is you are working to shortlist the premium products for our next marketing mail. And this is a requirement that has come in from our marketing team. And we want to feature top 5 most expensive items in the store. And you have been given this task of getting back to the marketing team with the top 5 expensive items in the store. So you can use your SQL knowledge to get this data and share it with the team. So what I would recommend is, I would recommend you all to pause the video right now and attempt this challenge yourself, and then come back and watch me do the solution. So welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to attempt the challenge yourself. So let us go ahead and try solving this particular problem. So we are looking to get the list of premium products, and all the products are being stored in the products table. Select star from products over here. Now I need to limit the results by 5, since I need to get top 5 expensive items. So limit will come in, that is what I can make out. And also I need to get top 5 most expensive. So I've got the top 5, but to get the most expensive items, I need to say order by price. And I need to sort the price by descending, because by default it's ascending. And if I don't apply descending, I'll get the 5 cheapest items in the store. So by applying descending, I'll run this query, and there I get the most expensive items in the store. So this is the top 5 list of products that we have in our table. So that's about this challenge, and I shall see you all soon. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us do a quick review of what all we have learned today. So we are going to review the problem statements that we had in the beginning of the day, and we are going to review the solutions for each. So the first problem statement we had was around product diversity. And this problem statement said that the marketing team wanted a grasp of the variety of the products that we have in the product portfolio. So we had to get back to them with the unique categories and subcategories that exist for our products. And we need to make sure that each combination is listed only once to prevent any duplications. So we have written this particular query here where we are saying select distinct, and we are getting a unique combination of category and subcategory from the product table. So let's talk about the second problem statement here. Second problem statement was about customer report. So marketing team wanted to do a customer segmentation strategy for a particular campaign, and they needed a detailed report about our customers. So you had to write a SQL query to retrieve customer names, their email addresses, and their demographic information. And we also had to present the data using descriptive column names. So we have written this query over here, wherein we are concatenating the first name and last name using the concat function, and we are giving every column in the result set a descriptive column name. So you can see over here, we have the queries written. And lastly, we are sorting this by customer name. So if you want, you can even skip this, or you can keep it as well. So there's no issue as such in sorting the customers by customer name. So with the help of concat function and column aliases concept, we were able to solve this particular problem. Now let us review the third problem statement we had, where we had to deal with incomplete customer information. So the scenario was, sometimes customers do not provide their address during registration. And for further communication and shipping purpose, the team planned to send a separate campaign to request updated information. So you were tasked to get the details of these customers who have not provided an address. So we wrote this query where we selected first name, last name, and we use coalesce function, and we passed in address column as the parameter, Now, if address is null, we substituted the value instead of null as address not provided. And we gave this a very descriptive column name, which is address. So this way, we have a list of all the customers along with customers who have not provided the address, and we have address not provided as the placeholder. The third problem statement we had was around pricing review. So as a part of the internal review, you were given a task where you need to analyze the pricing of all the products at Planetary Goods. Now for this purpose, we require a list of all the products sorted by price from highest to lowest. So we made use of this query with order by clause, and since we had to sort the products by price from highest to lowest, we have added descending over here. And this makes sure that we get the data in the descending order. The next problem statement was around premium products. So you were tasked to prepare and shortlist the list of all the premium products for our next marketing email. So this data was required by marketing team, and we had to feature top 5 most expensive items in the store. So we made use of order by first to get or to sort the data in the descending order of price, since we want the expensive items to be listed first. And then once the result set is sorted in the descending order of the price, we applied limit and we mentioned the value as 5. So we got the result which was limited by 5. So this way we were able to solve this particular problem. So with the help of all the concepts that we have learned today, we were able to solve a lot of business problems for Planetary Goods. So I hope this was fun and valuable, and I'll see you tomorrow.
If you're enjoying this course so far, then you should also check out our complete full stack development mastery roadmap, the details of which are given in the description below. It comprises of multiple courses that you would have access to. Also, you'll find these details on the website as well. All right. The website is embarkx.com, and I would highly encourage you all to check this out to become a pro developer.
Hey there, welcome to the third day at Planetary Goods. So, marketing team was thrilled with your work yesterday and they're ready to dig deeper into our customer and product data. So today they need more specific and complex data insights for their targeting marketing campaign. And we also have some more teams that we'll work with. So to achieve their requirements, we will be making use of the power of SQL's where clause. And this will allow us to filter the data based on various conditions. So let us take a look at the problem statements that we have today. So the number one problem statement we have is around inventory check. So we have another team, inventory team, and this team is responsible for managing the inventory of all the products. So this team needs to keep tabs on our stock levels, and they would like to know about any products in the accessories or optics category where the quantity on hand is less than 20. So this is problem statement number 1. The next problem statement is around customers' location. So we as a company are planning a promotional campaign for our customers in United States, Canada, and Mexico. So we need to fetch names, emails of the customers from these countries. Then we have product popularity. So for an upcoming promotional email, the team wants to feature the products from the categories of accessories and optics. And we need to make use of where clause to fetch the names and prices of these products. The next problem statement we have is for searching for stars. So the marketing team wants to promote products whose names start with star. So this they want to do for one of their promotional campaigns, and they require all the details of products that start with the name star. So we need to fetch this and give it to them. Then we have a problem statement on price adjustments. So due to change in supplier costs, all the products in home decor priced between $20 and $100 needs to be updated. So for this, we need to identify all the products that are falling in this range and we need to share it with the team. Then we have accessories under $30. So our logistics manager needs to know how many products in the accessories category are priced under $30. And then the last problem statement that we have is around tax calculations. So we need to determine the orders where tax amount is more than 5% of the final total. Alright, so these are different problem statements that we have for today, and we are going to learn a lot today, and we are going to gain the ability to solve these problem statements by ourselves. So are you excited to begin the day? Yes, I'm excited to teach you all. Let's get started. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us do a quick recap and introduction to where clause. So where clause in SQL is used to filter the result of the query. And with where clause, you can specify the conditions that must be met for a record to be included in the result set. Now when using where clause, each record in the table is evaluated, and if the condition in the where clause is true for a particular record, that record will be included in the result set. So I have the syntax here as a reminder as to how where clause should be used. So here you can see I have the list of columns, and this is with the select clause. Then I have from table name and then where followed by the condition. Now whenever this condition is true, that particular record will be included in the result set. Okay. Now here I have an example. So here you can see I have select clause which says select star from customers where condition. Now if I run this, you will have all the users who match this particular condition of country being USA. And if you see over here, you can see all the users that match USA. You won't find any other country over here. And that is because you are mentioning this in the where clause. Now here we are making use of select star. You can also specify the column names like I have here in the syntax. Now one thing I would like to highlight over here is using where clause appropriately can make your SQL queries efficient and help you get the data you need faster with less stress on the database system. For example, if a table has like 3 million records, fetching all the records will be very cumbersome and will be resource intensive. So with the help of where clause, you can filter out and get only the relevant result sets that match the particular condition. So this is the importance of where clause in SQL. Hello everybody, welcome to this class. So it's time that we do an introduction to operators in SQL. Now what are operators? So operators are special symbols that perform the operations on 1, 2 or 3 operands and then return the result. So in SQL, operators are needed to perform the actions on the data within your tables, and these actions can include mathematical operations, comparing data, or even manipulating data. And these operators can be used to refine and manipulate the results of the select statement as well, giving us better control of how we interact with and use our data. So there are 3 categories that we have for operators. Number 1 is arithmetic operators, then we have comparison operators, and then we have the logical operators. So under arithmetic operators, you will see this list. Now these are different operators that we are typically aware of, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and this one is known as modulo or modulus. So some people pronounce it as modulus or it's even called as modulo. and it's represented by this particular symbol. Now, these operators usually work with numerical data. And then you have comparison operators. So you have operators like equal to, then you have this particular symbol, which is not equal to, greater than, less than, and then greater than equal to and less than equal to. And these operators are used to perform the comparison, wherein they are used to compare the expression with one another. And the result of these operations or these operators is a Boolean value. Now, what I mean by a Boolean value? So Boolean is nothing but a true or a false. And arithmetic operators will return some data after performing the operation. Okay. And this will result in Boolean. Then you have logical operators. Now, logical operators are used to combine the result of two conditions. And they're used to produce a single result. And there are three logical operators that we have, like AND, OR, and NOT. The output of logical operator is Boolean, and the input is also two Boolean values. Or NOT will have one Boolean value only on which it will operate. So this is about logical operators, and these are the three broad categories of operators in SQL. Now, operators are very important in SQL because they allow you to do more, and they are needed to perform actions on the data within your tables. And how are we exactly going to use them? We'll see this in the upcoming lectures. Hey there, welcome to this class. So in this lecture, let us get a comprehensive overview of the different arithmetic operators that exist in SQL and even learn how we can use them in our queries. So we'll take a look at scenarios and we'll understand in which scenarios how can you make use of which operator. So arithmetic operator, like everybody is aware, and we must have used them in our daily life, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Everyone is aware. Modulo, I understand like not everyone would be aware, but we'll understand this in this lecture. So these arithmetic operators can be used in select clause as well as in the where clause. So let me give you an example of how these can be used in select clause. So let's say if I wish to get the 10% discount on each product's price. So I can say product name, I can say price over here, and I can say price into 0.1 as discount, like so. And I can get this data from the products table. Okay. Now let me run this and let me show you the output. So here you can see the price is $19 and the discount is $1.999, which is almost $2. And the price is almost $20. So here you are able to get the discount that you can offer, or this is a calculated 10% discount on each product's price. So this way you can make use of arithmetic operators in the select statement where you are making use of this particular thing for calculations. So you have two values that you have given to this operator and you have got the result in the result set. Now these two values over here, like price and 0.1, are known as operands, and this particular thing over here, like multiplication symbol, is the operator. So this operator is working with these two operands, okay, and it is performing calculations on these two operands and it is giving you the final result. So this is arithmetic operators in the select clause, and you can make use of any operator over here from the above list. Okay. Now let us take a look at the scenario or a few case studies as to how you can use different arithmetic operators in where clause and how would you use it. So let us say we want to find the products with little bit of price adjustments. And let's say there is a store-wide discount and we have adjusted the price of products by reducing them by $10. Now we want to perform some calculations or we want to generate a report and we wish to get all the products that were originally priced above $10. Okay. So if I have to write select star and I have to say from products, and I need to say where price is greater than 10. So here I'm making use of greater than 10, which is comparing the value over here. But here I'm saying price is greater than $10. So I'm going to get all the products that have been listed with price greater than $10. But in the beginning, I said, let us assume that the price of every product on the store has been reduced by $10 because there is a store-wide discount. Now, how can I use the original price in this particular condition? So for that, I can just say plus 10 over here, and I can just run this. Okay. And I can simply put this in the brackets here. Okay. So if you run this, you're going to get all the products whose price is greater than $10, provided you have added $10 to the current price. Okay. So for example, here, let's take a look at this product. We have this product, Galaxy Print T-shirt, and the price is $19. So $19, 19.99 plus $10 is $29. So 29 is greater than 10. Yes. And that is what will be returned in the result set. Okay. So this product will be returned in result set. So here also, like 14.99 plus 10 is 24.99 is greater than 10. And this product is also included over here. So this way, with the help of calculated results on the fly, with the help of an arithmetic operator, you are able to get the relevant result set and the relevant data for your requirement. Okay. So what we have done over here is, since there is a store-wide discount by $10 on every product and price is reduced, we have increased the price artificially in the query, and we have used that in the condition. Okay. So this is one use case where you can make use of addition operator in the where clause. Now you can reverse this particular condition over here. So I can just reverse this over here, and I can say instead of plus 10, I can make use of minus 10, and I can run this. So you will get a different result set over here. Okay. So we are getting the products now whose price, if reduced by $10, will still be greater than 10. So we are getting only a few products over here. You can see like there are only 9 rows that have been returned. Okay. So the products whose price, if reduced by $10 and are still greater than 10, those are the products that we get in the result set. Okay. So this is one example of using subtraction, and we can even use multiplication. So let's say we have quite a few products in our inventory and we have some quantity in the warehouse. Now let us say if we wish to see that these products, if sold out, which of the products would bring in a revenue of more than $1,000. Okay. So how would you get that? So you can say over here, select. So I'll say select star, and I'll query the products table. Okay. And I'll say where. So how do you get the total revenue that these products will bring in? Okay. So you can say price multiplied by in stock quantity. So this will give you the total revenue that these products would bring in. For example, if I wish to get the total revenue of star map blanket, I'm going to multiply the price by in stock quantity. So this will give me future revenue estimate that this product will bring in if all the stock quantity is sold. Okay. So I'm calculating that on the fly. I wish to filter this out to 1000. Okay. So I can say 1000 over here. I'll add a semicolon, and if I run this, I'm going to get the list of all the products that, if sold out, would bring in revenue more than $1,000. Okay. So you can see we have made use of multiplication operator for the same in the where clause. Okay. So this is one example of multiplication. Now let us say if I am analyzing the cost effectiveness of products and I want to identify the products that when price is divided by 4 will still result in a value greater than that of $10. Okay. So for that particular case, I can make use of division operator. So I can say select here. I can say product name. I can say price here. and I can say from products where, and I can say price is divided by 4 is still greater than 10. And I can close this with the help of semicolon. And now if I run this, you will see we have only 2 products whose price, if divided by 4, will be still greater than 10. Okay. So this way you can make use of division operator. Now let us talk about modulus or modulo operator. So what is this modulo operator? So modulo operator is used to get the remainder of the result. So you can say select 10 modulo 5. Okay. So this way I'm using it in select clause and you'll get 0 over here. But if I say 10 by 4, I'll get 2 as the response. And this is because 10 divided by 4, the remainder is 2. So this particular operator returns the remainder. But why would you use it in the where clause? So let's say if we wish to find out products whose stock quantity is an odd number, okay, and we are doing this, like we wish to figure this out for some inventory strategies. Okay, so we can say select star and I'll say from products here, and I'll say where in stock quantity here is in stock quantity modulo 2 is equal to 1. So if this is true, then the in stock quantity is an odd number, okay, because it's not divisible by 2. And if I run this, you will see 75, 25, 15, 65. These are all in stock quantities that are odd number. And what is an odd number? Numbers that are not divisible by 2. And how did we figure out? We figure out because we could get the remainder after division with the help of modulo operator. So this way you can make use of this modulo operator to perform calculations. So these operators are pretty handy and most of them we have used in our daily life. Okay. Now there are a few things that you should keep in mind when using these operators. So if you are using division operator, just make sure that the denominator in division is not 0. So if you are dividing something like this, then make sure that the division is not 0 because you will land up an error. So this is one major thing that you should keep in mind. So this is about the arithmetic operators in where clause, and SQL provides vast potential for crafting dynamic conditions to filter data with the help of these operators. And as you can see, we were able to do so much more just by using operators in the where clause when working with product table. So when you're working with business and you have such requirements, these operators come handy. So that's about arithmetic operators in where clause. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start doing a challenge, and the challenge is around the use of operators in where clause. So let us say we have a problem statement where we wish to determine the orders where tax amount is more than 5% of the final total. How would you solve this requirement to get the relevant result? So what I would recommend you all is to take this up as a challenge. You can pause the video right now and do the solution and come back and watch my solution as well. So pause the video and I'll see you back soon. So I hope you all had a chance to attempt the challenge yourself. So we are going to write a query to get the details from the order table. So I'm going to say select, I'll say order ID, comma, tax, and I'll say final total here. Okay. And I'm going to query order detail table. So I'm going to say order details here. And let me run this. So order details is the table which has the order information, the tax collected, and the final total. Okay. So we need to determine the orders where tax amount is more than 5% of the final total. So I'm going to say where tax is greater than, I can say final total. Okay. And I'll say over here multiplied by 0.05 since we want greater than 5%. Okay. Or you can alternatively see 5 divided by 100, which will equate to 0.05. So I'm just adding 0.05 and I'll run this. And you can see over here, these are the orders where tax collected is greater than 5%. Okay. You can see there are quite a few orders. Okay. Now if you make this 0.8%, so initially you got 100 rows. If you make this 8% and if you run this, you get only 23 rows. Okay. You can see. So this indeed is working perfectly fine, this query. So what we are doing is we are calculating the 5% or the 8% of final total. And then we are comparing that with tax. And we are using this in order details table. Alright, so this way you can get the orders where tax amount is more than 5% of the final total. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us begin talking about the comparison operators in SQL and let us understand them in detail. So comparison operators, these are the different comparison operators that I have, and these can be used on operators to get the Boolean result. So one thing you need to keep in mind is comparison operators will always return a Boolean value. Okay. Now what I mean by Boolean, it will be either true or false. And let us understand by working with them. So I'll straight away begin with each comparison operator and we'll write queries to help understand how we can use them. So let us first begin with the equal to operator. So equal to operator is an operator that we have used for quite some time now. And let us say if we wish to get products that have price equal to 50, we can make use of equal to operator. So equal to operator can be used to compare for equality. Okay. So it's used for equality comparison, if I have to say. So I'll say select star from products where price is equal to 50. So this way I'll get all the products whose price is 50. Okay. And how will this work? This will work because of this where condition. Now if I execute this, I don't get any products here, which is fair enough. There are no products probably that match this particular condition, but you can even change the condition to get a result. So I know there is one product with this price. So you can see over here that product has appeared. So this way you can make use of equality. Now let us start talking about not equal to. So not equal to operator is used to check if the two operands are not equal. And you do this with the help of this operator over here. Okay. So let's say if I wish to get the reverse of the condition above. So I wish to get all the products that don't match this condition. So I can simply copy this query over here and I can replace this operator with the not equal to operator like this. And I can run this. So you will get all the products that do not match the condition that I have specified. Okay. And you can even use the other version of this operator. They both are same. So you can say over here, exclamation and then equal to. And if you run this, you should get a similar result. So this way you can make use of not equal to operator. And not equal to is used to check that the operands are not equal to each other as the name says. Let us talk about the next operator, which is less than operator. Now less than operator checks if the operand on the left hand side is less than the operand on the right hand side. So let me give you an example of what I mean. So let us say we wish to get all the products who are priced below 50. So I can say select star from products because that is where all our products reside. And I can say where price is less than 50. Now here we have two operands, price and we have 50. So the operand on the left hand side, if that operand is lesser than the operand on the right hand side, then this condition evaluates to true. And if this condition evaluates to true, that particular record is included in the result set. So for example, this record will be included and this one, because it has a higher price, will be excluded. So let us run this and see the output. So you can see over here, we have got quite a few products, but all of the prices are less than that of 50. And you can even change the value in the condition to modify the result set that we have got. So less than can be used in this way. Now let us talk about the greater than. Now greater than is also similar to less than, but it checks if the operand on the left hand side is greater than that of operand on the right hand side. So for example, I'll copy paste the same condition here and I'll just reverse the condition. So instead of less than, I'm now getting the products that are priced greater than $50. And now if I run this, you'll get only one product over here, which is at $299, which is almost $300. And that is the only product that is priced greater than $50 in our system. Okay, so this way you can make use of greater than symbol to check the condition in the where clause. Now we have less than or equal to and greater than or equal to. Now these are versions of less than operator or greater than operator, and let us understand how they work. So now when you used less than operator, the comparison was done for values that is less than $50. But if you want to also include $50 in the comparison, you can make use of less than equal to. So for example, this particular condition will return the products that are priced less than $50. Okay, so if a product is priced at $50, that won't be part of the result set because that is not less than 50, that is equal to 50. But let's say if you have a product that is less than 50 and if you wish to get that particular product in the result set, you can make use of less than equal to. So less than equal to will also compare less than values and also equal to values. So let me show you what I mean over here. So I'll just copy this query and I'll paste it over here. And instead of less than, I'll modify this to less than equal to. Okay. And let me run this. So if I run this, you'll get all the products, but unfortunately we don't have any products at $50. So let me say $49.99. Okay. So I'll say $49.99. And if I run this, you'll see the product priced at $49.99 is included in the result set. And the output we have got is 29 rows. Now let me modify this condition a bit. And let me remove the equal to. Now if I run this, I'll get only 28 rows. You can see over here, which is one less than 29. And if you scroll through the results, you will see the product that was priced at $49.99 is no longer the part of the result set. And the reason for this is we are not using less than equal to, we are just using less than. So for the record to be included into the result set, the price has to be less than what is specified and not equal to. Okay, equal to will still violate this condition and it will return false. But if you're making use of less than equal to, you will have that particular product included in the result set, as you can see over here. Okay, so there's a difference between less than and less than equal to. Now let us talk about the greater than. So greater than will also work the similar way. So if you're saying over here, give me products that are greater than price of 50. So you're going to get all the products over here. But if I say, give me products that are priced higher than $49.99, you'll still get only one product. Now, if I duplicate this query and if I say greater than or equal to $49.99 and let me run this. So this time you'll get two results. And the reason is since you're using greater than equal to, this particular record is also included in the result set. Okay. And because you were using greater than only without equal to, this was not included because this is actually equal to $49.99. Okay. It is not less, it is not greater than. Okay. So it is equal to 49.99 and hence it was excluded. But here, since we are using greater than equal to and it is matching and it is equal to the $49.99 value, that is why we see it in the result set. So these are the different comparison operators that are available in MySQL, and you can make use of this in where clause, or you can even make use of this in having clause, which we will be learning about. So these operators are very useful and you need to understand when to use which operator, because that way you will be able to make use of the right ones. For example, there is a slight difference between less than and less than equal to. So why would you use less than equal to when you can get things done with less than? Or why would you use less than when you want data that is also equal to? So all these kind of differences you should understand, and depending on the scenario that you're facing, you can make use of the right operators for your business. So that's about comparison operators. Hey there, welcome to this class. So now it's time that we start learning as to how we can work with multiple conditions. And the first operator that we are going to talk about is the AND operator. So what is an AND operator? So AND operator is a logical operator that combines multiple conditions and returns records only when all the conditions are satisfied. So if I have to give you an example, this is the keyword that you will use. So you will say AND over here and you will specify condition 1. Okay, this is condition 1. And then you have condition 2. Now this particular expression will result true only if these two conditions are true. And if any of them is false, or if both are false, the output or the result of these two will be false. Okay. Now let us see this in action. So let us say if we wish to get the list of customers who live in USA and the city is New York City. Okay. So one way is we say select star from customers. Since we are trying to get the customer, we'll say where country, not customers. So I'll say country is equal to USA. So this is one query, and this will give you all the users that reside in USA. You can see over here, all the countries, like countries for all the records is USA. Now you can write a separate query, but that is not the best way to do so. So you can say where city is equal to New York City. So I can say New York and city, like so. So if I run this, so not country, this should be city. Okay. So like so, and let me run this. So I'll get a couple of people. But how do I get both the conditions to be true? So I can combine both the conditions into a single query. And what I can do is I can just copy this first query here. Okay. Or let me, instead of copying, I can just cut the second query. Okay. And I'll go over here and I'll say and here. Okay. And let me run this. So if I run this, you will see you have users who have both these condition matching. Okay. So for this particular result set, you have both these conditions matching, and you can run this on different combinations. So you can even say like I want users whose name is John and they live in United States. So that way you can get the combination of name or the first name and the country as well. Now what is happening over here is how this query is working. We have these two conditions. So this is condition 1. Then you have this condition 2. So first, these two conditions are evaluated. So this condition is evaluated first for a record to see if the country is USA And then the city column is checked if it's New York City. And then they both are combined to get the final Boolean result. And if both are true, only then the record is included in the result set. Okay. So for AND operator to return true, both the conditions have to be true. Now this is about combining two conditions. Now you can even chain AND operator. So let me show you a version of chaining AND operator. So let us say we want to get users who live in USA, New York City, and then first name is John. So I can say AND over here, and I can say first name is equal to, I can say John, like so. And let me run this. So you can see over here. So let me add space and let me move this to a new line so that it's much more readable. So here I have added 3 conditions now, and all 3 are chained using AND operator. And this concept is known as chaining. Okay, conditions chaining. So you're chaining conditions with the help of AND operators, and as a result, AND operator is being used twice for this particular condition to be evaluated. Okay. And you can see over here, the record that you are getting in the result set is matching all the 3 conditions. All right. Now, this is about AND with strings. Now, you can even make use of different data types. So here you are using strings, like these are only sequence of characters. Now, let us say if we wish to get orders that have been ordered in or that have been generated after 1st January 2023. So how will you do that? So you can say select star from orders where amount is greater than 10 and order date is greater than, so you can say 2023 0101, like so. And you can run this. So this way what you're doing is, okay, so it says amount is unknown. So let me check what the column name is. So here in orders, if you go, you have total paid and not amount. So you can say total paid, like so. And let me run this. So if you run this, you will see you have got all the orders that have like total paid amount greater than 10, and the order date is after 1st January 2023. So these are 2023 orders. So this is how you can make use of AND operators with different data types. So here we are using number, and here we are comparing with date. Now, there are a few things that you should keep in mind when you're making use of logical operators like AND. So whenever you are chaining conditions, just make sure that the conditions are clear. Okay. And so like we have chained conditions over here. So conditions need to be clearly mentioned, and you can even make use of parentheses like this to make things much more readable. Okay. So if I make use of parentheses over here to group each and every condition, my query will be much more readable for someone who reads it later on. Okay. So consider doing this as the best practice. You can see how it's much more readable, and you're also understanding as to what is being evaluated and how it will be evaluated. Okay. So parentheses are optional, but you can absolutely make use of them. And this won't impact the result set. So you would get the same result like you got earlier, but this improves the readability considerably. So this is one thing that I wanted to inform. So another thing is you need to be aware of the data types that you are comparing. For instance, you are comparing a string and a number directly. So this is not going to give you any result. Okay, you will get an error possibly. So this is another thing. Now the last thing I want to talk about is, as the number of conditions increase, the number of returned results will decrease. And that is because the condition is becoming restrictive as you are adding more conditions to it. So for example, if I just add one condition over here, you will get more records. If you add another condition with AND operator, the records will be reduced. And if you add one more condition, the records will be reduced further. So since AND operator is restrictive, because AND operator needs all the conditions to be true for the entire condition to return true, right? So for this entire condition to return true, every condition should be true, right? And that is what makes AND operator restrictive. And the more conditions that you specify, the result set will reduce and the criteria will become more restrictive. This is also one thing that you need to keep in mind when using AND. But altogether, AND operator is really helpful, and it is one of the best things that you can do when you wish to combine conditions and make sure that the result set matches multiple conditions in your where clause. So that is when you'll use AND operator. So that's about AND and how you can make use of it. Hey there, welcome back. So now it's time to do a challenge with AND operator, and let us see if we are able to solve this. So the challenge is we need to find an answer as to how many products in the accessories categories are priced under $30. So you can see this challenge on my screen. Now what I would recommend you all is to go hands-on with this challenge. Pause the video and attempt this challenge and come back and watch the solution. Welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to pause the video. If you were able to solve the challenge, great. But if you're not able to, that's absolutely fine. The purpose of this challenge is to get you write SQL queries so that you gain confidence in writing your own queries. Being wrong is absolutely fine. We'll take a look at the right query over here. So we need to find products in accessory category, and we need to also filter the products that are priced under 30 in the same category. So we'll be making use of AND operator since we have two conditions that need to be true at the same time. So product has to belong to accessories category and the product also need to be under 30. So I'll say select, and since we need products, we will be making use of products table, and I'll say where category is equal to accessories. So I'll say accessories, and I'll say and price is less than 30, like so. So this is a query that should give the result that we are looking for. So how many products are in accessories category and they are priced under 30. So if I run this, you should get this result wherein you can see the category for all the product is accessories and the price is also well less than 30. Okay. So this way you can make use of AND to combine multiple conditions. Now things to observe over here, both these conditions are returning Boolean result and they are being combined with the help of AND operator to get the final Boolean result, which decides whether the record should be included in the result set or not. And for the record to be included in the result set, both these conditions need to be true. So that's about this challenge, and I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Now let us start talking about the OR operator. Now OR operator is an operator that again allows you to work with multiple conditions, and it is used to filter records based on the different conditions that you specify. So how would you use OR operator? So you can say condition 1, okay, and you have condition 2, and you can say OR over here, okay. So this one is condition 1, you have condition 2, and in between them you will say OR, and this is a keyword that is the OR operator in SQL. Now OR operator will return records when at least one of the condition is met. So any one condition has to be true for the entire condition to be true. Now let us take a look at its usage. So let us say we wish to get users who live in USA or Canada. So I can say select star from customers where country is equal to USA, or I can say country is equal to Canada, like so. So this way I have made use of OR operator and I have specified two conditions, 1 and 2. Okay, and I'll run this and you will get the results. You can see, so you will see all the data from USA and Canada, but you won't see the data with Mexico because we have not added that in the OR clause. Okay, so this is how you can make use of OR clause. Now with OR clause, it is possible that you can even chain multiple conditions. So let me copy this and let us say if we wish to get the data from USA, Canada or Mexico. So I can say where country is equal to USA or country is equal to Canada, or I can add Mexico over here. So I can say or, and here I can say Mexico, like so. And you can run this. Now you will see, you will find a user who lives in Mexico. Okay, so this way OR condition works. Now remember, for OR condition to work, all the conditions need not be true. Any one is true, then the entire condition is true. That is how it works. But if you work with AND, so let us say if I replicate this query here and I paste over here, and instead of OR, if I say AND, okay, and if I paste over here and if I run this, you will see we don't get any results because we are trying to find user who has country as USA and Canada and Mexico, which is like an impossible combination. So we don't have any records if you are using AND over here. But if you use OR, then if any of the condition is true for the record, that record is included. So for OR to be false, if none of the condition are true, then OR will return false. Okay, so this is how OR operator works, and you can chain any number of conditions as you like. So let us say if I copy this and let me paste it over here, I can even add one more condition. So I can go to the next line and I can say UK over here. Okay, so this is one more condition that I'm adding and I'm chaining one more level, and you'll find users with UK as well appear in the result set if they exist in your database. So right now they are not existing in my database. I don't have any users from UK, but if you do, you will see them appear in the database. Sorry, not in the database, in the result set. So this is OR, and so far we have worked with strings only. Now let me show you a couple of examples where you can make use of OR with different kinds of data types. So now let us say you wish to get the orders where the amount is less than 50 or the order date is before Jan 1st. So this way you can make use of OR. So you can say select star from orders where amount is less than 50. So this is one condition, and you have another condition. So you can say order date is less than. So since we need orders that are before 1st Jan, so you can say 2023-01-01, like so. So we want orders that are before 1st Jan 2023. And now you can combine these conditions with OR. And now if you run this, you should get the result. Okay, so we are getting an error here. It says unknown column amount. So I need to say final amount or final total paid, I believe. 1 second. So if you go to orders table, you will have total paid. So it's not amount, it's total paid over here. And if you run this, you should get no records because none of the records are matching either of these conditions. Okay. But if you change this to, let's say, Feb, probably you might get a record. Okay, you don't get. So if you make this as 10, probably you might get a record. Okay, so you are not getting any records because none of the conditions are matching over here. But that is perfectly fine because we don't have data that matches this condition. But the goal is to show you how you can get working with OR and different data types. So here in this scenario, you are making use of a number. Here 10 is a number and this is a date over here. So you're making use of two different data types to get the result you want. So OR works with different data types. Okay, as long as the conditions are valid, and conditions should return Boolean for OR to work with. All right. So this is about OR. Now let me talk about few considerations. So when you use AND operator, the more AND you add, the condition becomes restrictive. But in case of OR, the more OR conditions you add, the broader your search criteria becomes, and it will potentially increase the number of records that are returned. For example, if I add 2 conditions over here with the help of OR, you will get data only from these 2 conditions. But if I add 10, then if any of those 10 conditions is true, the data will be returned. So the more number of conditions that you add with OR, the search criteria becomes broader and it will increase the number of records that are returned. So this is one fundamental difference that you need to understand between OR and AND. This is exactly the opposite when you use AND, because with AND, the condition becomes restrictive the more number of conditions you add. Okay. If you add like 10 conditions using AND, it will become restrictive, super restrictive. Okay. But that's not the case with OR. So I want you to make a note of this. Another thing is ensure the clarity of your conditions. So you need to make sure that conditions are clear and even easier to read. Okay. So I can make use of parentheses over here, like I'm making use over here. I'll just group all my conditions with parentheses because that is what makes reading easier and it helps you understand what is happening in the query. So if you read this condition later on, like after a few months, it's like very easy for you to understand. And also it's very easy for someone who is reading your query later on. Okay. So use of parentheses is best when you're working with multiple conditions. Also be mindful of the data types when you're crafting conditions. Incorrect comparison or invalid data types usage will result in error. So I want you to be mindful of that. So that's about OR operator and how you can make use of it in SQL. Hey there, welcome to this class. So it's challenge time and we have a problem statement that we will attempt to solve, and we should try it solving ourselves and then we'll come back and watch the solution. So what is a problem statement? So problem statement is about inventory check, and our inventory team needs to keep tabs on our stock levels. And they like to know about the products in accessories or optic categories. And they also need one more condition where the quantity in hand is less than 20. So this means the stock quantity over here. Okay, so this is a problem statement that we have received from the inventory team and you have been tasked with this particular challenge. So using the concepts that you have learned so far, it's your goal to achieve the result and solve this business problem. So I would recommend you all to pause the video right now, come back and play the video to watch me solve this challenge. All right, welcome back. I hope you are able to solve this particular challenge here. So let us try solving this challenge. So we are going to make use of products table because the query is around inventory, and that is a table that stores the inventory levels. So I'm going to say select star from products and I'm going to write a where clause. Now here, if you analyze the statement, we have three conditions. So we want to get any products in accessories or any products in optic category. So I'll say category because category is identified by this particular field over here. And I'm going to say accessories. And I'll go to next line. I'll say or because it's or condition. And I'm going to say category is equal to optics, like so. Now there is one more condition that we should talk about where the quantity in hand is less than 20. So this last part is the third condition. Okay. So I'll just write the condition first and then we will decide whether it's and or. So I'll say in stock quantity is equal to, sorry, not is equal to, it should be less than 20. Now, what we need to get is, we need to get any of the products that match these two conditions and they should also have stock quantity less than 20. So we need to make use of and over here. Okay. And we need to run this. Now let us see what the output looks like. So here you can see the category condition is working perfectly fine. So you have all the products in optics or accessories category. And in terms of price here, you will notice that, sorry, not price, but in stock quantity. So in terms of in stock quantity, you will notice that you have products whose in stock quantity is greater than that of 20. But you have used AND operator right over here. So why is this happening over here? So the reason is when you are using AND and OR together, AND operator is evaluated first because it is given more precedence over here. Okay. So AND is being evaluated first. So for category is equal to optics and in stock quantity is less than 20, this condition is evaluated first. So you will see for optics category, in stock quantity is less than 10 and that is okay because this condition was evaluated first and then this condition was checked. So the result of these two was checked with this condition using OR. And that is why if category is equal to accessories, then this was included because even though in stock quantity is less than 20, it did not work out because you have OR over here. Now, how do you fix this? So what you need to do is you need to tell SQL that please evaluate this first. So please evaluate OR condition first, filter out the results by category and then check for in stock quantity. So that should give us the right results. How would you do that? So you can do that with simple use of parentheses over here. So parentheses will tell SQL to evaluate OR operator, which is this condition, before AND. And if I run this, you will see now you have the relevant result where the category is matching optics and accessories. So either of them, optics or accessories, and in stock category or in stock quantity, not category. So in stock quantity should be less than that of 20. So both these conditions should be true. So one condition is with OR and the other condition is with the AND. Okay. And we changed the order of execution of operators over here in this query with the help of parentheses. So this way you can make use of parentheses to control what is executed first in SQL. Now there are multiple benefits of using parentheses. Number one is it brings in clarity. So if you're grouping conditions, even though it is not impacting the precedence. So let's say if I just group this part over here. Okay. Now parentheses over here in this scenario won't have any impact because this is anyways executed first before executing AND. Okay. In that case, this is adding more clarity to what is written. So it is making your query more readable because you are now grouping condition. And the another benefit of parentheses apart from readability is to change the order of execution or order of evaluation. So if you want something or a condition to be evaluated first, you can make use of parentheses. And this is one important concept to know and remember. Alright, so this is about the problem statement inventory check, and we learned how you can make use of multiple conditions together, and we also saw how you can make use of parentheses to control the order of evaluation. Hey there, welcome back. So let us start talking about the NOT operator. So NOT operator in SQL is used to negate or reverse a given condition. Now instead of selecting the record that meet a specific condition, it selects the record that doesn't meet the particular condition. So let me give you an example. So NOT operator can be used with the help of NOT keyword here, like this. And let us say if you wish to get the users who reside in USA. So I'll say select star from customers where country is equal to USA. So this query is a simple query which will give me users who reside in USA. Now how do I reverse this? So I want users who do not reside in USA. So one way is you use not equal to. But another way could be using NOT operator, and if you run this, you'll get users who reside in Canada and Mexico, as you can see. So these are not USA users, but the condition has in fact got reversed. So with the help of NOT operator, you can reverse conditions. Now this is useful if you have multiple conditions and if you want to negate them. Okay, so this way you can make use of NOT. Now when using NOT, just be careful because in some cases it can lead to broader search results than intended. So you need to always test your queries or be sure to use limit to limit the results and gauge the results that this particular query with NOT would generate in production. So that's about NOT operator. It's a simple operator that just reverses the condition, and here is how it is used. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us begin talking about how can you use an alternative to multiple OR conditions. So we are aware that you can make use of multiple OR conditions in a single where clause, and this is known as chaining of OR conditions. So to give you an example, let us say we wish to get the list of users who reside in any of the countries like USA, Canada or UK. So you can say from customers. So I'm saying select from customers where I'll say country is equal to, and I'll say USA. This is the first condition. I can add OR and I can repeat this condition multiple times. So I can say here, I can specify a different country name, and here also I can specify different country name. Now let us say I have use case where I want users from USA, Canada or UK. So this will give me the users that reside in any of these conditions. But what happens is using multiple OR conditions can be a bit cumbersome. So you might want to simplify this condition, and luckily there is an alternative where you can make use of IN operator. So what is an IN operator? So IN operator in SQL is a powerful tool that will enhance the way we query multiple values in a specific column. Okay, so here you're using OR conditions like multiple OR to match different values in the same column. So the column name is same, but the values are different. Okay, so in this particular case, this condition can be replaced by IN operator, and it will make it concise and readable, and it will enable you to streamline complex queries. Now let me give you an example of how this can be used. So I'll say select star from customers where I'll say country in, and I'll specify the list of like countries that I wish to match. Okay, so this is the criteria. So I'll say USA, then I'll say Canada, then I'll say UK over here. So if you run this, you will see you get a similar result. And how this works is you have a set of values that you have specified over here. And this set of values will be used to compare. So how this will work is if the value of country matches or is in any of these values that you have specified over here, then the record will be included into the result set. So here if you see, you will have the countries that are USA and Canada. We do not have UK, so that is skipped. But remember, in operator is not a replacement to OR. So in is used if you are using OR with one column to match multiple values. So here you are using one column and it is matching multiple values over here. So this can be replaced with in because the column is common. Now if you are using OR where the columns itself are different, then you cannot use in that particular case. So keep this in mind. In is not a replacement but an alternative if you are comparing one column values with multiple values using OR. Alright. Now you can even combine the in with different operators. So you can say over here, like I can just copy this and I can paste it over here. And instead of in, I can say not in. So this will simply reverse the condition and it will give me users who don't reside in any of these countries. Okay. So with in, you get users who live in this country. With not in, this gets reversed. So you can see over here, if I run this, you get user from Mexico. And this way, you are not seeing any values with these three countries. So this way you can make use of not in as well. So not in and in are exactly reverse of each other. Alright. And with the help of not operator with in, you can reverse the conditions. So this is about in operator. Now, few things that I would want to mention about this operator is in makes SQL statements tidy and concise, especially if you are comparing a column to multiple values. Also, when using in operator with multiple values, if you are doing a string comparison, just make sure you're closing these single quotes properly. If you miss any of them, like the statement becomes weird and you will see errors all over. Okay. So just make sure that you are comparing, like you're closing the single quotes that you are writing properly when you're using strings. And here I have shown the example of using in with string values, but you can even make use of numbers over here. So it works with different data types. So that's about in operator for you. Hello everybody. Let us do a challenge wherein we learn how we can make use of operators to get the relevant result and solve a business problem. So let us say we have a business problem wherein we wish to get customers from a particular location. So let's say a company is planning a promotional campaign for customers in United States, Canada, and Mexico. And our role is to fetch the name and emails of these customers from these companies. Sorry, not companies, but countries. So what I would recommend is pause the video right now, take this up as a challenge, come back and watch the solution. So welcome back. I hope you were able to attempt this challenge. Now let us take a look at how we can solve this. So we need the customer name and email. So we are going to say select first name, last name, email from customers, and I'm going to specify the condition over here. Now the condition is the list of countries. So now there are two ways to solve this. I can make use of in operator or I can make use of or operator as well to get the same result. And let us take a look at both the solutions. So I'll say country is equal to, and I'll specify the country as United States, like so. I can say or over here. I can say country. So let me just copy this condition. So I'll copy here and let me say Canada. And I can add or over here again. I can paste it and I can say Mexico. Okay, so we have added 3 countries, and if we run this, we are going to get the result where we get users from all 3 countries. Now, when you're using this, just make sure you are specifying the country name that is actually being stored in the database. So this said United States, so don't just use United States, whatever is being used in the question. So the question says United States, but you need to understand how United States is being stored in our database. So in our database, it is being stored as USA. So we need to add USA here and we need to run it. This is important, and only then you will get all the users. So you can see over here, you can even add country over here and you can see the output that we are getting. You can see. So USA is equivalent to United States in our database. Now you can simplify this a lot with the help of in, because one pattern that you see over here is we are comparing one column value multiple times with the help of or. So this of course can be simplified. So I can say in and I'll say USA over here. Okay. And I'll add all the values. So I can add this. This goes here. Then I can add this and I can say Mexico here. And this will be closed. Now I can run this. Okay. And you can see you get the output over here. It is a similar output which you got from the last query where we used or. So both the queries are same, but this one with the in operator is much more user friendly and it's easier to read. Now tomorrow if you want to add more values to this query, you can simply add comma and keep on adding the values. But if you want to add values over here, you need to replicate this condition. And there is a possibility that this query might look a bit complex when you have multiple countries that you want to compare. Like if you add 5 more countries over here, the query will look super complex. But the one with in will look much more simpler as compared to the one with or. So that's the solution to this problem as to how you can get the customers from a particular location. Hey there, welcome to this class. So in this particular lecture, we are going to do a challenge and we are going to solve a business problem. So let us say we have a business problem or a problem statement which demands product popularity. So there is an upcoming promotional email that is supposed to be sent by one of our teams in Planetary Goods. And this particular team wants to feature the products from these categories: accessories and optics. So you have been tasked to get all the products that exist in these categories and share the information with this team so that they could decide as to which product to include. So this is what we are going to do. So what I would request you all to take this up as a challenge, pause the video right now, attempt this and come back to watch me solve the solution. So welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to attempt the challenge yourself. Let us go ahead and let us write the query. So I'm going to say select. I'm going to just select the product name here and the price. So I'm going to say price from, and since we are talking about products, I'm going to query the products table. This is where all our product information is. Now I'm going to say category in, and I'm going to pass in these 2 values that I have, like the accessories, comma, I'm going to copy optics here. Now, since we are comparing strings, you need to add like 2 single quotes over here, which I'm going to add. And once you have added, you can run this query. So this particular query is going to give you a list of all the products that exist in these 2 categories. And it is going to return these two information, like the product name and the product price. So you can see over here, like we are not printing the category, but if you wish to validate the data, it's better to print the column that you are validating against in the where clause. So this is a beautiful way to validate whether your queries are actually running properly. So you can see over here, category is optics and accessories. Now you can add whatever information you want and whatever information the team needs. So here there is no information that was mentioned, or you can even do select star and share all the information about the products with the team. Okay, but keep in mind when using select star and sharing the data, it might also select any sensitive information that table holds. So it's best to avoid using select star and use column names instead. So that's about this problem and how we could solve it. There is one more way to solve this problem is by using multiple ORs. So you can say category is equal to accessories or category is equal to optics. Okay, so you can write in that query with multiple ORs. But since we are using a single column and comparing multiple values for that single column, I have used in because that is much more efficient. So that's about this problem statement, and I hope you all enjoyed this. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us begin talking about the between operator in SQL. Now between offers a concise method to filter results that fall within a specified range. And these are beneficial for scenarios where we are keen to understand a subset of our data that exists within certain boundaries. So let us talk about how will you get a list of products that are priced within a particular range. So to get the list of products, I will be saying select star from products, and now in the where clause I'm going to make use of between operator over here. So I'm going to say price and I'm going to say between. Let's say we want to get products that are in the range of 5 and 20. So I'll say 5 and 20 like so. So you can make use of between this way along with the and keyword to get the result in this particular range. Now if I run this query, you're going to get the list of products that lie in this particular range, and anything outside this range will be discarded. So this is how you can make use of between operator. Now one thing I wish to highlight over here, the filter that is applied when using between is inclusive of the values that you have mentioned over here. So what I mean by that? So for example, if I say 19.99 over here, if you scroll up, we have a product with 19.99 as the price. Now if I run this, 19.99 is included in the result set. So what this query is not excluding these values over here, but it is including this range that you have specified. And between is equivalent to this particular query over here. So when you write the similar query with the help of comparison operators, you will get a similar result. For example, here you are getting 21 rows, and if I run this, you will get 21 rows again. So you are writing the same query, but you are using comparison operators. So you are saying where price is less than equal to $20 and price greater than equal to $5. So this way you are getting the products that lie in this range. And you can see over here, the comparison is less than equal to and greater than equal to. And that is what the case is with between. So the values that you have specified in the range is not excluded, but it is inclusive of those values. So this is one thing that you need to keep in mind because this can impact the result set that you generate. Now between is just not used with numeric ranges, but it is most used with date ranges. And there will be scenarios wherein you wish to find out the date ranges or the data that lies in a particular date range. For example, if I have to get the orders that are placed between 1st March 2022 to 31st March, how are you going to get that? So you will say select star from orders where order date between, and you will say the dates over here like so. Now we can specify any date we need. So I can say 2022-0101, and here also you can specify 2022-03-01 like so. So this way you will get the results in this range. So instead of 01, I'll say 31 because we need to include 31st March and not the 1st March. So I'll run this and you'll see we don't have any results. If we change the year over here, let us see what we get. So we get some data for this year 2023. So you can see all the orders that we have got now as a result of this query is in this particular range. Okay, and this is how order date can be filtered. So between operator will be used the most with dates. At least that is what I have seen in my experience. So you can use it with numbers, you can use it with dates, and you can even use it with text ranges. Now, what are text ranges? So when you apply between two text, the between operator uses alphabetical order to determine the range. For example, let us say with the product table, we have product name. So I can say select star from products where product name, I'll say between, and I'll use between to filter out the product names. So I can say between A and let's say D, for example. Now if I run this, you will see you have all the products that lie or that begin with these alphabets. Okay, so we have specified the alphabets and you're getting the results that are within this particular alphabet. Now if you say DZ over here and if you run this, you will get the result to include titles that start with D and any subsequent character. Okay, so you can like work with text ranges as well. Like you can specify D or you can specify, let's say S. I'll specify S over here. And if you run this, you'll see you have a wider range this time. Okay, and you can say S A. So instead of, so you are getting 18 rows only. But this is how you can work with the text ranges and you can get text ranges to be filtered. But let me tell you, text ranges is not something that is commonly used with between. This is good to know, but this is not something that is very commonly used. So between is used more with dates and numbers. I've seen most queries with dates. Okay. So that's between operator, and you can see between also has this keyword and along with it. Now there are a few things or pitfalls I should say that you should keep in mind when using between. So with between, the number one thing is remember the inclusivity. So the values that you're specifying along with between are included in the result. So the results that you get is including the boundary values. Okay, so just keep this in mind. If you want to find products with price that is less than 20, you can say between 5 and 19.99 because it will then include the values only till $19.99 and not beyond that, because you want products that are less than $20, right? So you don't want to include 20. But if you want to include products that are less than equal to $20, you can say 5 and 20 over here happily. So remember the inclusivity with the between operator. Okay, and this is really helpful when working with dates, because even with an increase in a single day in a date, your result set will look much more different. Okay, so this is something that you should know and keep in mind. So this is one important thing about between, And between is indeed a really handy tool to help us skip the usage of comparison operators and directly use between keyword to reduce the number of operators that you're using in the query. So that's between operator for you. Hey there, welcome to this class. So it's challenge time, wherein we are going to do a challenge to solve a business problem. And I have the problem statement here in front of me. So the challenge name is price adjustment, and the statement is due to the change in the supplier costs, all the product in home decor category that are priced between $20 to $100 need to be updated. So we need to find the list of these products, and that is what we need to get back to the team at Planetary Goods. So you have been given this task to get back with this data, and you will be making use of your knowledge with SQL to get back to the respective team. So what I would recommend right now is pause the video, attempt this challenge yourself, come back and watch me do the solution. Alright, I hope you all had a chance to attempt the challenge yourself. So we are going to begin solving the problem. So we need to get all the products in home decor category within a particular price range. So we will be making use of the products table. So I'm going to say select star from products where category is equal to, I'm going to specify the category over here, and I'm going to say, and price, I'm going to specify the range over here. Okay, so the range is between 20 and 100, like so. And I can simply copy the category over here, which is home decor. Okay, so we have two conditions that we have written. One is category and the range for the price. Now if I run this, you will get 3 products that match this particular criteria, and you can see over here the category is home decor and the price is between $20 and $100. So we need to get back with this data. So we are making use of AND operator and between operator over here, okay, to get the result. Now the same query can be written in another form as well. So I can go over here, I can paste this query, and here I can say where category is equal to home decor and price is greater than equal to 20, and so let me take this on a new line, and price is less than equal to 100. Now if I run this, you will see you get the same set of results, but this time you are making use of multiple conditions over here rather than the between operator. So here in the first query, you have written one lesser condition because you are making use of between operator, and here you are using the comparison operators only and not using the between operator. So that's about this challenge. There will be multiple ways whenever you write a query. There is a possibility like there will be multiple ways to get the solution. Okay, and it's okay like if you have different solution than that of mine, but you need to figure out the best way to solve a particular problem. That's what the goal is. So I hope you all enjoyed this, and I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us begin talking about how can you search for a pattern in a data. Now to search for a pattern, you have a operator called like operator. Okay, so you can make use of like keyword in your queries, and you can look out for patterns that exist in your data. And like operator provides a mechanism to match rows against patterns. Now, this is an invaluable tool when the exact value in the column is unknown or it's variable. For example, you might want to search for users with all the names that begin with letter J. Now here you don't have an exact value, you just have a pattern like name starting with J. This is a pattern. And you need to specify this pattern along with this like operator. Now the question is, how do you specify the pattern with the like operator? So one thing is understood, you can make use of like operator, but how would you mention the pattern? And you need to mention the pattern, or you can mention the pattern with the help of something called as wildcards. Now what are wildcards? So wildcards are special symbols with some meaning, and they enable you to write pattern. So let me write some code over here, some commented code. And these are the two wildcards that I'm going to talk about. So the number one wildcard is the percentage sign, and the other wildcard is an underscore. Now percentage sign represents 0 or multiple characters, and underscore represents a single character. So let me give you an example. So this will be much more clear if we write our first example with the help of wildcards. So let us say we wish to get the list of customers from customers table where the first name starts with letter J. Okay, so I can say select star from customers where first name like, because we are doing pattern matching, we want customers whose name begin with J. So we are saying first name like, and since we are writing string over here, we'll say J, and then we need to say percentage. Okay, so percentage represents 0 or 1 or multiple characters. Okay, so by saying J percentage, you are telling SQL to give all the results that start with the letter J. Now after J, you are okay if there is any other letter, or there is no letter, or there is only one letter. You're fine with that. You just need the starting letter to be J. And that is what you have specified over here with the help of wildcard. Now I'll put a semicolon here and let us run this. So you can see the result here. You have John, Jane, and James. So these are the customers whose names start with J in our system. Now let us say if I wish to go further and I wish to get the customers with the name JO. Okay, so I can say J is something we have already specified, and I'll add O over here, which means I want all the customers whose names start with JO, and percentage sign indicates like after JO there can be anything. Now let me execute this. So you will see now the results have been reduced to that of John only, because JO condition or JO pattern is only matched by this particular name, and that is why we get this record, and rest are filtered. So this is an example of how you can make use of percentage in your queries. Okay, so let me move this over here just below percentage sign. Now let us talk about the underscore wildcard. So there will be scenarios wherein you want to do position matches. How would you do that? So you can do that with the help of underscore. How? Let us take a look at that. So let us say you wish to have the list of all the customers where the second character is O. So within first name, the second character should be O. Now how would you specify second character over here? Okay, so you can say select star from customers like so. You can say where first name like. Now here you need to create this pattern that matches the condition that you want. So the second name should be O. So you can say O and percentage, but this will give you the name starting with O. How would you say not the first character but the second one? So you can add an underscore over here. So the first character in the first name is underscore, which means that there can be any single character before the letter O. Then second character is O, and then after O, it's okay if there is anything. Okay. Now if I run this, you will see you have 3 users that match this particular pattern. So you have John, Robert, and Sophia. So John has the second letter as O, Robert also, and Sophia also. But the first letter is variable, as you can see, because we have not specified the first letter. We have specified the position with the help of underscore. And this way, underscore is useful wherever you need to represent a single character. And it is specifically useful in scenarios where you need to do character-based position matches. So in this scenario, we had to do a character-based position match, wherein we wanted the first name to have O as the second character. So we were very specific here, like O as the second character. So this is position based match where we made use of underscore to specify the first character. Now let us go ahead and let us create more patterns. So let us say you want to find all the users that end with pro. So not users, I'm sorry, you want to find the list of all the products that end with pro. Okay, so how would you do that? So you can say select star from products where product name, because product name is what you will be matching against, and instead of equal to, you can say like over here, and here there will be the pattern. Now what will be the pattern? You want the products ending with pro, okay, not beginning with. So if I say pro and percentage, this will give me all the products beginning with pro. So I can just say percentage pro. So this will give me all the products that end with this letter pro. So you can see there are no products right now that match this particular criteria, which is fine. The goal was to show you how it works. Okay. So this is how you can do that. Now you can also go ahead and make use of underscore. So I'll show you one more use case of underscore. Let us say you wish to find all the customers with exact 5 letter names. How would you do that? Using pattern matching. So you can make use of underscore over there. Okay. So let me close this and let me write the query. I'll say select star from customers where first name like. So the pattern should be like 5 character, right? 5 letter names. So I can specify underscore 5 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay. Now what this tells is the name should have 5 characters. Now if I run this, you see there are like 4 customers that match this particular criteria here. So Emily and James, Ethan and Emily again. So there are 2 Emilys into our database. Okay. So this way you can work with patterns and like operator to create multiple patterns. Now let us say you wish to get the list of users whose names start with A and end with O. How would you do that? So you can say select star from customers where first name like. So you want name starting with A and ending with O. So you can say A percentage ending with O, right? And you can run this. So this will give you all the result that match this particular criteria. Okay. So this is about pattern matching and how things work with pattern matching. Okay. So for example, if you just do a select star and get the list of all the customers, you can see John is 1, Jane is 1. So you can say over here J and E. So this will give you Jane as the result. You can see Jane. Okay. So this way you can do pattern matching and create different patterns when exact value of a particular field is unknown. So this is really helpful to get a broad range or create a broad range of filters. And pattern matching is what makes where operator really powerful. Now, few things that I would want to highlight over here is like operator when it comes to MySQL is case insensitive by default. However, this may change depending on like what kind of database you are using. Okay, so just keep in mind this and also beware of the performance related concerns over here. So you should not over rely on wildcard, especially at the beginning of the pattern. Okay, so if you are specifying something like percentage and then pattern over here, so this kind of a pattern here, you should not over rely on the patterns or any sort of pattern like I'm talking about, if you rely on patterns, like patterns can make the query a bit slower, okay, because it is scanning the entire table on a single column for a particular pattern. So it's best to avoid the use of pattern matching in a production based environment, but if there is need, like you can go ahead with the query, of course. Also, keep in mind, you can also make use of escaping when making use of pattern matching. Okay, so let me give you an example. So let us say I wish to get the list of customers, okay, that have a list of products, not customer, that have 5% in them. Okay, now percent is a character over here. It's not a wildcard that I mean. It's a character. So how would you specify this? Okay, so you can do this with the help of escaping. So now in this particular pattern, percentage already has an inbuilt meaning, right, in SQL. It is used to specify the pattern. But I don't mean pattern over here. I want actual products that have 5% in them as name, right? Products can have 5% in their name, or any special characters can be added to the product. So how would you work with this? So when working or creating the pattern to specify this kind of a string, you need to nullify the meaning of percentage over here. And the process of nullifying is known as escaping. So let me show you how you can do that. So to do that, we will have to say select star from products. So I'll say products here. Okay. And I'll use this in the where clause where product name like 5%. So this percentage now has an inbuilt meaning. Okay. So we need to tell SQL to give us the list of product names that have 5% in them. So the first step is adding percentage around 5% because we want the string or the product name to contain 5%, right? So if you want a product name that contains A as the character, you will have percentage sign on both the ends, right? In the similar way, you need to have 5% and beside 5%, you need to have percentage symbol on both the end. Okay. Now we need to nullify the meaning of percentage over here. So how can you do that? So we will just add a character before percentage. Let's add exclamation here and I'll add a space here. I'll say escape and I'll add the character that we have added just before the percentage. So what we are telling SQL is I want characters or I want products that has 5% in their names, but percentage is a wildcard character. So I'm adding exclamation over here and I'm adding something called as escape keyword and I'm saying that exclamation is being used as a escape character, which means exclamation is nullifying the value or the meaning of percentage over here. Okay. Now when I run this, so let me just remove this semicolon and add it over here. Now when I run this, you're going to get the list of all the products that have 5% in them. Okay. So if you have campaigns, marketing campaigns that have 5% in them in the name, and if you want to search for them, so you can make use of such escaping sequence. Okay. And now instead of exclamation, you can have any character like you want. Like you can have comma over here. I can add comma. Okay. And I can run this. You'll still have 0 rows returned, but it's best to use a character that does not frequently occur in our data. And this is to avoid unnecessary complications later on. Okay. So I'll stick to exclamation right now. And using exclamation, we are telling SQL that it's an escape character. And here we are escaping the value of percentage, which has an inbuilt meaning when it comes to pattern matching. So this is how you can escape any predefined meaning of a character when using with wildcards. So to conclude, the like operator in combination of wildcards become a powerful tool in the SQL toolkit. It allows for precise pattern matching, enabling developers, database administrators to retrieve the information
even when they only have the partial data that is known. And proper understanding and right use of this operator can greatly expand the efficiency of data retrieval operations. So that's about like and pattern matching. Hey there, welcome to this class. So we are going to do a challenge wherein we will have a problem statement and we are going to write the query to attempt the challenge. So the problem statement name is searching for the stars, and the problem statement is the marketing team wants to promote products whose names start with star. So you have been given this task to get back to the team with the list of products that start with the word star. So now it's your turn to use the knowledge that you have gained so far for SQL and use it in your queries to get the relevant result. So what I would recommend is pause the video right now, attempt the challenge, and come back to watch the solution. Alright, welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to attempt this. So let us start writing the solution for this. So I'll say select star from products where product name. So since we are comparing the product titles or product name, we need to make use of like with product name over here. And here I need to create the pattern. So pattern is the name should start with star. So I can say star and then percentage. And let us run this. So you will see there are a couple of products in our database whose name starts with star. And you need to get back to the team with this data. So this is how you can solve this particular challenge. It's simple. We are saying select star from products where product's name is like star percentage. So this is our pattern which we are using to match with the help of like operator with product name within products table. So this is how you can solve this challenge. I hope you were able to solve this. If you are not able to, that's absolutely fine. We are all still learning. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about how can you use where clause to filter or look out for null values in a particular column. Now, null, as we are aware, is a special marker that is used to indicate that a data value does not exist in the database. And it is important to note that null is not the same as 0, nor it is the same as the field containing spaces. So a field with null value is a field with no value. So if I have to give you an example, let me write a query. So I can say select star from customers. Now if you scan the customers table and if you scroll down a bit, you will see one particular customer has address that of null. You can see null written over here. So this is how null value is represented. Okay, it's not a value, it's essentially absence of a value. Okay, so that is what null is. And when querying data, you may encounter scenarios where you need to look out for null values or exclude them. And this is where you can make use of a couple of operators that we have, which we can use with where clause to look out for nulls in the database. So let us see what those operators are. So the operators that I'm talking about is null operator and is not null operator. Now, is null operator, like the name says, is used in a where clause to select the rows for which the column value is null. So for example, if I say select star from customers, and let's say if I wish to get the list of customers whose address is null. So I can say where address is null, like so. And let me run this. So you can see now we have exactly one customer whose address is marked as null in the database. Now what if I wish to do the reverse? So I wish to get all the customers with a valid address. Now in this particular case, I would want to exclude the users who have
not specified the addresses. So in that case, I can make use of is not null. So I can say is not null over here, and I can run this. And this will give you the result. So all the users who have address specified. And you can see the user with address as that of null is not included in the result set. So these are the two operators that you can make use of, is null and is not null, with a column name. So here we are making use of column name as address, and we are using this entire thing in the where clause because we are using this for filtering. So these are very handy operators and these are used really frequently. So let us take a look at one more scenario, and let us assume that you wish to count the records in the output. How would you do that? So here we are doing select star. Now instead of select star, you will say count, and instead of getting the details, you'll say count star. And if you run this, you'll see the output has 23 records. So what this is doing is, with the help of count star, you are able to count the number of records in the output. Now why am I teaching about count star today? So the reason is, there will be scenarios wherein you might want to count the records with null values. For example, your product team might tell you, or your seller team might tell you, that we want to know the products that have description as null, and we need to know how many products we have. So one way is, like, you can write this particular query here. So you can say count star. So instead of count star, I can just say star, and I can say products. So I'll say products, and let me take a look at the tables. So within products, you have product description, and it's called description. So I'll say description here, and I'll run this. So you can see description is not null. Now how would you count the number of records here? One way is to copy this data into an Excel or so and count it manually, or you can make use of count star over here. And this is a handy tool, like I said. So you can see the products who have description is 30, and if I remove not over here, so this will give us the products who do not have description. Okay, so you can see there are no products that do not have description, which means all products have descriptions in our database. Okay, so the answer to this query is 0. All right. Now this scenario of counting the number of records where the column value is null is very common. So you might want to figure out how many users have entered the addresses in the database, or how many users we have with addresses in the database, and how many users we have without addresses in the database. In this scenario, you can make use of count star with is null and is not null, depending on what you're looking for. So that's about these two operators. Now, one thing I want you all to remember is you cannot use equal to or not equal to operator. So what I mean over here is equal to in this form and not equal to in this form. So you cannot use these two operators to look out for null values. For example, let me copy this over here. Okay, like so. And instead of count star, let me add star over here. So I cannot say over here address is equal to null. This is not right. Okay. Or I cannot say address is equal to null this way. Okay. This is also not right. Okay. So this is now telling SQL to give us the list of customers where address is in null string. So someone has entered null in the address, NULL. This way he has typed in. That is what we are telling SQL to give us. But that is not what we want. We want to fetch the null values, right? Wherein the value is absent actually. So this won't work, and this is not the right way to look up for null values. So keep in mind that SQL treats null as unique value that is distinct from all other values, including nulls. Therefore, you cannot match null with a null. So here what we are trying to do is we are creating a match with a null. okay, which is incorrect, you have to make use of is null and is not null operator when dealing with null values. Alright, and this is one of the most common mistakes that people make. They try to look up for null values this way, which is absolutely not right. When you want null values, you should look up this way. So this way you will get customers where address is null, because you are using a special operator here that is designed to work with null values, and you are not creating something on your own like we tried to do over here. Okay, so this is one of the common pitfalls and misunderstandings, that this would give you the address with null values. It's not right. So that's about null values and how you can make use of is null and is not null operators to work with them in where clause. Hey there, let us begin talking about the nested where clauses. Now, what is a nested where clause? So nested where clause is a feature where you can combine the different conditions with the help of SQL's logical operators. And this approach is extremely powerful, and it allows us to build more complex and precise filtering conditions. Now, it's common that when writing SQL queries, you will encounter situations always where you need to combine multiple conditions. And whenever you are combining multiple conditions, you will make use of AND as well as OR operator. Now, when using AND and OR both in your queries, there is a precedence, which means there is an order in which these two are executed by default. So MySQL gives number one precedence to that of AND operator, and OR operator is executed after that. But you can change the precedence order with the help of parentheses. How? We are going to take a look now. Now let us say we have a scenario wherein we want to retrieve all the products from our product table that fall under the category of optics, cost more than $10, or belong to posters subcategory. Okay, so let me write this query. So I can say select star from products, and there are multiple conditions. So I'll say the number one condition was where category is equal to optics. Okay, so I'll specify that optics here. Now another condition that I had was the category should be optics and the price should be greater than 10. So I can say and price is greater than 10. Another condition was or the subcategory should be posters. So I can say or subcategory should be posters, like so. Now if I run this, you will see I get some result. Now let us take a look at the result. So the category should be optics and price should be greater than 10. So here the category is optics, but I've also got products with the art category. Okay, and the subcategory should be posters, which is an OR condition. So it's okay if this is not posters for all, but these two conditions should be true. And then we have the price greater than that of 10. So this is one result that we got, okay, without grouping the conditions. Now how do we group the conditions? So let me repeat the same condition again and let me group this time. So let me show you the power of parentheses over here. So I just grouped these two conditions and now let me run this. So now you can see we have the same output as that of without parentheses. And this is because this condition is evaluated first always. Okay, so let me select this again and let me paste it over here again, and let me change the order of parentheses now. Okay, so I'll remove this and I'll add a parenthesis over here, like so. Now let me run this query. So now you will see that I have the category as optics, subcategory as telescopes, which is fine because this is OR condition here. Okay, so this is fine. So either of these two conditions should be true. Like either the price should be greater than 10 or subcategory should be posters. So the price is $2.99, which is matching this particular condition, and that is why this entire condition is true, which is okay, and the category is optics. Okay, so you can see over here, just by changing the order of parentheses, we were able to get different result for a same query. So what is happening over here is, so here if you take a look at the first query, AND operator has a higher precedence than that of OR, which means AND operator will be taken into consideration first. But there will be scenarios wherein you might want to change that. And how do you communicate this to SQL or the database that, hey, I don't want AND to be considered as first, but first this should be evaluated. So in that particular case, you are mentioning that with the help of parentheses. So you are saying that this condition is okay, like category is equal to optics, but out of these two, I want only one to be true. Okay, and any one of these and this should be true. So the category should be optics. I don't want anything else apart from optics. That is why I have added AND over here. And the other condition is either the price can be greater than 10 or the subcategory can be posters. So I'm fine with any of these. So that is why you have grouped them together. Okay. So what this query gives us is, it gives us the list of all the products from our product table that fall under the category optics and cost more than $10, or they belong to the subcategory of posters. Okay. And it is giving us the right result just by changing the order of parentheses over here. Okay. So this way you can work with nested queries wherein you have multiple conditions here and you're making use of parentheses to group them and make relevant to your requirement. So that's about this class, and I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back. So it has been an exciting day at Planetary Goods, and welcome to this review lecture where we will be reviewing everything we have learned and how we can apply this to solve business problems. So at the beginning of the day, I had a list of problem statements that we wish to help business on. So I have the solutions with all the knowledge that we have gained throughout this section. So let us go through all the solution and recap our knowledge. So the first problem statement was to do inventory check, where the inventory team wanted to keep tabs on our stock levels. So they wanted to know about any products in accessories or optic categories where the quantity in hand is less than 20. And this was a query that we have been able to come up with. So you can see over here, select star from products, and we have combined this query together with the help of OR operator, and we have grouped them with the help of the parentheses. And then we have used AND operator to combine the condition for in-stock quantity. So this will give us the result that we wish to. So if I run this, you can see over here, we have the relevant result. So this is one query. Then the next problem statement we had was around customer location. So we are planning a promotional campaign for customers in United States, Canada, and Mexico. And we need the names and emails of the customers from these countries. So with the help of in operator, we are able to write a condition that can help us get the matching results within this set of data. Then let's talk about the next problem statement, which is around product popularity. So for an upcoming promotional campaign or a promotional email, our team wishes to feature products from categories such as accessories and optics. And with the help of in operator again, we were able to get the list of product. Like you can add as much of details as you can or you want to, depending on the requirement of the team. The next problem statement we have was around searching for stars. So the marketing team wants to promote the products whose names start with star. And with the help of this particular query here, and by making use of the like operator, as you can see, we were able to create a pattern with the help of percentage symbol. And the pattern said we need all the products that start with this keyword star. And the output we got was all the products that match this condition. So you can see star map blanket and starry night lamp. The next problem statement was around the price updation. So due to change in supplier cost, our logistics team or inventory team needs all the products in home decor category, and they should be priced between $20 to $100. Now this is a query to get the result. We have used AND operator. So we have created one condition and we have created another condition using between operator. And then we have combined both using AND operator. So between operator over here is to get the results within a particular range. And we have another condition which is using the equality operator, and we combined both with the help of AND. Then we have next problem statement where we wish to find the accessories that are listed under $30. And with the help of this particular query here, by combining these two conditions, we were able to get the response. The next problem statement was around tax calculations. So we need to determine the orders where tax amount is more than 5% of the final total. So final total multiplied by 0.05 will give us the 5% of the final total, and we need to use that in comparison with the tax field. So if tax field is greater than this calculated value or calculated column, you get the record as the part of the result set. And this is a really good example of using comparison along with arithmetic operators in the where clause. So we have come really far with our knowledge in SQL. Now we have gained a lot of knowledge around what are the different possibilities that we can use in where clause and how we can get desired results that match the complex conditions. So where clause is indeed a powerful tool, and today we focused a lot on where clause. So I hope whatever knowledge you gained today, you found that to be enjoyable and valuable, and you'll be using that soon at your work. So I'm so excited to meet you tomorrow again to continue on this journey with SQL. So with that said, I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Hey there, welcome back. So we have reached the day 4 at Planetary Cuts. So far you have been doing a great job and everybody is enjoying your work. Now it's time that we step up a bit and we start gaining more insight into the sales and the product trends. Now, for this purpose, we are going to learn how we can make use of aggregation and grouping. Now, this is an important concept when it comes to analyzing data with SQL, and you will learn how you can analyze the data, gain insights, identify trends, and create reports that can help your company make informed decisions. And like always, we will go through few problem statements that our company is facing right now. And by the end of today, we are going to learn how you can solve all those business problems by yourself, hands-on. So let us start talking about the different problem statements that we have for today. The number one problem statement is around sales volume. So we need to generate a report that shows the total quantity of each product sold so that the respective team can gauge how each product is performing in terms of sales. So this is a report that we need to create around sales volume. The second problem statement we have is around best sellers. So we need to identify top 3 products with the highest total sales volume. Then we want to know about customer loyalty. So we need to identify the total number of orders placed by each customers to identify who are our loyal customers. The next problem statement is around premium customers. So we need to also identify customers who have placed orders with a total value of over $1,000. Then we need to find out frequent shoppers. So the goal is to identify the number of customers who have placed orders that are more than 5. So in simple terms, we need to get customers who have placed more than 5 orders. Then we need to identify customer spending habits, where we will be finding the total average cost of order for each customer. So these are some of the problems that we have today in front of us, and we will be gaining all the knowledge that we need to get solving these problems. And by the end of today, you will have the ability to solve all these problems by yourself, hands-on, without anybody's help. So that's what we are going to gain today. Are you excited? I am super excited to teach you all, and I can't wait to start this section. So let's get started. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us do a quick introduction to grouping in SQL, and let us understand what this concept actually means. So let us say you are working on a toy shop database and you have this table which consists of a list of toys that are there in that particular shop. So you can see there are different columns like toy ID, toy name, manufacturer, price and age range for every toy that this particular shop has. Now let us say we wish to get how many toys we have from a particular manufacturer in our shop. So which means that we wish to get data something like this. So there are different manufacturers like ABC Toys, XYZ Company and LMN Co. So this table is giving us the total number of toys that every manufacturer in our shop has. Now how do we get this data? So there is a process in which we can get this data. So let us say we have this initial table. And if we split this initial table by manufacturer, you can see we have 3 parts over here. So the first part, it has the manufacturer ABC Toys. Then we have manufacturer as LMN Co. And then the manufacturer is XYZ Company. So the single table is split into 3 parts, okay, and 3 distinct parts based on the manufacturer. Now what you can do is within these 3 distinct groups, you can count the number of rows to get the desired result, where we are seeing total toys against every manufacturer in our toy store. So this is a process of transforming data, and this entire process of transforming data this way to get the results is known as grouping data. And we saw how process of transformation worked. We first grouped the data and then we counted objects in each group to get the output that we want. So it was a 2-step process. And the number 1 step where we group the data first is known as data grouping. And the second step where we counted the objects in each group to get the output we want is known as data aggregation. Okay, so if I have to define them, data aggregation is the process where the values of multiple rows are grouped together as an input on a certain criteria to form a single value of more significant meaning or measurement. Okay. For example, what we discussed here is we had 3 groups, and within these 3 groups, we counted the objects. And that is what aggregation is, which helped us get the desired result. Okay. So to do a quick review about how the process of transformation worked is we grouped the data first and then we counted the objects in each group to get the output we want. And we have a clause called group by clause, which is used to group rows based on the values in one or more columns. And that particular clause is used for grouping in SQL. And operation of counting is done with the help of something called as aggregate functions. And these are special functions that are used to work typically with grouped data. You can also use them with ungrouped data. But if you see examples online and if you read more about it, they are generally used more with grouped data. Okay. So this is about grouping. Now let us talk about why do we need grouping. So the number 1 reason is grouping is useful when you want to summarize data based on a certain criteria such as the product, region or the time period. Okay. And it allows you to gain insights quickly into your data and make informed business decisions. For example, you can answer questions like how many users are there in every city of United States in my application. So you could group data by city and you could count the number of users in every group and you can present that data. Okay. How many orders are coming in from different cities in United States? How many orders are there in different statuses? Like, so for example, you can group the data using status, like shipping status. And you can get like how many are pending orders, how many are like shipped order, how many are successful, delivered, and so on. So this way you can gain insights and make informed business decisions. So that's grouping and aggregation for you. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about aggregate functions. So when it comes to aggregations, SQL does a great job of having some handy functions that are made available to us and they are ready to use. So these are the list of functions that I have. So you have function name and what it does. So you have count function, which returns the number of rows that match a specific criteria. So if you wish to count anything, you can use this count function. Then you have sum, which returns the sum of values for the column that you specify. Then you have average, which, like its name says, it does the average and it returns the average value for the column you specify. Then you have min and max, which would return the smallest and the largest value for the column you specify. So now how would you use these functions? So let us head over to MySQL Workbench and let's see these functions in action. So these are the functions that we'll be talking about. And like I said, these are inbuilt functions provided by SQL that perform a calculation on the set of values. Now these set of values can be grouped or ungrouped. It does not matter. But the purpose of this function is to take some input and give you an output which returns a single value. So let us start by talking about the count function. So the count function, like I said, returns the number of rows that matches a specific criteria. And it is very useful function if you need to count the number of rows in a table that match certain conditions. So for example, let us say I wish to get the total count of the users that I have in Planetary Goods. So I could simply say select customer ID and I could say from customers. Now this is going to give me all the customer IDs of all the users in my database. So I get an error, no database selected. So I need to use this command, use planetary goods, like so. And on execution, the error just goes away. So I'll just select all the customers that I have. Now after selecting all the customers, you can make use of aggregate functions. So you can say count over here and you can pass in the column that you wish to count. Okay, and you can run it. So you will now see a single value appear, which is 24, which is representing the count of the customer ID. And it is taking every customer ID and counting it. And you can even give this a nice name. So I can say like total customers, like so. And you get this output. Okay, so this is how count works. You can additionally add a where clause if you wish to count the total number of users in a particular city or a particular country and so on. So you can filter the data and get it counted. So that is what this function does. And one thing I would like to mention over here is the customer ID is distinct over here, which means that it is unique and it is like not repeated. So it is making the count of distinct customer IDs. But if you're adding a field over here, so let me like duplicate this query here and I can add city here. Okay, let us say, and I can say cities. Okay, and if I run this, it is going to give me 24 cities over here. But in fact, there are not 24 cities in our application. There are only few and multiple cities are being repeated. So if I have to like check this again, so if I run this without count, okay, and if I run this, you will see you have New York City, Okay, and you will have New York City twice. You have US city, city name, Los Angeles. So there are few cities that are being repeated twice, like New York City, Los Angeles, and it is counting the duplicate because you are not instructing this particular command to count distinct values. You are just saying count city. So whatever the list of city is, it is simply going to count it. To get the count of distinct city or unique cities, you can add distinct over here, like so. And if you run this, you will see you now have all the list of distinct cities. Okay. And if you wish to count this, so you can apply this over here, like so. And you can run this. So you will see there are 20 distinct cities from where our customers are coming into our application. Okay, that is what this means. So you can absolutely make use of distinct over here, okay, to count distinct values. Here we did not use distinct, or it was not needed because we are counting IDs, and IDs are by default distinct. Okay, but when you're counting something else like city, state, or country, keep in mind, without using distinct, it is going to count everything because you are selecting everything, right? You are not instructing count to count only unique values. And that is why you need to use distinct if you are willing to count distinct values of something for your analysis. So this is just a heads up that I wish to give you all about count. All right. Now let us talk about sum over here. So sum function, like I said, it returns the total sum of a column. So whatever column you pass in, like here we passed in city, you can pass in any column over here and it returns the numeric sum. Okay. And this function is very useful if you are working with numerical data, like calculating the total cost of all our orders. So if you have a column which stores the costs that have been incurred, you can just total it up using sum function. So let us create a scenario wherein we wish to get the sum of total paid from our orders table, and let us get the total sales that we have generated from our customers. So I can say select, and I can use sum function here. I can say total paid, like so. And here I can say as, I'll say total sales from orders, like so. And if you run this, you will be getting a value that is a total of total sum paid or total paid from orders table. So this is the total sales that we have generated in a way. Okay. And if you just wish to get the total sum of the orders that have been delivered, you can add a where clause. So you can add a where clause, you can add, you can filter the data. It's up to you. Okay. But if you don't filter anything, it is just going to take the entire table. All right. So this is about sum. Now let us start talking about average. So average, like its name says, it returns the average of a numeric column. And it is typically used when you need to find the mean value of a particular set of numbers. Okay. So for example, if you say select average of total paid here, and you can say as average sales, and I can say from orders. So this is going to give me the average order amount. Okay. And if I run this, you'll see I'm getting the average sales over here as 661. Okay. So this is how average works. Now let us start talking about min and max. So min will return the minimum value for the column that you have specified. So if you wish to get the smallest value or the smallest sale that have occurred ever, so you can say select minimum total paid as, so remember to close the brackets, as, and if you say smallest sale, like so, and if you run this from orders, and if you run this, you are going to get the smallest sale value, which is 101 or 101 over here, as you can see. Okay. So minimum is used to get the minimum value for the column that you have specified. Now there will be different reasons as to why you want the smallest value. Okay, there could be various use cases, Like in our use case, we wish to get the minimum order amount in the orders table that we have generated from the customer. Okay. Now, max also works the same way. So I'll copy this and you can simply say max instead of min. And instead of smallest, you can say largest or biggest. So biggest is the right word. I'll say biggest over here and I can run this. So you can see over here, this is our biggest sale till date. So we have made like $1,086 in a single order, and that is the biggest sale in the database. Of course, you can get the biggest sale for a particular month or for a particular year and so on if you add where clause over here. So you can dissect the data, segment the data and get the maximum for that particular range over here. But what I'm trying to show you is the usage over here. All right. So whatever you give as an input, whatever the column that you specify, you will get the maximum for that particular column. And this is typically used with numeric data. So count is used to count the records, but the rest of the functions like sum, average, minimum, and max are typically used with numeric data, helping us get some insights into the data. And these functions are usually used when generating reports or whenever you wish to get some insights from the data that you have. Now, one thing I want to mention over here is that aggregate functions ignore null values. So for example, if you are totaling total amount paid over here, like you are saying sum total amount paid, and if there is a value null over there, so that will be ignored completely, like it will be skipped from those calculations. Okay. So this is about aggregate functions and how you can use it to get the insights from your data. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us begin our discussion to understand group by clause. So what is group by clause? So group by statement is often used with the aggregate functions like count, max, min, sum, and average to group the result set by one or more columns. So if we have this toy store table which stores the list of toys that the toy store has, and if we wish to get the final result by manufacturer, which represents the count of total toys that we have manufacturer wise, so we will have to go through the process of grouping and then counting, which is aggregation. So to group data, we will have to write a query, which is something like this. So we will say select manufacturer count star as total toys from toys table, and we need to specify the grouping criteria with the help of group by clause. So group by clause is an inbuilt clause which is followed by where clause. Now here I don't have where clause because it was not needed. But if you wish to filter the result before grouping the data, you can use where clause just before the group by clause. Okay. And you group by manufacturer. So this is the criteria using which grouping is done in the result set. So with that particular query, you will see the grouping done something like this because you have specified the grouping criteria as manufacturer. Now after the grouping is done, you are selecting the data. So you are saying select manufacturer, which will select the manufacturer in the result set. And then you are saying count star. So within each group, you are saying count star. So you are counting the total toys that exist in each group. And as a result of this, you're going to get this as the final output. So with that particular query, you are going to solve this particular problem wherein you will get the total count of toys by manufacturer. Now let us head over to MySQL Workbench and let us see this in action. So here in MySQL Workbench, I have the syntax for group by clause where I have written select, from, where, and group by statement. So like I mentioned, group by clause can be used with where clause, but where clause should come before group by, because if you're using group by and where together, the result set will be filtered first and then it will be grouped by. Okay. Now let us say if we wish to generate a report where we wish to count the total quantity sold for every product in our database. How are we going to do that? So we can easily do that with the help of group by. So you can say select, and I'll say product ID, and I'll be using the order detail table. Okay, so order details. Since this information will be available in order details, because if you take a look at the column, you have the product ID over here as well as the quantity. And we wish to get the product ID in the output. So let me show you what the output should look like. So the output should look like ID, comma, total sold or total sales, like this. So you have product ID 1 with total sales of 10. Now where does 10 come from? Well, you need to count the quantities that we have sold over here. So product ID and quantity both reside in order detail table. In order tables, we won't find quantity. So we are not using orders table here. Okay. Order details is much more granular and it has granular information about every order. So let us use order details. Now in select, I'll also say sum of quantity, because quantity is what we wish to count, and I'll say total quantity sold, like so. Okay, now here you are going to say group by, and I'll specify product ID here. Okay, and I'll just run this query. So let me run this, and you will see the output over here. So here the output is product ID 1 has been sold 9 in quantities. Okay, 2 we have sold 5 quantities of product ID 2, and so on. So what is happening over here is we are grouping the data first. So grouping happens first, and then we are using aggregation function, and with the help of aggregation functions we are counting the total quantity sold over here. Okay, now you can even optionally use order by clause. So I can say order by, and I can say total quantity sold descending order. Okay, so I wish to get total quantity sold in descending order, and here are the results as you can see. Okay, so this is how you can make use of group by clause. Now some of the key takeaways is group by clause is used for grouping data based on a particular criteria. Group by clause is often used with aggregate functions. As you can see, we are using sum over here. Now group by clause can also be used with the where clause, but where clause should come before group by, like after from. And it can also be used with order by, and order by can come after group by, right? Now one thing that I would want to highlight over here is whenever you are making use of group by, you can only specify the group by column over here, like in the select clause. If you try to specify, let's say, so if I go to order details, if I try to specify the order ID over here, like so, and if I run this, I'll get an error and this query won't work as expected. Okay, so you can see the error over here, expression 2 of select list. So the error is not visible completely. So I'll just copy the response. I'll right click, copy, and I'll come over here and I'll paste the response. Okay, and I'll just take this to the next line so that it's much more readable and we can understand what it's trying to say over here. So this is the error. So expression 2 of select list is not in group by clause and contains a non-aggregated column, okay, which is not functionally dependent on columns in group by clause, and this is incompatible with SQL, and it has given some code over there. Okay, what this means is this particular column that you are trying to add, this is expression number 2, this is not a part of group by clause. Okay, and since it's not a part of group by clause, it should not be used over here. If you wish to use order ID over here, you can add count over here, like so. So you need to make use of columns that are being used in group by clause, or if you're using some other columns, you need to make use of aggregate functions. Now if you run this, you are going to get the count of orders and the total quantity sold. Alright, so this is one key thing that you need to remember about group by clause, that whenever you're using a column in the select statement where you're using group by, you can use the column that you have mentioned in the group by clause. And if you're using some other column, you need to make sure you use aggregate functions. And that is what is specified over here. Like, it is not listed in group by clause and it contains a non-aggregated column. So this is one important distinction and one important thing about group by that you need to keep in mind. Alright, so that's about group by clause. Hey there, welcome back. So it's challenge time, and it's time that we use the knowledge that we have gained so far to solve a business problem. So I have the problem statement here on my screen, and the problem is around sales volume. So the problem statement says that we need to generate a report that shows the total sales of each product sold. So what I recommend right now is, I would recommend you all to pause the video right now and try solving this particular challenge. And you should use the concepts that we have learned so far to get an output for this particular problem. And once you are done solving the problem at your end, you can play the video and come back and watch me do the solution. So welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to attempt this challenge yourself. So let us go ahead by solving this particular problem statement. So as you can see, we wish to generate a report that shows the total sales. So this is one highlight over here in this particular problem statement. And then the next part says of each product sold. So this is another highlight. Now when we say for each product sold, this is signaling that we should use the group by clause on product. So we should get the data product wise. And when we say total sales, and this is signaling that we should use aggregate functions over here, and we should use sum because we need total over here. So given this understanding, we should try solving the problem now. So let us say select, and we'll be making use of order details table over here because order details table has product ID and the amount or the final total that the user has paid. Okay. So what I can do is I can say over here, product ID, comma, sum of total paid. Sorry, not total paid, it is final total. So sum of final total as total order amount, like so. And I can add from, and I can say order details over here, and I can say group by. So we need to do grouping, and it says for each product sold, which means we need to group by products. So product is represented as product ID over here. And now if I run this, I'm going to get the sales for every product. So you can see product ID 1 has the sale of 555. Then product ID 2 has sale for 325. Now you can even add order by over here. So I can say order by, and I can just say total order amount, and I can say descending over here. Okay, and I can run this. So this is going to sort all the records in the descending order of the total order amount. Okay, and you will see all the results appear over here. So this is about how you can solve this particular problem. So we have made use of aggregate functions and group by clause over here to generate a report that gives us enough insights into the sales for every product. So that's about this class and challenge. I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Hey there, welcome to this class. So in this lecture, we are going to talk about how you can combine different aggregate functions along with group by to get some powerful insights into your data. So I have already written a few queries. So here this query is around count, and here I have query for sum, average, minimum and maximum. So these queries are using different aggregate functions, but they are not using group by yet. For example, this query is counting the total number of orders. Now, there is no group by clause or where clause over here. So we are going to modify all of these queries And we are going to add group by clause and understand how it works with group by. Okay. So let us start with the count function. Now this particular query is giving us the total number of orders that we have in our database. Now let us say if we wish to get the data by customer. So what I would do is I would say group by customer ID. So since I'm using orders table over here, and if you go to orders table like so, you have order ID, you have customer ID over here. So we are grouping by customer ID since we need the customer level information. Now, since we are grouping by customer ID, we can run this query and let us see what the output looks like. So you will see this data is grouped by customers now. But the thing is, we don't know which customer has placed 3 orders. So in order to do that, we need to add customer ID here, because that is what the field is that we are using in group by. Now if I run this, you will have customer ID as well as number of orders that that particular customer has placed. So this is how you can make use of count with group by clause. Now let us modify the second query, which makes use of sum function over here. So we are using sum on total paid, and we are getting the total sales that we have generated for all our orders. Now let us say if I wish to generate the total order amount per customer, how would I do that? So in order to do that, I can say from orders, and I can again group by customer ID. So since I wish to get the insight for per customer, I'll group it by customer ID and I'll run it. So you can see over here, you have the total amount that every customer has spent on our platform, or this is the order value or total amount that he has done in transactions. Okay. So this is about using group by with sum. Now you can even use group by with average. Now let us see a use case as to how you can make that happen. So let us say we wish to get the total average amount per customer. Now here we are getting the average of total paid, which is nothing but the average sales. But I can get average sales per customer instead of getting at an overall level. So I can say group by and I can say customer ID over here. Now in order to know which customer has which average, I can add customer ID here like so. And I can run this. So you will see you have average sales for per customer. So this is now grouped by per customer. You can even use min and max with group by. So let us say we wish to get the minimum amount that a customer has paid and the maximum amount that a customer has paid. So I can say over here, so let me copy group by clause and I'll press enter and I'll paste group by customer ID and I'll add customer ID over here. So this is the smallest sale that a customer has made, and you will see the smallest sale is 719, okay, for this customer ID and 202 for this customer ID, right? Now I can even add max sale over here. So I can just copy this instead of having a separate query. I can say comma and I can add max of total amount paid, okay. So we have min and max in a single query over here. You can see the smallest amount that a customer has paid is 719 and the largest amount is 1086. And this is different for different customers over here. You can see. If you wish to keep the queries separate, you are welcome to do so. So you can copy this group by and you can go to this query, add the group by clause, and you can even add the customer ID in the select clause. And you can run it. So that is perfectly okay. But what I wish to show you is you can even combine both the queries and you can use multiple aggregate functions in a single select clause. Okay. And multiple aggregate functions will be applied to grouping that you have specified over here. Okay. So this is about group by clause with aggregate functions. And you can see how these two tools, when they come together and they are used in a single query, how powerful they can be. Okay, so they can help you segment your data, they can help you summarize your data and gain some amazing insights, which could be useful to make some amazing business decisions. So that's about grouping with aggregation. Hey there, welcome back. So now it's challenge time, and it's time that we use the knowledge that we have gained so far from everything today to apply and solve it to a business problem. Okay. So the problem name is customer demographic. And within this problem statement, we wish to generate insights to help our marketing team with targeted marketing campaigns. Now, marketing team is interested in the distribution of the users across various cities. And the belief here is that by understanding the cities with highest user concentrations, they can tailor their marketing efforts more effectively to those regions. So this is the problem statement that we have been tasked with. Now, having the ability to generate the list of users city-wise can not only help with targeted ad campaigns, but it can also help with logistics planning, because logistics team can understand where they might need to bolster delivery mechanism. Or it can even help with local partnerships. So if you have a BD team in your company, they can use this data to improve on partnerships with local businesses in cities with higher user densities. So to achieve this, we need to generate a list of users that shows the city corresponding to the number of users in that city. So we need the output in this format. So we need use city over here, and we need the count of users. Okay. So this is a format in which we are looking for the data. So what I would recommend you all now is take this up as a challenge. So pause the video right now, solve it yourself, come back and watch the solution. So welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to attempt this challenge. So we are going to solve this now. So I'm going to say select, and since we need city-wise data, I'm going to say city from customers, because customers is the table that stores the city and the customer information. And I'm going to say group by, because we need information city-wise. It's clear that we need to use group by with city. Now we need to count the number of customers in each city. So of course I'll say count, and I'll say customer ID over here. And I can say as count over here. Okay. And I can run this query to get the output over here. So you can see I have city information along with the count of users in that particular city. Okay. So this is a solution to the problem. We have made use of a group by clause along with the aggregate functions. All right. And we have got the desired results. So that's about this challenge, and I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Hey there, welcome to this class. So it's challenge time now, and it's time that we apply the knowledge that we have gained so far to solve business problems. So there is a business problem here on my screen, and I wish to retrieve best sellers. So the problem statement says that we need to identify top 3 products with the highest total sales volume. All right. So what I would recommend you all is try to attempt and solve this business problem yourself. Write the SQL query to generate the relevant result, and then come back and watch me do the solution. So pause the video right now. Hey there, welcome back. So I hope you all had a chance to solve this challenge right now. So let us go ahead by solving this problem. So we need to get the top 3 products with the highest total sales volume. So I need to select product ID because we are talking about products over here. And since we are trying to get the sales value, we need to query the orders table over here. So if you go to orders table, you have order ID and total amount paid. Okay, but there is no product ID over here. So orders table won't work, but instead order details table would work. So here you have order ID, you have product ID, and you have final total as well, which indicates the total amount that a user has paid. And also we have access to quantity over here. So what we can say is select product ID, comma, I need to get the quantity as well, and I can get the total amount paid as well. So I can say final total over here. Okay. And I need to query order details over here like so. And I need to say group by. So group by, and we'll be grouping by products over here. So we have grouping by product ID. Now the thing is, this particular column is being used in group by clause and we are using it in select, which is fine. But these two columns are not being used in group by clause, and neither they are being used in aggregation so far. So we need to add aggregation to these columns. So for quantity, we can say sum of quantity, and for final total also we will say sum over here. So both are done, and I'll say over here, I'll go to next line, and we can say as total quantity, and here I can say as, and I'll say total volume like so. Now let us run this query. So I'll select the database first and then I'll run this query. So you can see over here we are getting the total quantity and total volume of sales, okay, which is good enough for the report that we are trying to generate. But we need only top 3 products and not everything. So we have used group by. Okay, now we can combine group by with order by. So I can say order by, and I can say total volume here, and I can get descending order, or you can even do it by total quantity over here. Okay, so let us do it by total quantity like so. And if you go to the next line, since we need only top 3 products, you can say limit by 3 over here, and I can run this. So the moment you run this, you are going to see the output where you are seeing 3 product IDs and total quantity and total sales volume. And total quantity is also sorted in descending order, and that is because we have order by clause in action. So that is a solution to our challenge right now. And as you can see, we were able to retrieve the product information, the total quantity that the users have ordered for that particular product, and the total amount that users have spent on that particular product. And we have limited it by 3 and even used order by to sort the data in descending order. Alright, so that's about this challenge, and I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about how can you work with multiple columns when it comes to grouping. Yes, multiple columns. So with grouping, we are aware that you can use single column, but grouping also allows you to specify multiple columns along with group by clause. And whatever columns you are specifying over here, so if you specify a couple of them, you are allowed to use them in the select statement as per the rule. And if you are using any other column that you have not specified in the group by clause, you should use aggregate function for the same, which means that column has to be aggregated. So let us take a look at a scenario that will help us understand why would you want to use multiple columns in the group by clause. So let us say you wish to do the demographic analysis of the customers, and marketing team is trying to get specific demographics for the new advertising campaign, and they want to break down the customers based on their city and country to understand which cities in which countries have the highest numbers of registered customer. So to achieve this, you need to group by using city as well as country, because you wish to get the customers based on the city and country in which they live. So in order to do that, we will take a look at the customers table where we have customer information along with city and state. So we will be writing the query on this particular table. So I'll head over to my editor and I'll say select country, city, and I'll say count of customer ID. So I'll just count the customer ID and this will give us the number of customers that we have. So I'll say number of customers like so. And here I can say from customers and I'll say group by. So now we need to make use of group by clause and I can say group by country. Okay. So let us take a look at the result when we group by country. Now if I group by country, I need to remove the city here. Okay. So let us go step by step. So I'll group by country first. I'll run this. You have total number of users country wise. Fair enough. Now if you add city over here and if I add city here too, like so, and if I run this, you will have the data being grouped as country first and then city, which means that the result would be grouped by both country and city columns and the unique combination. So essentially there are two customers with country being USA and city being New York City. That is what this data means. Okay, so within USA, New York City, you have two customers. Within USA, Los Angeles, you have two customers. So this is a wonderful breakdown of the same. And here, make a note, we have made use of multiple columns in group by clause. Now, the thing over here to make a note of is the order of the columns that you have mentioned. So since we have specified country first and then city, SQL knows that it has to group by country first and then city. If you reverse the order, the data might look a bit abrupt. So order here is really important and it impacts as to what you want to see as the output. So with this particular order, the result is first grouped by country and then within country, the city is grouped by and then aggregation is applied and the output is shown to the users. And if we switch the order, like I said, if we bring city first, this would not have the hierarchical effect. Instead, it will simply group by unique combinations of the two columns. Okay. So when using multiple columns in group by, it's really important also to take care of the order over here. So you can use multiple columns this way and you can even add order by over here. Okay. And let us say if I wish to order by number of customers over here, so I can add that too. And I can say descending over here, like so. And I can run this. So you will now have the results being sorted in the descending order of number of customers in the output. Okay. So this is how you can make use of group by with multiple columns. Hey there, welcome to this class. Now let us start understanding what is a having clause and why do we need something like it. So when it comes to SQL queries, we know about select, from, and where. Now where clause is used to filter the data from the result set and it is used to specify the condition. And based on the condition, the result set is filtered. Similarly, when it comes to grouping, you have a group by clause based on which grouping is done. And you can have having clause based on which the grouped results are filtered. So having clause in SQL is used to filter the results that we get after grouping. And it is used to filter the results of aggregate functions. So with grouping, you will use aggregate functions. And with the help of that, you can use having to filter out. Now it is similar to where clause, but the difference is having is being used with group by clause. Okay. So when it comes to grouping, you have having, and when it comes to normal queries, you have where clause. All right. And you can even use where along with group by and having. So let us take a look at an example. So here I have the syntax that I have already written. So after group by, you can simply say having, and you can specify the condition. You can even have a where clause. So you can say over here where, and you can have condition 2 here. Okay. So this where clause condition will be used to filter the result set before grouping them. And after grouping them, if you wish to do filter again based on the grouped values, you can use having clause. So that is how the query flows. So the data is first fetched from the table, where clause is applied based on the condition, the results are filtered, then the results are grouped based on the grouping you have defined, and the aggregate functions are calculated, and then the having clause comes into picture and it does the job of filtering data based on the grouping and the aggregate functions that you have defined. You can even extend further, like you can add clauses like order by, limit, and so on, and you can add those clauses as well along with having. Now let us take a look at an example where we can make use of having clause. So let us say we wish to find out which cities in each country have more than 5 customers. Alright. So first I'm going to write the query which gives me the total customers for each country and city. Okay. So I can say country, city, and I can even get the count of the customers. So I can say count, and I can say customer ID as, I'll say total customers, like so. And I'll say from customers, and I'll group by. So I'll say group by country and city, like so. So we have this query now, and if I run this, of course, you will get the grouped by results. First we'll have country, then city, and then the total customers. Now I wish to filter out and find out which cities in each country have more than 5 customers. Okay. So I can say having over here, and I can say count of customers, and I can say greater than 5, and I need to run this. So if I run this, so you will see we don't have any data, and this is because we don't have any city in any of the countries that have customer count more than that of 5. So I can change this to 2 so that we get some data. Okay, we don't have any city that even has customers greater than 2. So I can say equal to. Now this should give me some data over here because I'm saying greater than equal to, and you can see we get 4 cities over here. So we got New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, and San Francisco. Okay. So you were able to filter out the grouped results based on the criteria that you have specified over here in the having clause. Now let us take this a bit further. So here you have used the aggregate function. So this is one way of doing it. You can make use of aggregate function, or you can even make use of alias over here. So you can just say alias over here, and you can run this, and this should give the similar results. So here we are making use of the aggregate function to filter out the results, but you can even make use of alias. So here the alias we are using is having a space, and because of which we had to add a single quote. So if I try to use this over here, let me use this and let me run. So you will see that we don't get the results as intended. And the reason over here is the problem lies in the having clause. So in this clause, the total customer here is a string literal. So this is a string, and it is not being referred to as the column. Okay, so this is being taken into consideration as a string, and it is trying to compare the string with greater than equal to 2, and it is trying to figure out the result, which is not making sense, and it is not giving any output. Okay, so if you wish to use the column alias, you need to make sure that you remove single quote from here, and you need to use the alias without a single quote, and then here you need to remove the single quote, like so. And now if you run this, you should see the output over here. So you can see here we have the total customers, and it is working as expected. Okay. So when you're working with alias, just make sure you follow this convention. Because if you are using the column name within single quotes, SQL is going to think of it like a string literal, like we just saw. And it is not going to give you the desired result, and it might lead to an unexpected behavior. So it's best to use the column name without single quotes in having clause like we are doing over here to get the desired result. You can even directly use the aggregate function as well, like we saw, and you can even directly use the column name or the column alias, but without single quotes. So that's about how you can make use of having. Now, having is indeed a useful tool that can allow us to filter group results, as you can see. Hey there, welcome back. So it's challenge time, and it's time that we apply the knowledge that we have gained so far to real world business problems. So I have a problem here in front of me called premium customers, and the problem states that we need to identify customers who have placed orders with a total order value of $1,000 with us. And these identified customers will be our premium customers. And this is needed by some other team in the company for some further work. But you have been given this task to get back to them with the right data. So whatever you have learned so far, it's time that you apply to write this query and get the output. And remember, the output, you need customer ID and total order value. So head over to MySQL Workbench, pause the video right now and attempt this and come back and watch me do the solution. So welcome back. I hope you were able to solve this particular problem. So let us go ahead and try writing the query for this particular problem statement. So I'm going to say select customer ID, and since I need total order value, I'm going to say sum of total paid. Okay. Now, if you go to orders table here, you have total paid column and also you have customer ID. So we'll say select customer ID and sum of total paid. And here you can say total order value, like so. Now you'll add the from clause, you will say from orders and you will group by. So since we are doing this for each customer, right? We are getting the data for each customer as to what amount of order he has paid for. So since we are saying each customer, we will say customer ID over here in group clause. And here we should say having total order value greater than that of 1000, like so. Now you can run this query and let us see the output. So you can see over here, we have quite a few customers, like 18 customers over here that have a total order value of greater than that of $1,000. And you can see all of them listed over here. So you can use group by statement to get relevant result and combine this with having clause. Now in having clause, we are making use of a comparison operator over here to make sure that the total order value is greater than 1000. So that's about the solution for this challenge, and I hope you were able to solve this as well. So remember, getting the right answer is not the key, but solving and attempting the challenge yourself is the key. So the goal of these exercises is to get you hands-on with writing SQL queries. And by writing SQL queries, you learn how to write SQL queries and you also gain confidence with each step. So that's the motto here. Alright, and if you're not able to get the right answer, that's absolutely fine. We are still learning. Hey there, welcome back. So it's challenge time again, and this time we are up with another business problem, and we are going to make use of the knowledge that we have gained so far to solve this particular business problem. And the business problem is about frequent shoppers. So our goal is to identify the total number of customers who have placed more than 5 orders in our application. And these customers will be the frequent shoppers in our application. And this data is being needed by one of our teams in Planetary Cuts. And you have been given this task to get back to this team with the relevant data. So in the output, you need to get the customer ID and the total orders that these group of customers have placed. So what I would recommend right now is you should pause the video, attempt solving this challenge and come back and watch the solution. Alright, welcome back. I hope you were able to get through this challenge. So let us go ahead and try solving this. So we need customer ID and we need total orders placed. And for this particular purpose, we can make use of orders table over here. It has all the columns that we need. So I'm going to say select customer ID here, and I can say count of order ID like so as total orders. And I can say from orders, and I can group by data. So I can say group by customer ID like so, and I can say having total orders greater than that of 5. So since we are looking for customers that have placed more than 5 orders, we need this condition over here. Okay. And I'll end this with a semicolon. Okay. So what we are doing over here is we are getting the customer ID and we are counting the total orders. Now we are using orders table for the same, and group by clause is applied on customer ID, and we are filtering the data that we are getting as the output or as a result of group by clause. Okay. So let us see the output here. So you will see there are no customers that have placed more than 5 orders. Okay. You can modify the query. You can make it 2 and you can run this and you will get customers who have placed at least 3 orders, right? So you can modify the query and see the result, but the challenge was to get customers with at least 5 orders. Okay. So I've written this query and you can run this. So we don't have any data for the same. So this is about this challenge and I hope you were able to solve this yourself. Thank you. Hey there, welcome back. So it's challenge time again and we have a problem statement and we are going to use the knowledge that we have gained to solve this business problem. So I have a problem statement for customer spending habits and we need to find the average total order cost for each customer in our company or in our product, Planetary Cuts. So the output should look like customer ID and we should have the average amount. So what I would recommend you all is to pause the video right now, attempt this challenge and come back and watch me do the solution. Alright, I hope you were able to attempt this challenge yourself. So let us get started with the solution. So since we need the customer ID and the average amount, we have both this information in, like we have order details table, but order details does not have customer ID. So we have orders table that have customer ID and the total amount paid. So we are going to make use of that table. So we are going to say customer ID, comma, average, and we will say total paid. And we can say as, I'll say average amount, like so. And now I can say from orders and I'll say group by customer ID, like so. So this query should give you the desired result as to get the total average cost for every customer. And if I run this, you're going to have the average amount, like average amount that a user has spent on our platform. So this is the solution to this particular challenge now, and we have just made use of group by customer ID along with this aggregate function to get the desired results. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about nested aggregation and grouping in SQL. So with SQL, there is a concept of subqueries or nested queries that can be used with aggregate functions and grouping in SQL. Now what is a subquery? So subquery is a query that is embedded inside another query. So here I have an example pasted, and you can see over here I have select, from, group by, and having. Now in having, I have a comparison that is being done with the output of another query. So I have another query within a parent query here. So this is a parent query and this is a subquery. So subquery is nothing but a query within a query, and the output of this particular query is going to be used in the having clause of this particular query. That is what a subquery is. Now subqueries can be used in from, so you can have a query over here instead of table name. It can be used in where clause, and it can even be used in select clause. So here you can have a query instead of column name. These are all the possibilities with subquery. But let us talk about the nested query with aggregation. So here, as you can see, this is a nested query and it has aggregation being done. Now, in which scenarios you would want to use such type of a query? So let me give you an example. So let us say we wish to find out products that have more than average quantity sold. Okay. So we want to find out products that have more than average quantity sold. Now, if you observe the problem statement, having more than average quantity sold, we first need to know the average quantity that is being sold, right? So for that purpose, we will say select average, and you need to get the quantity, and you need to get from order details, because order details is the table which stores the average quantity that is being sold for every order. You can see over here, this is the quantity column. Okay. Now, if you go over here, so this is one query. Now you need all the other products that have sold more than this average quantity. So if you get the result here, you have the average quantity is 1.27. So give me a list of all the products that have sold more than this. How would you do that? So to do that, you can say select product ID, sum of quantity. So we'll get the quantity sum as well, and we'll call it total quantity, like so. And I'll say from order details. So tables we'll be using is same, and I'll say group by. So since we are getting product level information, I will be grouping by product ID over here, like so. And I'll say having sum of quantity. So the total quantity for that product should be greater than that of the average quantity. So the average quantity is 1.27, right? So I can substitute that over here and I can run that. And you will see you have quite a few products, like around 20 products have been returned who match this particular criteria. Now the problem over here is this is hard coded. Now this can change at any given point of time because it's a real world database and orders are coming in continuously. So in order to keep this dynamic, you can replace this with the help of another query, which you can term as subquery. So you can say over here like this. Okay, so like so, and you can indent this for better readability, and you can close it like this. Okay, so you have another query which is returning the average quantity of all the orders. And now if you run this, you will get similar results, like results won't change. Okay, so what you're doing over here is we are finding out the products that have sold more than average quantity sold. And if you have to go line by line, we are getting the product ID and total quantity sold from order details, and we are grouping at the product level. Now to filter the products that have more than average quantity sold, we are first getting the sum of quantity, and then we are comparing it against the average quantity across all orders, right? And that is what this query is giving us. Average quantity sold across all orders. Now, instead of aggregation over here, you can even make use of alias like so. And if you run this, you get similar output. All right. So this is what is happening. We first get the average quantity across all orders, and then we use it in the main query. And this is an example of how subqueries can be used along with grouping. So that's about this class and the concept. Hey there, welcome to this class. So let us start talking about the common mistakes or pitfalls with group by and how you can avoid them. So there are a few things that I wish to mention, and I'll explain them with the help of queries. So the number one thing is the misunderstanding of grouping columns. So sometimes it is thought that the order of columns in the select clause should match the order in the group by clause. However, this isn't the requirement. The order of columns in the group by clause determines the grouping order and not the order in the select clause. So here I have the group by clause with a couple of columns over here that I'm using for grouping, and here these two columns I'm using for displaying the information. So if I use this, I'm going to get product name printed before category. Now, if I change this query to something else, let's say, if I change this to, if I remove category from here and if I add product name after category, and if I run this, you're going to see category being printed first. Now this is just changing the display of information. So if you're taking category ahead of product name in the select clause, it is just changing the way things are being displayed. So the order of group by, it is not mandatory that it should match the order of columns in the select statement. It's perfectly okay if you are changing the order or if you're adding something else in between. Alright, it's up to you. But it's always recommended to have the same order because it makes things much more readable. Now one thing I wish to help you understand about these two queries is grouping is happening in a similar way, but the display is just being different. Alright. The next thing that I wish to highlight is about ignoring null values. So aggregate function ignore null values. For example, if you're calculating average or a sum and one of your data points is null, then that data point won't be included in the calculation because null means absence of value, and that is how they work with aggregate functions. So let's take an example. So here I'm doing an average price of products, okay, and I'm getting the average price that we have for all the products in the product table. So let's take a look at a sample data set. Now here I have a sample data set of the product table and assume that we have a couple of fields as null over here. Now when we say get the average price of this particular column over here, and when we are using aggregate function on price column, here's how they're calculated. So if you say average directly, you will have this calculation that is being taken place. So you will have 100 plus 200 plus 300 divided by 3. Now why divided by 3? Because the other two values are null, so they are not taken into consideration. So the result will be 200. But if you wish to get correct results or the correct average, it's recommended that you use coalesce always. Now when you use coalesce and replace the null values with 0, which we'll see how you can do shortly, but if you do so, you will have this calculation being performed. So you will have 100 plus 0 plus 200 plus 0 plus 300, and the total values that are being taken into consideration is 5. So the output will be 600 divided by 5, which is 120. And this is the correct average because there are 5 products and you wish to consider each one of them to get the average. So this is a difference that you should be aware of. Now when we come back to writing queries, here you get average this way, or if you wish to get the right answer, you can make use of coalesce function. So you can say coalesce like so, and you can say price can be comma 0 like so. Now if you run this, you will have null values also being considered and converted to 0. So the ignoring of null that was happening without coalesce won't happen in this case. So this is something that you're supposed to keep in mind because this can create blunders and it can help. So this is something that you're supposed to keep in mind because this can create blunders and it can lead to erroneous calculation. The next thing that I wish to talk about is around using where instead of having with aggregates. So there is a common issue or a common mistake that students often make where they make use of where clause instead of having clause. Okay, so where clause is used to filter the result set and not the group data. So if you wish to filter the group data, you need to make use of having clause. Now where is used when you wish to filter the result set before they are being grouped. Alright, so this is something that you need to keep in mind and don't get confused between where and having. The next thing that I wish to talk about is around expecting group by to return sorted results. So this is also one expectations that students have. They assume that group by will return sorted results, but this is not true. So group by just returns normal results. If you wish to have sorted results, you need to make use of another SQL clause called order by clause. Okay, so if you take a look at this particular query here, you will have the output in some order, and if you order by category, you will have the sorted results. So don't rely on the sorting that is being done by group by clause, but instead sort it yourself and mention the sorting explicitly if that's your requirement. Alright, so these are some of the common mistakes and pitfalls that I see when I interact with students. So that's about this class, and I shall see you all soon. Thank you. Hey there, welcome back. So let's start talking about the practical applications of something that we learned today, which is grouping and aggregation. So grouping and aggregation are extremely useful tools for data analysis with SQL. They allow you to analyze and summarize data, giving you the ability to create useful reports, identify trends, and even help you make data-driven decisions. So here on screen, I have some examples of how you can make use of group by and aggregation to get help in your business problems. So the number one use case or the practical application of grouping and aggregation is around business reporting. So businesses have vast amount of data and they need to make sense of it with all. With grouping and aggregation, businesses can create summaries of the data to monitor all the key metrics. For example, you can find total sales per month, the average sales per customer, and the highest and lowest selling products. So you can see over here, I have some example queries. So this is giving us the total sales per month, and it also has year mentioned over here as a separate column. So we are making use of this particular function here, year and month, which is extracting the year and month from the date, and it is using it even in group by. Okay, so you can even run this query and you should see the output. So you can see month is 2, which is Feb, year is 2023, and sales is this much. So you can use this query to get month year wise total sales. And you can see over here how we have made use of grouping and aggregation. So this is one example of report. You have another report over here which enables you to see average sales per customers over here. Okay, again, grouping and aggregation in action. And here we are able to see highest and lowest selling products. So you can see over here how we are using, like we are grouping by product ID, and we are getting the sum of quantity. So this is giving us the total quantity sold for every product. And this way, if we sort the data, the first product will be the one with the highest selling and the lowest selling will be in the end. Okay. So this is one example or a use case of grouping and aggregation. The next example or a use case I would want to talk about is around analyzing user behavior. So grouping and aggregation can help you analyze user behavior in your application. For example, you can use these concepts to find the number of active users per day, the average session length, and the most or least popular used features in your application. So I have some queries already written over here. So this is a query to help you get the number of active users per day. Now, if you have this particular table user activity, so we don't have this right now, but this is just a query that I have constructed. You can make use of this query to extract date from the timestamp, count the total users for that particular date, and use the date in the group by clause to group the data by date. And you will get the total number of active users per day. So this is one example query. You can even figure out the session length, like average session length. So you can make use of user ID, average session length, and this can give you the average session length per user. Okay. So these are few examples where you can make use of grouping and aggregation to get insights. The next use case I have is around performance monitoring. Now in performance monitoring, you might want to use grouping and aggregation to identify your trends in performance data. For example, you might want to find the average response time of a web service, or you want to find the maximum memory usage of an application. So these are all technical details that you wish to keep an eye on. And if you have tables like web service logs is an hypothetical table which stores all the information, and application logs is also another hypothetical table which I have used to construct these particular queries. So you can see over here how this particular query is helping you get the average response time for every web service. So I'm grouping by web service here, and I'm using this particular table, web service logs, and I am getting the average response time like so. And I can even get the maximum memory usage with the help of grouping. So I am getting the maximum memory usage per application basis. So I can see max memory usage for a particular application. So these are just a few examples of the many ways you can use grouping and aggregation in SQL. They are really powerful tool and help you extract meaningful insights from your data. So I hope you all found this useful, and I shall see you all soon. Alright, so we have reached the end of the day. And we have covered so much. We have seen so many examples and we have executed so many queries. So as promised, in the beginning of the day, I had shown you some business problems. And I had said, like, if you follow along, you are going to have the ability to solve these business problems by yourself by the end of the day. And it's time that we review those business problems and take a look at the solution. So we are going to take a look at each and every problem along with the solution, and we are going to see how we can apply group by and aggregation to solve these business problems for us. So the first problem we have is around sales volume. So we wish to generate a report that shows the total sales of each product sold. And here is a query that is giving me that report. So I have grouped by product ID here. I'm showing the product ID in the select clause, and I'm adding the final total product wise. And I'm showing this as total order amount. So this is giving me the desired results, and it is solving the problem statement 1. Then we have the problem statement around best sellers. So we wish to identify the top 3 products with the highest total sales volume. And you can see over here, this is a query that is helping us solve this problem. So we are grouping here by product ID, and we are ordering by total quantity sold. And total quantity sold is the alias over here in the select clause. And this alias is an aggregation of quantity. So we are totaling the quantity product wise. And then we are limiting the result by 3 to get the top 3 products, because that is what the requirement is. So this particular query is satisfying this particular problem here. Then we have the next business problem around customer loyalty. So this says we need to determine the total number of orders placed by each customer to identify loyal customers. So what we are doing is we are grouping by customer ID, and we are adding up the total amount a customer has paid. And this particular amount is being represented as total amount alias. So this is giving us the result for this particular business problem, customer loyalty. Then we wish to know about premium customers. So we need to identify the customers who have placed orders with total value of over $1,000. And what we are doing over here is we are grouping the users by customer ID, and we are totaling the total paid. And we are doing this with the help of sum aggregate function. And we are displaying this as total order value alias. And we are using this alias to compare, like do comparison and check if the order value is over $1,000. And this is giving us the result required to satisfy this particular business problem. Now the next business problem is around frequent shoppers. So we need to identify the total number of customers who have placed more than 5 orders. So here we are making use of select and group by. We are grouping by customer ID. So once the grouping happens at customer level, we are counting the total orders of those customers. And if total orders is greater than 5, we are displaying it in the query. And we are making use of an alias over here, which is total orders. The next problem statement we have was around customer spending habit, where we wish to showcase the average total cost, like total order cost for each customer. Now again here, since we are talking about each customer, like at customer level, so we need to group by customer ID. And once we group by customer ID, we can use average aggregate function, which is AVG, to get the average amount for total amount that the user has paid. And we are doing this at the customer level. So this is helping us solve the last customer problem, like last business problem. So we have used group by and aggregation in all our queries to get the result for all the business problems. So group by and aggregation are indeed powerful things that exist in SQL. You can see how they help you summarize the data and even gain some interesting insights. They are useful in reporting too. So it was a fun day today. We have written so many examples and we learned each and every concept practically. So that's about today, and I shall see you tomorrow. Goodbye.